romantic thoughts with the next bench for debate? Nope.
Fuck it, we ball.
Okay.
I think we have to do cat cam a little bit.
Boom, boom. Sorry, hold on. Setting up plans tomorrow. Oh, there. Boom. Tell Lex to publish or I will go to the Middle East and join Hamas. Oh!
There we go.
Lex told me that something he really doesn't like. It makes him worried and stuff when, like in like the streamer world, how quick people are to leak DMs and stuff, because it just makes him, you know, feel like people are violating his privacy. So I'm gonna
dude.
I'm gonna leak my texts with Lex since he leaked my texts. Okay.
Yeah. Beast.
Fucking piece of shit.
Beast. I need the alphas, right?
I texted him on my way to the hotel and I said, "Oh shit, was this convo supposed to be today?" And then he starts frantically texting me back. He's like, "Oh, you in Miami? They're running late. Are you able to make it?" And I said, "Just kidding. I'm 10 minutes away. I'll park outside and come in. Where are you at inside?" And he texts me back. He says, "Give me a few minutes. Your mom's getting dressed and I'll slip out the back door." I'm so proud of him.
I hope Lex has
True
a
member of
fucking
the Taliban.
aneurysm for this one.
He's evolving.
I think it'll be good for him. I think he needs the glow up.
Direct the Saint Center going over the Adam being Bassam Youssef debate. The Saint Center guy is no. He's like an actual scammer. Actual scammer. Not trying to give that guy more attention. Okay.
I wonder,
Are you
like,
supposed
what
to?
am I supposed to be fucking
Psychiatrists do
doing right now?
therapy too, don't they?
I
I
shouldn't
just
have logged
realized. I
off
feel like a fucking
yesterday.
retard. The
That's my
I had to do
problem.
another appointment this morning
Should
to
never
renew
log
my
off.
prescription because I guess for the first time you have to do another appointment in 30 days. And he asked me like 3 times, and he's like, "Is there anything else? Anything you want to talk about?" I'm like, "No. What the fuck would I talk to you about? I told you my shit. I haven't been. How the fuck would I talk to you?" And then I realized after we hung up, I'm like he's a psychiatrist, so it makes sense that he actually might want to like I'm supposed to like do mini therapy or talk to him about things as well. But I didn't think about it until after I hung up. I was like, oh, maybe I'm supposed to get your health insurance. No, bro, health insurance is like a fucking scam. Okay, it looks like it's catastrophic insurance. Even for I was trying to find because I'm pretty sure this Vyvanse is going to cost me like $300 to $500 a month, depending on Vyvanse coupons. Isn't like a website for this? What's it called? RX Saver. Also, careful. Hold up. Careful. Hold on. Warning, if you're listening to stream, Destiny is giving you his own lazy personal finance takes. These are lazy finance takes. This is highly inadvisable. Once you are making a healthy sum of money such that you're able to save, meet all of your costs of living, and, you know, have a little bit of fun, health insurance is an important buy because at the very least, catastrophic coverage is a low monthly premium that can protect you from a complete and totally devastating financial loss that could result in bankruptcy or worse, okay? If you have the money, buy health insurance. Okay, there you go. Let me get that. Anyways, I don't have health insurance because fuck that. I ain't got time to pay for that bullshit. I don't know what the plans are. I don't know what the companies are, okay? Fuck that, all right? Anyway, okay.
I mean, fucking
okay, so I'm thinking
valid, I guess,
there's
a little
chewable
bit.
Vyvanse. Is that a thing? Can I get it in like fucking gummy bear form? Why do you do these? Can you get in trouble with the government? Get in trouble with the government? Excuse me. My man Trump got rid of the ACA mandate. I cannot get in trouble with the government. What is this? This is what. Okay. What's your name? Psychotherapist, psychiatrist, or psychologist. My workplace told me that psychologists and psychotherapists are not certified doctors, and I don't want to fuck up. Okay, there's a wonderful place called med school. Okay, med school. When you go to med school, what do you have to do? I think you have to have an undergrad, so you need to have a 4-year degree. Okay, and then from here you go into the wonderful thing called med school. Medical school is where you do a whole bunch of cuck bullshit. What do you do? What is like the med school shit? You have, is it like 3 years of school, some X years of residency, some years of, there's like a whole bunch of shit. You got to learn all sorts of shit about the human body. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of stuff. You learn all sorts of stuff. And then I think you usually intern at a hospital. Once you leave med school, so you've done your schooling, your residency, your whatever, your fucking bullshit specialization, all that, and then specialization, residency, or whatever. And once you've done that, now you are a doctor, or more specifically, or I guess I wish maybe we used different words for it. Like all medical school graduates would be considered physicians, I believe. Can you say that? It's a general term for a doctor who's earned a medical degree. Sure, these are all physicians. Okay, I believe all physicians have the ability to write prescriptions. Can all physicians write, or do you have to be like employed by a hospital or whatever? Physicians of either doctor of medicine or doctor of osteopathic medicine does not have the highest prescriptive authority. IDNTO clinicians can prescribe medication, clinical substances. Okay. Anyway, this is somebody that's gone to medical school. Okay, medical school, done other shit, is a physician, can generally like prescribe drugs, can do a lot of shit. They know lots of stuff. Okay, very smart people, unironically. A psychiatrist is somebody that has done all of med school, has done the interning, residency, all that bullshit, blah, 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 and then their specialty is, what would you say, psychiatric medicine, I guess. They might be able to do things like therapy, Although I think generally they'd be considered way overqualified. Not to say that a therapist is like a retard, but just going to med school and all of that shit just to do therapy would kind of be weird. But like these are like psychiatric people, so they prescribe. This is where you're going to generally get your prescriptions for psychiatric drugs, so like SSRIs, SNRIs, your stimulants, your whatever drugs you prescribe for brain shit, right? Generally, yeah, your psychiatrists are coming from here, and then also like surgeons and other doctors and all that, like medical doctors, physicians. A psychologist has nothing to do with med school. There's no crossover, no relation, nothing. Nothing. A psychiatrist and a psychologist are absolutely not related in any size, shape, form, anywhere. To be a psychologist, I don't even know if a psychologist is like an actual like real term, but like if you go to school and you get a bachelor's, I think generally for psychology, I think after you get a bachelor's, you usually go one of two paths. You can either work in research psychology, meaning you're like the guy conducting tests, or you can become a clinical psychologist, which is like a really, really, really expensive therapist. Not really, but like a clinical psychologist might be involved in managing like high-level patients, or what is a clinical psychologist job? Let's check. Continuing comprehensive mental and behavioral health care for individuals, I guess, yeah. Yeah, I guess like an ultra upgraded fucking therapist, basically, I guess, yeah. You do know that talking to a psychiatrist every month for a refill is a scam, right? Really? I think I've heard in multiple places. I guess I never looked it up. But if you go to a new psychiatrist and they prescribe you certain types of restricted or controlled substances that they want to have a meetup after 30 days to make sure everything's okay before they give you like a 90-day prescription. I think I've heard that from 2 or 3 different people, so I just assumed it was like standard practice. I'm out of rage. Yeah. However, okay, so psychologists can be like research psychologists, clinical psychologists, whatever. I guess maybe for psychiatrists, maybe they could see patients too, but I feel like it would be really, really, really expensive. One thing you should be aware of is when you talk about a therapist or a counselor, I believe in the United States these are not protected terms. Let me check real quick. Do you have to be licensed as a therapist, as a counselor? A master's degree is needed when you consider practicing as a counselor in Florida. Oh, maybe not a therapist? One of these terms, I believe, is unprotected. One of these terms is not. It's kind of like a dietitian versus a nutritionist. I think like one. I don't know which is which, but I think like a dietitian might have to go to school or something. But like a nutritionist could just be like you read Wikipedia. This says you need a state license practice in any field of counseling or therapy. Let me check. Fuck, I hate Quora. I get a lot of unreliable answers on Quora. Oh, you're just supposed to put Reddit after everything. But then Reddit is like the internet. I don't like that either. Do you need license to be called a therapist? Reddit. Can I become a therapist / counselor with a master's or social work degree? Keep in mind the person would still be pursued highly informed resources. I should know. I'm not a lawyer. No, this is legal, unethical, quite likely to harmful people. Unlicensed psychotherapists are not without qualifications. They're graduate students who are studying how to provide therapy, legally scared by the rules, and provide potential like life coaching. Interesting. Wait, 14 bullets were unnecessary. What is this? Hold on.
Dude, life coaching feels like such a fucking scam. Like, I met a dude once who I worked with who had like 2 different life coaches. It was actually fucking wild. Like, how do they... Is that what I need to do? Do I just need to be a life coach? Charge people like $600 a session?
What is it, a baggie or something to collect money in?
And just like pretend like I'm ultra rich or some shit? Fuck some people over? I can sell it with confidence. I ain't got no problems with that. I got so many fucking quests to do out here. I think I want to try and accomplish like a character that's done all the quests that I can. And I think I have to start now before the refresh. Otherwise I won't be able to get the Cataclysm ones. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Guy basically
Maybe one of
shoots him,
these
I don't know, 10, 14
future
times,
expansions
17
is going to
times.
be
But the guy, I mean, like,
focused on
the guy already
fixing
tried to
the
rob us
world.
with a gun. The other dude just shot him until he ran out of bullets. I think it was fine. Nah, I think it was good. I think everything about this was good. If you are, hey, listen, if you want to rob people, if you want to be a plus criminal, okay, take notes from the cops. Hello? Ugh. Make sure you can always see people's hands at all points in time, okay?
I hate this mic. I might actually just use a different mic.
Do you know if therapist and counselor are both
This
of those
mic is so
legally
fucking
protected
annoying.
terms? Do you know?
I think we need to use a different
Okay.
mic. Okay.
If you can make it not locked, that's cool, I guess. As long as, well, when you push the thing on the outside and it goes bum bum bum, that means it locked. Yeah, why? We don't have to say it. I can type it to you. Yeah. Are you looking for my Amazon deliveries, or are you looking for the?
Looking for the chairs that we ordered. They're not in the product room.
What? Yeah. You can go down and ask the people. Oh, Heel Shit Podcast. Thank you for the 5 good subs and the 10 good subs, and they don't have it.
They don't seem to.
Oh wait, is it in that room? Is it that box? Maybe Lycan brought it. Is that it? Blame Lycan, not me. Be careful.
I'm gonna have to do 2 runs.
Wait, did Cherry do a manifesto on you?
She's making more.
Nice. This is your guys' fault. I don't know why you fucking retards keep interacting with her, but okay. Have fun. Be careful. The question is also linked to another question, and that is, do you usually need to see a psychologist or psychotherapist before going to a psychiatrist? I've never gone through any of those, but I feel like the time has come where I might want to get medicated. If you're talking to any therapist or anybody like that, chances are they're going to have some connection or link to somebody that can prescribe medication.
Usually not.
What?
Most counselors and therapists won't have super good connects to psychiatrists. We're the only people that can prescribe medication because there's so few psychiatrists.
I feel like if you
All right. I think that should be doing it. I'll probably have to move this mic a little bit
in
closer.
the United States, well, in the United States at least, like if you Google, if you look at like
I need to
ADHD
redo my
therapist,
cables. My cables
you would
are
go to like
fucking
you would go to like a therapist or a
not
counselor
in a
that
good
is
way.
working with these types of things.
Oh man, and the mic on this is like just so much louder by default. I forgot. Oh, and you're gonna hear all the clicky clacks.
I feel like in
too.
the U.S., I feel like people usually have
need to
like
get a
they
mic
can
mic
like they'll
stand
have like
thing.
somebody they can refer you to go, and you might have to have like an appointment with them for medication. But
Local resources that they recommend, but that doesn't mean that they're referencing you to a specific doctor or will get you in with
this mouse
is that true?
this
In
mic
the,
is annoying
is
too.
Is that true in the U.S.?
Oh well, whatever works.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh, I guess we're running into Thunder Bluff. Gotta smoke the blicky.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. I'll pull people. Okay. 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 I'm curious for you guys. I'm so curious if that's true for most of you. What would the question be? Was it easy for you to get recommended to a psychiatrist for medication from your therapist? Question mark. Yes. Is Anna afraid of being on stream after the random harassment for no reason? Oh my god. No. Oh no, she went home yesterday morning. I think.
Probably. Jesus.
She was only here for like 3 or 4 days, I think. Don't worry, I have another friend coming tonight. We're gonna hang out with. He's traumatized. Yes, no. Is it easier to get pregnant to a psychiatrist medication?
The
Yes, no.
impregnable.
Never
Sexy.
been to therapy, medication or whatever.
Oh man, people are yelling.
Oh, this is gonna be really complicated. Actually, I just realized it because if you have a GP, if you like have a doctor that you go to, then
I like want to jump
your
off,
therapist
but
can probably just
I'm not
recommend you
high
that
enough
one,
level
too.
for that shit.
I don't know anything about like
I don't think
hospitals and
Barkskin would
doctors
save
and
me.
prescriptions and all that. None of this shit. I don't know any of this. I asked my psychiatrist today if he could change my prescription to I think it's all in my head.
It's
But I
all in your
asked him
head,
if he
bro.
could give me like 15 of the 60 milligram pills and then like 15 of the 50 milligram pills so that I could just try 50 and see if I still feel fine and if that feeling of the thumb in my neck goes away. And he was like, yeah, you just have to call in to the pharmacy and see if they fill it. And like, I don't even know what the fuck that means. What do you mean they fill it? Don't you just have the pills there? I don't understand any of the.
Fucking base, dude.
I don't know
No, I
how
think
any
they
of this
like
works,
literally
okay.
make the pills in house at the pharmacy. Like you have like basic components,
So like, if I ask you guys this question, you say yes.
and then they just mix those basic
Like
components
you
and
could
put them
just
in
be
pills
yes
and
to
stuff.
okay, hold on.
I think it's normal.
Yes. From someone I've never seen before, or yes through my own doctor, or no, had to do a whole new process for medication. Are you even polling this? I'm just really curious because what Erudite just said is totally opposite of what my understanding was. It's just nice to know. I'm just curious.
Nah, he wants to
My
prove that bitch
understanding or my feeling
wrong.
is that like if girls
Him and
I say
Erudite,
girls because everybody I talk to is crazy.
they're
Girls,
so
sorry.
they're so gay
But
for each other.
any girl I talk to that does like therapy or does a thing or whatever, she's like, oh, the doctor, she wanted me to try this medication. Usually they always seem like they have referrals, like, oh, like here's a psychiatrist that I work with, or here's somebody that I know, or here's somebody, and then you just go talk to them and basically grab a prescription. But maybe that's just not the norm.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
I'm only talking to
some
people
fucking rich people shit,
that
dude.
already have doctors. I'm not sure. Yes, to my own doctor. Yes, from someone I've never seen before. And no, I had to do a whole new process for medication. Okay, so maybe it's like 50-50 here, I guess. I'm getting my counseling master's and my psych master's. You only need a counseling master's to get a license for therapy. Anyone can be a counselor, but not everyone can be a therapist unless licensed.
Yeah, get his ass. This isn't over, Bane. It is for you. Damn.
Pretty sure
Fucking
most
murdered
insurance
him.
covers
No
psychiatry.
shot,
You could
huh?
probably go directly to a
When not here,
psychiatrist without a
Mulgo
referral.
no longer suffer the
Go
hatred of
directly
the
to a
Grim
psychiatrist.
Daughter.
The problem is that a psychiatrist is a
So based,
medical
King.
doctor. So I feel like a psychiatrist would be really expensive. Am I just making that up? Like, I feel like you can find therapists or counselors that will go as low as $50 an hour, anywhere from like $50 to $300 an hour, depending on like where you're at. But I feel like if you want to see a psychiatrist, I feel like that's like $1,000 appointment. No, am I just making this up, or maybe it's not?
I feel like you're just making it up, bro.
It seems like it'd be really expensive. Someone
No,
said
you
that's
can find
literally
it
what I
now.
did. It's not expensive. You
Yeah.
can go directly to a psychiatrist and they take insurance. Oh, okay. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm
You can go
making
to a regular fucking doctor and get prescribed this shit too. If you needed like an SSRI,
like
your
200-ish.
regular fucking doctor will just start prescribing you shit. Or at least that
50
was my fucking
average,
case.
1,000.
Fuck, I didn't even have a regular doctor. I just got prescribed shit by like urgent care. Like a fucking urgent care doctor saw me and was like, oh yeah, you have this probably, and prescribed me a fucking SSRI. I didn't even think they could do that. Maybe she can't. She just thought I was in the fucking death
What if
throes.
some of your fans have mental problems? We are the
She was like, oh man, this motherfucker gonna kill himself if I don't give him some meds. Oh, my kid's coming to invade.
Well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes.
Damn. Fucking God.
Holy Giga Chad. Do you think he even knows how like fucking Chad some of his answers are, or do you think he's just kind of like on in Biden world?
What a fucking Jesus Christ. What a bad bitch.
Thing to remember. Every day I get called a dirty Jew.
Hassan
You think I'm crying?
changes his position on the N-word.
All
Oh,
the
no.
time here. Something to remember. Every day I get called a dirty Jew. You think I'm crying?
No, but like every day here, if you find someone's like nigger,
Jesus.
that would
Yeah,
be,
like-
yeah,
Basically 200 years of America.
exactly. But
That was insane. Okay, what the? Okay, that was wild. Did not know that that was coming up. That's insane that he just said that. That's crazy.
What is it the fucking
did he do
posture?
a-
Why do we have to fucking
did he
have
do a
such a
tactical
reaction?
N-word
He
deployment
said the N-word
to
3
show
times.
that-
It's not like
to show
the end
that
of the
the
world.
word
Bro's
doesn't hurt
brown.
him?
He
Is
can
that
say
what
it.
is?
Wait, why would the word hurt him? wait, what? What was that logic?
He did a tactical N-word deployment to show his interlocutors that the word does not threaten him.
He's misquoting the Boschman. Yeah, I know. It's just funny that the guy's like, he's a sand
my kid.
whatever, not the normal whatever.
Screw that toilet seat down.
Can you update the calendar with your
Made
trip
me
next
jump
month?
a little.
I'm still not 100% sure what's
Fucking-
happening. There's also Donut Operator wants to shoot, and that might be on the 14th. Also, don't know when is our canvassing again, guys? Hold on, let's check. Let me.
Oh, let's actually just take the flight path because I think I need to turn in 2 more requests over at the Molar or whatever it's called.
Okay, it's on Saturday and Sunday, not on Friday. Fuck.
Get fucked.
These 2 days. Friday on the 8th and 9th.
I'm fucking starving. I need to eat some food soon, or I'm gonna lose my mind.
Disconnected trips. No, I'll make it work. Fuck it. Okay.
I'm gonna turn him up just a smidge, okay? I'm sure he's like unfucking hearable. Because I think what you
Why
want
didn't
is
it not
your
work
shit
with
like
Vosh
touching
or
the
stand
yellow,
Vosh
but I
was
don't
glazing it
remember,
for
like,
years.
exactly.
Not enough clout. Vosh was too small of a figure.
Damn.
You listen to much music? Not right now, unfortunately. But I will
Stomach is
tomorrow
Screaming at me.
when I start going to the gym again. Okay, Destiny, quick review.
I was like,
How can we donate to the canvassing? We already donated
Yeah,
to the canvassing. We shouldn't need any more, okay? Jesus. Anatole, ex-head developer of official JTV, just got exposed for sexting multiple minors. It's like instead of a normal thing, you use me, I just sit there. I'd be able to pay around €7,500 a month for that privilege. It's more a lifestyle thing for me. Like I always wanted to serve a woman like that. I don't actually have a desire for sex. Is there even a slight tiny
Based.
chance you'd one day let me be your personal people? I feel like if you saw it as a utilitarian
Hell
matter,
yeah.
it would be.
This guy's going for it. I love that.
Let me hear what it sounds like when you pee.
I love this man. Who is
Okay, well,
this?
who's he even sexting? Do we really need to see these messages? Listen,
Anatole,
my man
ex-head
likes urine.
developer of-
Okay,
TYT? Is that who it was? What?
there's weirder fetishes out there.
That's fucking weird. I love it. Way to go, him.
Okay, wait.
There's weirder
How
fetishes
old
out
is
there.
the
Bro likes pee.
ex-head
Piss me off.
developer?
Yeah, confirmed.
And how old are the minors he's texting? I need some ages here, so I know how to feel about this. Is this like some 35-year-old dude trying to sex 14-year-olds, or is he some like fucking 20-year-old dipshit sexting 17-year-olds? What's going on here?
He's like a 40-year-old dude, probably texting some 20-something. That's like what we do now. The 20-something's probably getting OnlyFans. Or something. I don't know, dude. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Or he wants her to. Hell yeah. Level 12, boys. We did it. We're the best. Around.
This is the first time I put in a tray where it just doesn't like go on my back tooth at all. It keeps coming out, and it's actually driving me fucking insane. Okay. Okay.
You can do it, buddy. I believe in you. Just don't fix your teeth. You're gonna die in like 40 years anyway.
Jesus Christ.
Or we're all gonna inhabit in immortal digital shells, and it won't matter.
Sorry. Okay. Does it bother you that Hassan gets 30,000 likes on his tweets even when they're fucking stupid? Like, that's a lot of people agreeing. Does it bother me? No, why would it bother me? Hassan is fairly active on his Twitter. I call this good engagement. Considering it's over 1 million followers. When you post, girls run into this problem. Melina had this problem with her Twitter sometimes where I think Melina has like a good eye for photography. Just, yeah, I think in general, probably because she does art too. So she has like a good understanding of like perspective and photography and shit. But it would always be kind of sad that like if she takes like really nice pictures and then she posts them on the Twitter or Instagram, they get like 500 likes. Like nobody cares because it's not a picture of her. I wonder if for people like Hassan, I don't know if he ever posted thirst traps on his Twitter, but if you get people that follow you for thirst traps or thirst trap related stuff, and then you post like political stuff, maybe the engagement's not as good. I feel like Hassan's engagement on Twitter is decent though. This tweet got 20,000. It's pretty good. I think there's probably like critical masses of like Twitter followers you get too. Like once you're past 1 million, your engagement is always gonna like slip off a bit because it's like who has like ultra engaged followers at this level? Actually, that one account, I don't know who the fuck they are, but that this Kiro, who is this person? I don't know who this guy is, but I think his engagement is normally really good. But he's also like posting memes all the time too, right? I saw that Luna reply chick you blocked is not our son's tweets. Oh yeah, she's unhinged. Oh, this is wait, never mind. I don't think this account is ran by one person. This must be an account that's ran by multiple people. You really need to keep your trades in for 22 hours a day? I do. They're almost in almost all day. And don't drink Red Bull with them. I think it doesn't matter what you do as long as you're not chewing with them. They have 1.4 million followers, yeah. Your replies have gotten better in the past couple months. If you're blocking tons of people, then keep doing it. Oh, yeah. Anytime I tweet, anytime somebody brings up, like, usually somebody say, like, cuck or divorce or, for the for the COVID shit, I blocked so many fucking people. How are the strings in your blood? Anything retarded about, like, vaccine? There are just some replies that are just so retarded. It's like, I can't. Just fucking get out of here. I think on Israel-Palestine, I started to block people. People that would just ask, like, stupid questions or say things like, oh, Wikipedia. Like, okay. I pretty aggressively block on my Twitter. We stopped by Harvard and or MIT during your Yale visit. There are just some replies that are just so retarded. It's like, do you block or just mute? If you mute, you still farm their engagement? No, I block because I don't want the stupid shit showing up on my shit. Do you block anybody that is even remotely a griper? If they say Nick anywhere in their any mentions of that or anybody that tweets about Nick or whatever, yeah. Did you say string in your blood? Yeah, that died suddenly shit over the that one stupid documentary or whatever. You will get more cavities because of the sugar won't get removed from your teeth with spit. You need to take them out and rinse. Well, we'll see what happens. I don't think I'm like a cavity kind of person. I don't think I'm about that lifestyle, thankfully. So actually, I'm so curious why. Hold on. Why don't some people get cavities? I've heard so much about this. Some people say your saliva might be slightly more acidic. I wonder if there's an actual reason why. Individuals with genetic predisposition for better saliva production or for saliva with a higher concentration of beneficial compounds may have a natural defense against cavities. Oh, is it not even known? The trays will be like a holocaust for your teeth. I only have like 4 months of them. Oh, fuck. There's not like a good... It's how often you have a dry mouth. Is that good or bad? I don't feel like my mouth is ever dry. Although it is a little bit now in my amphetamines. Is this something I should worry about? Some people just have shitty dental hygiene habits. No, I think there's something way stronger than that. Because I've known, I'm not gonna say my oral hygiene is bad, but it's like serviceable. Like if I'm going out with friends, I'll brush my teeth. I'll usually brush my teeth at least once a day, and that's about it. But I've like known people that will brush their teeth like 2 times a day and floss and get. I've never had a serious cavity in my life. I think when I was a kid, I think they did like they brushed one out where they do the little and something. But I've never in my life had a cavity, like a serious. I don't even know if that was a cavity actually. Maybe it was. Maybe they were just fillings. I'm not sure. But it's not because I have like exceptional oral health. I feel like some people, and then I've known people that take way better care of their mouth than me, who just sometimes they just have like cavities, or they have like serious cavities. When I say serious, I mean the ones that need to get like drilled out and filled and shit. Do you at least own an electric toothbrush? I bought one once and it was okay, and then I left it, I think in Washington, and I just never bought another one. Fuck electric toothbrush. I don't care. I don't like them. People brush too hard. I brush fairly hard. I don't give a fuck. You probably don't do anything weird either, like excess sugar or drugs. Sugary. I drink a lot of sugar, actually. I don't know. Cavities are contagious due to the presence of bacteria and plaque, like Streptococcus mutans. Cavities are contagious. The bacteria can easily spread through saliva and cause cavities. Damn. The longer you leave plaque on your teeth, the quicker a cavity may develop. Once you have a cavity, it's easier for others to form. Yikes. Do you think it's ever possible the vaccine to be ineffective and lied about by a drug company / government? It's possible that somebody could, but somebody would catch it. There's so many people that are being vaccinated and so many people that have an incentive to call out bullshit on it. Why do you still drink Red Bull? I don't need caffeine when I take my meds. It's just nice to have something to sip on throughout the day. Do you sleep with your mouth open? I've heard that's really bad. Gross. That drives me insane. Not being able to breathe through your nose? Ugh. I think if you generally have your mouth open, like when you play games, I just like this. I think it drops your IQ by 25 points. Don't do it. I think it's the number one harmful thing to your IQ is just, in general, just having your mouth open. Don't do it. You can't control your mouth when you sleep. Your muscles relax and it opens. Your tongue should be sucking your jaw up to your like closed all the time. I don't understand what's happening in your mouth if that's not happening. Deviated septums are a thing. Get a rhinoplasty, dog. It's 2024. Everybody in the world's getting plastic surgery, okay? How do you know you don't do this if you're sleeping? I put tape over my mouth. Do you sleep on your back or your side? I sleep on my side. Back sleepers are sociopaths. Dentists say to me that I have excessive saliva glands, which is why I have never gotten a single cavity. Wow, good for you. Does your shoulder ever hurt from sleeping on your side? Why the fuck would your shoulder hurt from sleeping on your side? Fuck, that might have been a mean question, actually. I'm not sure. Maybe, depending on, maybe there are things, if you weigh a certain amount, or maybe something can make it hurt. I don't know. My bad. Sorry, I never thought that. If you're a mouth breather, you drool. That's how you know. Also, sleeping on your back is actually better for your destiny. Inferior creatures sleep on their side. No. Cringe. I have a bad rotator cuff, and it hurts like hell sleeping on my side. Well, Mike, sounds like you need to get back in the gym. You need to fix that, okay? Come to Miami. I'll train you up, okay? Haven't you got a stiff neck after sleeping? I think you're more prone to get, like, sleeping problems if you don't get in general. If I go out, like, drinking, if I go to sleep and I'm still, like, kind of drunk, I can probably, like, fuck my shit up a little because I think it fucks with your sleep a lot. or if you're sleeping with a new person in kind of like an awkward way, because it's like you're like in a cute position and you don't really want to fuck things up, so you fall asleep and you get fucked up in the next morning. Do you fetal position sleep? The superior way of sleeping is on your side with one leg up and resting on either a pillow or a person. Okay, that's the superior way to sleep. Anything else is for degens. What's your position on waterbeds? I don't know. They were kind of popular-ish in the 90s, 80s, and earlier. I knew one or two people with waterbeds. I feel like the only story I ever heard about waterbeds is they're like kind of cool but kind of annoying, and then they always break, and then your shit is fucked. Do you lucid dream? Sometimes, yeah. Is Kyla not joining you? When? Do you wake up in the exact position you fell asleep in, or are you a mover? I'm pretty sure everybody moves at night. They were originally marketed as sex beds. I feel like having sex on a waterbed would be the worst experience ever. I can't imagine it. Would you sleep with a Karisu body pillow? Absolutely. I'm still looking for my redheaded neuroscientist waifu, who's also 19. I get headaches from taking naps. Try killing yourself. I don't know. Why would you get a headache from taking a nap? She's 17? No, she's not. Karisu? Isn't the whole meme that she like published a paper at 18? Is she actually 17? Are you going to be streaming at the canvassing event? Yeah, we'll try to. When is your waifu body pillow going to be available? Ask Ninu. You seen those chin straps that keep your mouth closed while sleeping? I have not. Are they cool? A chin strap that keeps your... What if you like fuck up and like kill yourself? Like you accidentally like your nose gets congested and then you die. Hutch got one and said it stopped his snoring. People meme... Here's something I will say, okay? And it's worth recording yourself, I think, or getting an app to check this. People kind of like meme about like snoring and like, oh, you snoring, blah, 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 blah. You're not supposed to snore, ever. That shouldn't happen. You shouldn't be snoring. If you're snoring, there is an underlying problem, and you need to get it figured out. I think Abba brought up the CPAP machine or whatever that he got. Yeah, if you've got like sleep apnea, if there's some reason why you're snoring, you're not supposed to ever snore. Unless you're like maybe, you know, super obese or something. But yeah, don't snore. If you're snoring, figure it out. Do you grind your teeth while sleeping? Yeah, apparently a ton. Apparently I've grinded like my canines away almost completely, which is not good. But you know, what can I say? I got a strong jaw. I don't give a fuck. Do you wear pajamas? No. Why the fuck would you wear pajamas? Get the 8 sleep and tell us if it's worth it? I don't know what the fuck that is. Do you sleep naked? No, you sleep with boxers on. Really, you sleep with boxer briefs, because those are the, like, superior menswear. But boxers are okay, too. My daughter snored really bad until we had her tonsils removed and never snored again. Okay. Look it up, fuck you. Wait, look up what? What were we talking about that he wants me to look it up? Can't snoring just happen if you go to sleep with an open mouth? I don't think you Your nose is designed for breathing, okay? It's good to breathe through your nose, okay? The oxygen gets closer to your brain. When you breathe into your mouth, the oxygen has to go through your whole body before it gets to your brain. Look, my brain is completely bypassed. It has to go through my whole body. When I breathe, the oxygen goes, right up to my brain. I feel my brain growing, okay? So your dentist told you that you grind in your sleep. He's a real one for that. On God, for real. I can't tell if that's a meme or you just mean that dentists won't talk to it. You mean grinding sexually or... What are you talking about? I think it's slightly healthier to breathe through your nose, right? Because aren't the whole point of your nostrils and your nose hairs and your boogers and all that to kind of like filter the air a little bit? Look up 8 Sleep. I don't know what the fuck 8 Sleep is. The leader in... Oh, wait, we did look this up. Is this the thing that we... I almost bought this out of curiosity when I was having some sleep issues. I don't know if this is the one we looked up or if it was something different, but oh, it is a meme. I gotcha. Dentist said I ground in my sleep. He's real as fuck for that. Thank you for your advice on stoicism yesterday. The scammer didn't end up sharing my peener. True American hero. You're welcome, dude. 8 Sleep is a fucking airbed. Fuck that shit. Not just any airbed, okay? A $10,000 airbed. Do you think the death of Gonzalo Lira gives credence to the idea that Zelensky is a crook? I doubt Zelensky personally had him killed. The guy was old and weird and fat and maybe sick all the time. I don't know. There should be an investigation, of course, but what does the airbed do? It, like, dynamically manages the temperature of your body or the bed or some shit. I don't fucking know. I can't tell because this website is dog shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm even looking at, okay? The only thing I want to see is, God, if the autopsy comes out or like whatever report comes out and he died of COVID, that would just be the perfect end. It's not a bed, it's a wrap. Okay. I'm not. It looks like it's an app on your phone, okay? That looks pretty. That's what it is. Listen, I'm sorry, okay? Parallax is cute for like big New York Times project shit. This shit should have never gotten popular, okay? It's not good for ordinary website design. Oh, I don't even think they use parallax. It's just shitty scrolling, okay? Stop this. Stop this shit, okay? You are not a car company. Nobody needs your website to look like this. It's not cute. It's not cool. It's not functional, okay? Not literally nothing good. Nothing good is being achieved, okay, by having this happen. I feel like when I go through some parallax sites, I'm having a fucking stroke. And I'm scrolling and I'm fighting your interface and I'm upset. Is it just me or has websites become worse and worse because they are all fitted for mobile phones? PC Master Race. Websites have become worse and worse, okay? Because one, user controls have become better, which was a prediction that came a long time ago that has destroyed the fucking internet, okay? And two, because you have to develop for a fuck ton of platforms now, which also makes things complicated and, yeah. Things like ad block, things like tab muting, like all these fucking dumb add-ons that you use for websites, all of these things allow developers to be lazy and fucking horrible. He's like, oh, he's probably got ad block. He'll be fine. Oh, you can just mute the tab if some shit autoplays. It'll be okay. Oh, he's got like this add-on that like changes the user interface and experience. Oh, it'll be fine. We don't need to work on our shit. Every single fucking web dev has basically become Bethesda, okay? Oh, dog shit. I'm sure some modder will fix it, okay? Fuck you guys. Fuck all of you. Stimulants like Adderall make teeth grinding worse, apparently. Maybe. Your browser add-on take is still the dumbest fucking thing you've ever said. It is the best take I've ever had. In 5-10 years, okay? Arisan. Front-end devs, Omega lol. Full stack devs, Omega lol. As soon as somebody calls themselves full stack, really? Full stack? What do you mean when you say that? what kind of back end work do you actually do? I feel like when somebody says full stack, what they actually mean is they can like take a WordPress thing and they can basically like type in like a server to like connect it to. It's like, oh, I'm full stack. Really? Full stack? You design every single thing on the front and the back end? Really? I never believe that shit. Every time somebody's told me they do full stack work, and you guys are like, oh, cool. Like what kind of like, oh, you know, lots of CSS and I copy paste JavaScript sometimes, and you know, I think I have a thing. I don't even know. We need to learn the name of like one or two random fucking. These people are never people that like can construct whole databases or like manage a lot of shit and actually do like full stack development. I don't know anything I'm talking about, by the way, but full stacks are a real thing. I feel like they're not. I don't believe it. Okay, this is my amateur bullshit opinion. Every time I run into someone, like, oh, I'm a full stack dev. They can't do anything. I don't believe it. You're a full stack dev, and they feel like they can't do anything ever. Okay. I feel like they think they're a full stack dev because sometimes they can like design a front end and they talk to the people in the back sometimes. Like, oh, I'm basically full stack because, you know, I typed in the thing that this dude in, you know, in engineering told me to type in. Destiny, yes, congrats. Generalists can't do everything specialists can do. No. I'm not talking about generalists, and I'm not talking about specialists. I'm talking about people that say full stack, okay? They're just bad humans. It's like programmers that ever put the word engineer in their title. They're also bad people, okay? Are you a programmer? I'm actually a software engineer. Really? An engineer? My full stack friends just messaged me and said, are you talking about me? I am talking about you. If you think I'm talking about you, if you ever hear me on stream talking about you, somebody, and you're like, fuck, is he room for? I am talking about you. I'm just kidding. Cake just quit also. I've had a thing where sometimes I have a strong feeling of wanting to clench my teeth and bite on something. Is that a thing? Yeah, your mom gets it sometimes when she's sucking your dad's dick. Software engineering is a legit degree in a lot of European countries, you fucking pepega. Okay. I mean, ideally, full stack would imply that a dev is capable of implementing both the backend services as well as the UI, whether it's an app or website. Some places have dedicated DevOps for the infra. Others expect the devs to handle it all. Thank you, Diplofocus. With modern web dev and JS frameworks, the lines are being blurred between backend and front end. Wow. So the titles for programming specialists are kind of whack. Well, the issue is they don't want to just be called what they actually are, okay? The problem is that you have to remember, okay? You have to remember, engineers that work in computer code, okay, aka programmers, okay? All these people can do is solve simple problems. That's it, all right? What they should be called are code monkeys, because that's all they do. They smash the keyboard enough times, and eventually, working code comes out somehow, okay? You know how all of your programmer friends, you know, they're constantly like, yeah, I do a work from home. You know how they expect us to work 8 hours a day? I only actually work 1 hour a day. What they really mean when they say 1 hour a day is they're only committing, okay, 1 hour of code worth a day, okay? They spend the other 7 hours smashing their keyboard, okay? Going on to, let me help you. Let me help the ordinary people, okay? Imagine you're working at a restaurant and you've got like and part of what you do is you make cheeseburgers, okay? Imagine a guy comes in. He's like, hey, can I get a cheeseburger without the cheese, actually? Okay? So in an ordinary restaurant, okay, for a sandwich engineer, okay, aka a line cook, they would just create the cheeseburger, but they wouldn't put any cheese on it, okay? Now, if you were like a software developer engineer, okay, the customer comes in and they say, do you have a cheeseburger? Can we get this with no cheese on it, okay? So first, you're not even sure if you can do that, okay, because you don't know if you can create cheeseburgers without cheese. Then you go to like, you pick up the phone, you start calling like databases, okay, or you go on a website called like cheeseburgeroverflow.com. You're like, has anybody else ever made a cheeseburger without like cheese on it before? You're like, hold on, let me see if anyone else, right? You're not actually, when you ask somebody, you're like, I'm not sure if that's possible. By the way, when software people say, I'm not sure if that's possible, that's not code for, I don't know if you can actually do this. It's code for, I don't know if someone else has done this before and I can't just like copy paste like their work, okay? So you go on the website and you see, has anybody else ever made a cheeseburger without cheese before? And you read through all these comments and then you see the guy will be like, okay, fuck. So a guy in 2012 posted that he actually figured out how to make the cheeseburger without cheese, but he didn't post how. So now I'm completely fucked, but I know it can be done. Then you create a profile with a hot big booby girl, and then you go onto another forum and you say cheeseburgers can't be made without cheese, and then you wait for some fucking virgin nerd to show up. All right, we're done. I don't know why we're doing it. Okay. To correct you. Anyway, programmers are cool people. I'm sorry. All right. Do you think this is what happens in most engineering industries? Probably. We all have our struggles. All right. Since you're doing research streams, why not do Python learning streams? I would kill myself before ever learning anything programming related on stream. I think I would probably end my life just starting, because I think that there would be so many posts on my subreddit. Why would you ever work in React? Python for a beginner? It would make way more sense to do. And then some guy would show up. Actually, for the theory, he should just do basic comp sci and understand like all of assembly first to have the actual underlying person. But actually, the best language to start off in is there's actually like it would be everybody arguing over their dumb shit. PHP is cool because at least there's a lot of support for it. Like it would just be the most cancerous. The posting, it would be the worst. That would actually be the worst my community would ever be if I ever started learning anything program related on stream. It would be the worst. It would be the worst subreddit post. It'd be the worst community. It'd be the worst. We wouldn't be able to agree on anything. We wouldn't be able to agree on the language. We wouldn't be able to agree on the program, the IDE. We wouldn't be able to agree on anything. It would be a nightmare. It took us 2 hours to add black outlines to our text yesterday, okay? It would never happen. I think the real meme would be we should learn programming, and at the end of like every 2 months, we should just review DGG code on stream. Actually, like, well, could Jader have done this differently? And then just submit the stupid fucking, the dumbest requests. Learn all of them, GigaChat, true. Learn all the languages. I think the real meme is if you're a really good programmer, you kind of know them all anyway, right? It doesn't actually, like the actual language doesn't actually matter that much. Depending on how specific you get, I think. Rumor is a 40-minute Kanye apology video is about to drop. Is that true? Oh, shit. The thing Destiny was talking about is happening right now. Wait, what? Is there a Yay video going down somewhere? This dude wants to debate you. Kanye West has filmed a 40-minute apology video. The video is expected to release ahead of his new album, Vultures. Oh boy. Hold on, Jesus. Oh, thank God. Okay. I got my... Wait, let me just do this one more time. Make sure I'm not going to kill myself. I got my divorce judgment. Make sure nothing got fucked up. Based.
Okay, I'm back. I was grabbing food. I was fucking so starving, dude. It was so bad. All right, I'll be back 1 second. 1 second.
If you want to have fun coding, you should try leak code problems. I don't know anything about coding, okay? So was it her or not? I'm confused. Samsung blocked you? I thought it was funny, relax. Wait, so was she joking, or it is her, or
I had to put my jacket back on, dude. My fucking it's so cold. I'm in Texas. This is Joe Biden's America. I'm in Texas. It's not supposed to be this cold, bro. I gotta wear a hoodie every day for like 2 weeks. That's fucking insane. I'm supposed to be able to go outside in shorts every day of the year. What the fuck? Insane. Alright, let's get back to business. To defeat
I don't have to wear
the
cleavage.
Huns.
don't like this stupid shit. Jesus.
I gotta fucking put it way the fuck over there. Is it even worth it to really do these quests, or should I just like go jump into an X-Pack? I want to like do all the quests. I'm like a character. I want to dedicate a bunch of time to doing all the quests.
Breaking. The Biden administration is ending bank overdraft fees as we know them. Under a new Consumer Financial Protection Bureau rule, overdraft fees at large banks will be strictly regulated and capped as low as $3. Low-income Americans will save billions. Bro! Okay, you remember before, wait, I think I just said this, was this yesterday or was it 2 days ago? Where I was like, whenever rich people talk about like the plight of poor people, they always say some like retarded shit like, they can't afford gas! Or like, they're starving to death. And it's like, no, it's not like that. It's just like the death spiral of stupid fucking shit that just like fucks your shit up for your whole fucking life. One of those things was fucking overdraft fees, okay? Why are you gonna kick my ass, okay? You already see that I'm broke as fuck, and now you're gonna ding me? I didn't know my account can go to the fucking negatives. What the fuck? And it's not even because of like, I'm charging a lot of shit. It's just because you're fucking me in the ass. And financial institutions, okay, will fuck you in the optimal way possible, okay? I'll have some shit where it's like, I got $900 in my bank account. I gotta make some big-ass fucking payment for like $880 at the end of the fucking day. Okay, fuck it. Like, maybe I can buy like, let's go get some food, $40. I need to buy, oh, fuck, I gotta go back because I need some toothpaste. Maybe we'll put $20 of gas in the car, blah, blah, blah. Then I make this big payment, and somehow magically, all right?
Let's
I don't
just
know
go
how.
do this other one.
I don't know if they've got like the fucking ass fuck 2000 that triples your fucking daily charges up. I don't know. Is this intentional? It felt like every single time they would move your charges around, so your biggest payment would go through first, and then you would get hit on an overdraft on every single fucking other charge. Why would you do that? Why not just like process my small shit first, because I charged it earlier in the day, and then do my big payment at the end like I said? Why would you do my big payment first and then overdraft fuck me on every single other fucking charge?
Right?
Bullshit. Fuck overdraft fees. This shit was the most bullshit shit in the entire world, okay? And overdraft fees are hella expensive, okay? Or I could be wrong.
No way, dog. You don't say.
I want to say in 2007, 2008, could you get with $35 overdraft fees common? Because like you could get like you could overcharge like $15 worth of shit, and then out of nowhere you owe like $140 just to bring your account current. And then these dirty motherfuckers, okay, fine, you bounce my shit, okay, well fuck you. Now I need to go and give you motherfuckers, I have to give you Thursday's work just to be able to work with my bank account. But God forbid, okay, God fucking forbid, the next day I gotta pay rent. Fuck it, I'll pay rent and let it bounce, I guess. I'm sorry, sir, your account's in the negative. We can't authorize that transaction.
What?
You're gonna You're gonna bounce my
Sure,
shit.
yeah. Banks
for a
are
tube of
fucking
toothpaste.
evil, dude.
I
Banks
owe
are
you
evil.
$35 motherfucking dollars for you to guarantee that $1.99 Visa, GT, whatever the fuck transaction.
He's so close.
And now you're gonna tell me I can't charge rent? Why don't you
He's
just
like,
bounce
this
that
close to being
payment,
a leftist.
motherfucker?
This
You're not gonna
fucking
bounce
close.
that one? Fuck overdraft fees, okay? Fuck all of this. God damn, this shit triggers the fuck out of me. This shit, I would have done 10x the gas prices to not get fucked by random ass bullshit ass fucking stuff like this, okay? In the working poor days. Now I don't give a fuck because I'm rich, okay? But back then, fuck that. Why isn't it just some percentage of whatever you went over by? Why isn't it some percentage? What do you mean? Because chances are if you're getting overdraft fees, it's because you're broke as fuck. And why would they charge brokies a percentage? Brokies don't get percentages.
I'll
That's
try
for
it,
rich
you.
people. Brokies get flat fucking fees that fuck you in the fucking ass,
No
okay?
promises.
That's what brokies get. It's always flat fees. Fuck that shit. Anyway. Imagine dealing with overdraft fees
6K on the auction
because you
house
can't
with my
budget or don't know how to use a credit card. I feel like, listen, I don't know if I was like, okay, listen, I don't know if I had poor trauma, okay? The problem though is that I feel like this happened. I feel like this happened. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm inventing things.
The pendulum.
I feel like you could get hit. You could get hit, okay? You don't understand, Abba. You don't understand because you don't know. You don't know who works at banks. You don't know this. You don't know about the bank time traveler, motherfucker. You've never heard of the bank time. You didn't know they hired time travelers to fuck you?
True.
You might check your statement on Friday and you're like, oh shit, I'm good. Saturday rolls around, Sunday, Monday, and you check your shit. And on Friday, you checked your shit and it was good. Then you look again on Monday and now you just saw that you bounced something on Thursday? What the fuck? Then you find out some payment
so
that was
fucking
authorized
true. What
on
the hell?
Monday got processed Thursday, but didn't post your account till Monday, and then they retroactively fucking overdrafted your shit.
Yes.
I feel like I
Oh
feel
my
like I
God.
remember this happening to me before.
This is
You
so
charge
bait.
shit, and sometimes
Yes.
it would post later, and then it would overdraft you in the past.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he's right.
Fuck that shit. Anyway, fuck everything related to banks. But the reality is, okay. But now hold on. Okay, I was.
Now he's gotta walk it back. He's
Everything that
gotta
I
take
just
the-
said
the Fed
is
position
actually
again.
a fake poor person problem. Okay, because if you're a real poor person, okay, if you're actually working poor, okay,
You
there's
don't even
one
have a
counter to everything
fucking
I'm saying. It's
bank
actually
account.
true. Okay, you actually say it's destiny. You are actually working poor. You would know that nothing that you just said has ever happened because when you're actually working poor, you just never check your bank account.
Yeah, and you
except
never
for
pay
on
your
one
fucking
day,
bills.
and that's after your paycheck goes in.
That's me.
After your paycheck goes in, you give a mental tap, and then you never check that shit. Because Why the
Yes.
fuck do I want
Yes.
to look and see how fucked my shit is? Okay?
Yes.
That's like going to the doctor and testing for HIV if you've been sick for 6 months. I don't want him to tell me that I'm dying, okay? Just let me die. I don't want the fucking answer to that shit. You actually would just never check. Fuck everything about it.
100%.
God damn. Why don't you just turn off bounce or
100%.
overdraft
I
protection?
think I'm
don't
going
know if
through
you could
kidney
back
failure.
then, okay?
I'll never know.
Fuck all this cuck shit. Okay. Anyway.
I'll
I
never
don't
know.
care
I'll
anymore,
just die one
okay?
day. Poison blood or some shit. Who knows? I'm not getting that checked. I'm too poor for that shit.
As a rich person, why would I check my... Well, now the reason why we check our bank accounts is to make sure that all the ludicrous amounts of money we're making are getting thrown into the right investment account. Okay. The worst is when your bank account shows enough money, but it bounced nonetheless. That happened to me a lot. Yeah, because you'd have like
Yes.
pending transactions, and the pending transactions, they'd be sitting there waiting for them. They're like, it's almost like they're taunting you, right? Like imagine some chick comes over, and it's like the hottest fucking girl in the world.
Please, I
The
just want to
hottest
get
girl in
this.
the world. And then she comes in, she sits in the chair next to you, and she's like, "You wanna fuck this?" Because I've got AIDS. But she just like sits there, and it's like, why the fuck are you doing this to me?
Fantastic analogy.
I see on my Wells Fargo tab that I've got $270 of pending transactions. Why are you telling me that I have $300 available to you? You know I don't have $300.
Just
I know that I don't have $300. I know that once these things go through, it's gonna count. Why are you showing me that as an available balance when we both know it's not true? Why are you tempting me to destroy my financial future?
Because banks fucking hate you, dude. They want
The thing that you were talking about, the deliberate ordering of payments to get overdraft fees, was outlawed years ago. Oh, so was that a real thing? Oh, hold on. Oh my God, hold on. Maybe I didn't even make this up.
He didn't even know. That's
Judge
insane.
okays $410 million. 2011. Bank of America overdraft settlement. Obama fixed it.
Oh shit.
The lawsuit claimed that Bank of America processes debit transactions in the order of highest to lowest dollar amount, so it could maximize the overdraft fees customers paid.
What a bunch of
True.
fucking dicks. And they did. Banks are fucking evil.
Rent control would be far more pressing to me than 30 to 50 overdraft fees for retardation budget movement. So would gas or food? Destiny acting like overdraft fees are a bigger deal than this. Than gas or food. I never struggled with gas or food as a working poor person ever, because fast food was cheap and I always had a small car. I do not believe Americans. I am so sorry. I didn't believe them when gas prices were high when I was in high school. I never
he's
in my
a little
life
right on
have I
this one.
believed
When I bought my
shit
V6.
buck bag Americans that cry about gas prices.
Shut the hell
when
up, Destiny.
all
Okay, when I... Gee, okay, I gotta mute him on my end too. Holy fuck. Okay, so when... he's actually a little bit right here. When I bought my car, I was making decent money. And I wasn't poor. And it was a V6. Premium only, okay? Premium gas only, alright? Granted, you don't actually need to do that, but your car will run a little bit better if it's on premium and recommends me. Anyway, doesn't matter. But, but now, dude, now gas fucking sucks, man. It's like $80 to fill up my little car. That shit sucks. Alright, here we go.
around your 8-year-olds to kiddie league practice? Bullshit. Get the fuck out of here, okay? If your kids are that fucking fat, just rent a U-Haul on Saturday and drop them off the fucking game center. That's wild, okay? People bought way too big cars. Gas goes with their shit like motherfuckers. Half these people don't even commute to work. Their drive to work is like 5 minutes away. They're filling their tank
my
like
commute was
once
like
a month. Get out of here with this.
forever away.
Gas is too high. Bullshit. Unbelievable.
I'm not even filling my tank, dude. I'm only able to put like $10.
When you're sick, does your Vyvanse do anything? My
gives me,
dextroamphetamine
like,
doesn't do
an
anything
extra
when I'm
30
sick.
miles.
When I'm
I'm like,
sick, I
thank
try
you.
not to take any of
Thank
my
you.
amphetamine shit because I feel like I just feel like I'm setting my brain on fire. Even people with small cars complain about gas, though. Literally, everyone complains about gas price increases, but Destiny focuses on the potato truck driver. It's true. I don't know. Maybe I commuted to work. I drove from, it would have been 108th and Maple to, what was it in Council Bluffs, wherever the horseshoe was. I don't know the intersection was.
Oh, wait.
Gas was just never a problem for me. I never, ever, ever, ever remember stressing about gas.
Oh wait,
ever.
I really need to equip this.
Never.
actually.
Ever. My biggest concerns were always car payment and house payment. Those were the two that fucked you in the ass. Food was always free. $2 and a stolen water cup is 2 double cheeseburgers from McDonald's. You're set for the night, baby.
That's not how that works, bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
I like
Do you support
this.
rent
Fuck, I
control?
wanna kinda
No.
keep it. That's cool. Yeah. We don't need this food bullshit.
Maybe some people did worry about gas. Maybe it was different for different people, though, to be fair. 'Cause I do hear some people complain about gas. I just never trust people on the internet because it's so many like middle class people that complain about shit.
No,
and I'm like,
he's
fuck you.
like 100% right. These motherfuckers.
What do you say to
are
people who
trying
say in
cope.
response to Trump's comments about his daughter looking good that Biden showered with his daughter? I mean, showering until when? There's nothing wrong with. It depends on the age, obviously. Like I used to shower with Nathan, but obviously I stopped when he turned 11. Destiny doesn't work as a line cook. I never pay for food. True.
Oh Mao, fucking got him.
Wait, what's wrong with 11? Yeah, I stopped a couple years after he stopped being breastfed. Can you counter? Destiny gave zero pushback to a Nazi with, since you
It
give
was
zero
fucking
specifics, why are you
11 out
deplatforming
of 10
Destiny
years.
in this, or why are you platforming Destiny the same way? Wait, what? I debated people all the time. What are you talking about? I think trying to think of how old was Nathan when we stopped taking showers together. Probably around like 4 or 5, realistically. I don't know. I don't trust a 4 or 5-year-old to fucking clean themselves because you have to like fucking like do you clean behind your ears. It was probably around that. Let me guess. I don't know. Do you still kiss Nathan on the lips? When he was a kid, I did. I don't think I really do anymore. But
Okay, that's some weird shit. I don't do that. I think it's weird to kiss your kid on the lips.
isn't it normal in other countries to bath communally? Maybe. Remember the minimum wage was like $5.25 an hour? Was it $5.25 or $5.15? I remember those days. What did I read that triggered the fuck out of me? 2007 minimum wage. Was it $5.25? It was $5.15.
I think we just
I think
abandoned
that's what I was
McLeod Quest for now.
started at McDonald's at. I tweeted about this. Gen Z and Alpha Gen and all you young people pieces of shit. What did I read that triggered the fuck out of me? It was some.
Okay, I do have to go to the fucking bottom.
I'm booming. I admit I am booming on this tweet, but
The news. I cannot stand how the news has been dogging Gen Z and calling them lazy for not wanting to work a 9 to 5 for the rest of their lives. Let me put it in perspective for everybody who's a little confused here, okay? I work 5 days out of the week, 40 hours a week, okay? I do not make enough to live on my own. I would not make enough to pay rent, water, electric, and eat.
I just. And now that my generation is finally old enough to be implicated, actually, I'll keep listening.
All by myself. I would not be capable of doing that. 20 years ago when you were getting started, you could live on your own. 20 years.
Okay, because now 20 years ago is my time. I was 15, 20 years ago. 20 years ago, working full-time at minimum wage, you were never living on your own. You are crazy. You either needed a dating partner or you needed roommate or multiple roommates. Where the fuck were you living on your own, working at Walmart in 2005? Are you crazy?
20 years ago, when you first started, you were able to do everything that I am now struggling to do. Let me add another perspective here. You've been working for 20 years. You have 20 years of working experience behind your belt. You have 20 years of experience in a career that has allowed you to gain raises, to get more money, to profit you in an economy that you created.
Yes. That's called getting older jobs. That's what happens. You're going to walk the same path, okay? You're going to go down the same path.
You can sit here and you can call Gen Z lazy all you want, but I've been working my tail end off just to barely make it by. And respectfully, I don't want to do that for the rest of my
Yeah, it sucks. That's why the goal is not to work at Walmart forever. Yeah, it does suck.
life. I don't want to work my tail end off, wasting all of my life working just to barely be able to pay my bills. And that is what you created, not Gen Z. We're just here getting started. You've been doing it for the...
At Destiny, Zoomers don't want to advance a career. They want to do the same thing over and over and get a raise for it. The actual truth is, if you want the real on the ground truth, the real on the ground truth is Zoomer kids are lazy and entitled, okay? But the reality is all kids are like that. It's just with Zoomers, they're dumb enough to have the devices now to put it on the internet and tell everybody, okay? But everybody when they're a kid is on some over-entitled whack shit. Every fucking kid growing up, I guarantee you that the stories my mom told me about like her siblings and fighting with parents and shit, bro, they're like, I feel like today's shit is tame, okay? That a kid will get on fucking TikTok and, you know, say, I don't get enough money and blah, 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 blah. Like, it feels like back with, like, in the baby boom, the actual boomers, not millennials, the actual boomers would do shit like fight with their parents with their fists and then, like, crash cars and do, like, fucking quaaludes with friends and, like, fight the I don't know. Kids have always been crazy and entitled and dumb. Like, that's just the way of the world. This same girl is going to look back in 20 years and be like, yeah, shit, I was cringe. And then the next generation is going to be cringe. And everybody's cringe. The only difference is now we can see the cringe all over the place because they have, like, social media. Yeah.
The last 20 years, you tell me how it got ruined. We can sit here and we can call Gen Z lazy all you want, but you let the economy turn into what it did. You let it all run to hell. And now it's Gen Z's fault because we don't want to work to fix your mistakes.
This girl's got a cell phone that she's posting TikToks on. Looks like she's driving her own car to work. You're doing okay, buddy.
Looking for something special?
But isn't her point about affordability and quality of life at lower levels, income down from previous generations? No, that is not even remotely true. Quality of life has dramatically increased across the entire strata of society for every, like, income quintile or whatever. I don't think that's seriously argued. I think a lot of the quality of life stuff that people say have decreased have just been fantasies that have never existed. So, for instance, the idea that in the 1950s, owning a house was so easy, the average person could work a minimum wage job and support like a family for it. That has never been true. That's just like fake memes. It's just never been true, but people all think it. Gen Z has been in the workforce now for almost a decade, And there are no other jobs other than service sector jobs that don't pay anything. There are no other jobs other than service jobs that don't pay anything. Okay. Sometimes in a panel/debate, people bring up their personal experience as a way to discredit what you're saying in regards to being poor. Why don't you bring up your carpet cleaning memes more often in response? So, not to get too into the meme weebs on things, but I brought this up in regards to ADHD stuff, that when I talk about things, or when I was growing up, when I would talk about like struggles that I would have with studying, with focus and attention, with things related to school, that usually everybody's like,
Yeah,
oh yeah,
100%.
I had that
He
problem
can't
too.
complain.
Everybody has
Like
this
middle
problem.
class
Oh, I
people
had all this
cannot
shit too.
complain.
It's like, okay, yeah, I guess maybe.
Bro, I don't know why my chat thing. Maybe I have to put it on top chat instead of live chat. I don't fucking know. I'm doing timestamps though. What's participants? Oh, interesting. I can see who's in chat. Whoa. I don't use this usually, so this is interesting. All right. Why is he muted? Oh my god.
She actually said something that sounds really crazy to me, to my ears, as somebody that used to work and
Okay,
have a
but
shitty life before I got into streaming.
fucking real. Where did they put the heirloom vendors?
Has been dogging Jen.
Wait, let's see if anybody can pick out. What's like the one thing that's like, wait, really? There's like one thing that is like, oh shit.
And calling them lazy for not wanting to work.
These
9 to 5
motherfuckers
the
are
rest
right
of their
here.
lives.
I
Let me
swear
put
to
it in
God.
Perspective for everybody who's a little confused here, okay? I work 5 days out of the week, 40 hours a week, okay? I do not make enough to live on my own. I would not make enough to pay
So
rent,
weird.
water, electric,
Wonder where
and
they moved
eat.
it. I'll Google it, I guess.
All by myself. I would not be capable of doing that. 20 years ago, when you were getting started, you could live.
Oh, okay, hold on. One guy said it, okay? Okay, people are saying only 40 hours, only 40 hours. No. Not that she's only working 40 hours. Dustin25 said it. The fact that she gets 40 hours. Bro. Back when you're working shit jobs, the hardest thing wasn't always necessarily even the pay or the dates. It was just, please schedule me for more than fucking
I gotta go
14
all the way
hours.
to
Please actually
fucking
schedule me for my
Undercity now
full
for this
32
shit?
hours. Now, normally they won't schedule for... At most of the places I work, they wouldn't schedule you past 32 a week, because I think if they do that too much, they have to pay you full time. I don't know if that was a corporate policy or if that was a if that was like federal government
That's
policy.
super
I was
annoying.
like, damn,
Okay, well,
you're getting scheduled a full 40 hours a week, and you have a consistent 9 to 5 schedule. Damn,
don't remember
that's
how to
pretty
get there.
nice.
I think we can just go down here, right?
Yeah, but maybe that's changed today, or maybe she works at Walmart full time. She has an actual full time position. In which case, if you have an actual full time position, damn, are you getting like benefits and shit? I'm
Let's
kind of
see what we got
curious. I don't know what the Walmart like the ordinary package is, but one of the things that sucked ass.
Just give us a fucking portal
one of the
to
things that sucked ass
Undercity,
is
dude. How hard
benefits
is it?
and all of that shit. I feel like this is my very, very, very narrow experience again. Very narrow experience just in the casino. Benefits and all that shit got eaten the
wanna have
fuck
to
up in 2007.
put it in the portal rooms.
When the economy crashed, one of the ways that they justified holding onto their workforce is they said, okay, listen, guys, we can keep you. We're not going to pay cut you or anything. PTO, PT what? We don't know what that is anymore. And also, like, pensions and all of that shit. Yeah, we don't really do that anymore. 401k matches, we'll match, like, 50% for 1%, maybe. And then it's like, that's it. Like, all the benefit shit went away. And when the economy bounced back, I feel like none of that came back. But also, I wasn't in the workforce traditionally past 2010. Right, because 2010 is when I started streaming, end of 2010. Walmart has transitioned to 3 core shifts that most employees get who are full-time, and you do get benefits. Oh, okay. Destiny, what instantly disqualifies someone from calling themselves poor for you? Whenever I hear people talk about being poor and they say shit like we were skipping meals and I was like, my family was starving, I couldn't afford food, I'm usually like, I don't believe you. But wait, go to Discord. Too private.
Okay, never mind. There is a portal. I just didn't want to. Just put it in the fucking portal room, dude.
Yeah, what's up?
Or commit to the
Yeah,
Zeppelins.
go for it.
Okay, or commit to portals.
When you say
Figure it out.
in comparison to previous generations, so all this whining that people do isn't real. Like, what are you saying? Are you saying that they're not worse off? That they're just as good as previous generations? Is that your
I don't think they're worse off. I think that there's 2 big things happen. Well, I think it's just one thing happen. I think the only thing that irritates me is they think that it was so much different in the past. The idea that, like, I think people genuinely believe, if you were to poll Zoomers, I think over 50% of Zoomers would believe that an average person working an average job could, like, feed and supply a house and food and everything for a family of 4. Like 50, 60 years ago. I think the average Zoomer believes that. I don't think that's ever been true.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't looked into it, but I feel like I believe it because I feel like every old person I've ever met has said some story to them like this, and everybody's heard a story like that from somebody older.
It's been doing really
So
good.
either our previous generations lied to us, but I feel like everybody has heard something like, "Oh yeah, I just worked this fucking shitty job, and we were able to get a house." And like today, you just couldn't concept. So conceptually, I understand why everyone has that perception.
All right, well, make him eat the crust of the cookies.
Because that's just silly.
No, he eats
Yeah,
most of the
some people
cookie.
might
It's
have
like the last
stories
cookie
like that,
is
but,
in
like,
the
you
crust.
I mean, it won't eat
ask
the. It's
them
weird, dude. It doesn't make any sense.
what that means. Because also,
So yeah,
like,
just make him fucking eat it.
um,
No, eat your
okay,
cookie, dude.
alright,
Finish
hold on,
it.
fuck, I have to. Every time I have these conversations, I have to try really hard not to channel my hatred of the middle class.
He's a weirdo sometimes.
A lot of people will say shit like this.
Yeah, it's not a problem. It's just funny.
People will say shit like this. When I was
But also-
23,
Eat the
I
whole
worked
cookie,
really
dude.
hard,
Yeah, last time he
and
got
I was
3
able to
cookies.
afford my first house.
One
and that was
after
really
they
cool.
were right
I was
after
like,
they were made, and then 2 when I was done baking them all.
Mhm.
And he ate all of the first cookie and almost all of the second one, but there was just like a little bit of crust left
Just a
that
little
he had
bit of
eaten
crust.
around. I was like, what? This is what we do now? Okay.
Hellfire Peninsula. I don't want to go there.
No, he's been really good today. He got a lot of snuggles
Yeah.
and playtime.
sometimes I give them like $20 a month. I'm like, okay. Do you have like a car payment anymore? And it's like, well, my dad sold me one of their cars for $1,000 because he let me use it through like. I feel like when I start mining for information, I hear this and it makes me want to fucking kill the person in front of me because people will say some shit. Now, I'm not saying that's in every story you said. Maybe my examples are overrepresented, but people always do shit like this where they'll say some shit like Woody from Painkiller Already. I think that one podcast was talking about how he worked really hard and made it on his own and all that in one of the shows I was on. And then people in the subreddit started saying like Woody worked for his dad for like 10 years or whatever, some shit like. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, I feel like that's the case more often than not, but maybe not. Maybe I'm missing things, but yeah.
Okay, so inherently, what you're saying is that they inherited some form of wealth from their parents, and that's what made.
Yeah, their family was really well off. They had a really good support structure. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so let's grant you. I don't know how true that is for a whole generation, but let's grant you that is true. It has been the fact that they've inherited things. Isn't the complaint that Zoomers make now that they're not able to inherit the same kind of things that their parents did from previous generations also factor into the fact that things are much more difficult?
I mean, like,
because from what I'm understanding from you is like, oh, the boomers got ahead because they got handouts from their parents or whatever, whatever term you want to use. Well, Zoomers are basically saying, yo, your boomers fucked us because you're not doing what our grandparents did for you. Wouldn't that lead to their argument being true?
Hold on, let me check. No, I don't think so, because I feel like on average, they still get a lot of help. I'm trying to look up the average. I wonder what the average student, if the average student needs financial aid or not, or if the average students. So like, for instance, I'm looking at this. Okay, I Googled this real quick. 3 in 10 adults took on debt to pay for college. So that means 7 out of 10 didn't, meaning how many of them had help from their families, or did they find other ways to finance their stuff going through? Like, again, like I feel like they'll say that like things are hard, and they can be hard. And I mean, especially like being a student and working and being a student at the same time is hard. I just don't think that it's like exceptionally hard, and it's really hard to find in the data like where is this like ultra hard life, because it doesn't show up anywhere.
But that number really doesn't mean anything. You'd have to compare it to previous generations. One, you'd have to find out what kids from the 7 out of 10 kids who didn't pay any or didn't accrue.
Oh wait, hold on, real quick. I'm reading this. It says 3 in 10 adults took on debt to pay for college. This might just be of all adults. It might not be people that went to school. So that actual number might be
but the number isolated just really doesn't mean much. We'd have to compare it to previous generations. One, we'd have to find out, okay, from the kids who didn't take on any debt, how many of them didn't take on any debt because they couldn't afford to go to the schools that they wanted, so they decided to go to community college, right? So they're making choices now to not take on the debt. My whole point is it still stands. If your argument previously was like, oh, previous generations had a lot of help to be able to have the financial sustainability that they had, doesn't the Zoomers' argument that boomers didn't help them out stand? That's what I'm asking you.
Does it? Like, what would I look at to see that? Like, what's harder for a Zoomer than it was for a millennial or a Gen Xer or
I think the really interesting thing would be one to see how well do boomers translate wealth to their children from generation to generation in comparison to the ones that came before them. That would be an interesting number. But all
wait, what's the question? How?
Like, in comparison to the wealth that was transferred from the previous generation before boomers, how well do boomers transfer their wealth to Zoomers? Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess. But I feel like boomers are probably still largely alive. Who has Zoomer kids? It's Gen Xers, right? It would be.
Is it Gen X or Boomers? I don't know which one. I could have the wrong.
I think Gen X. Or no, you're fine. Yeah, Gen X is the generation before me, and they had the Zoomer children. I think it would be Gen X. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you feel like they've had a lot of help in regards to being able to stay financially sustainable. That's why previous generations did a pretty good job with what little they had in terms of work opportunities.
Or I'm just saying, I mean, I don't know if I would say a lot of help. I'm just saying that I don't think that there's anything exceptionally hard that Gen Z has to deal with right now. I don't think that that's demonstrated anywhere. I think I think there's things that are hard, of course, but like being a student and going to the adult world, like that's always hard. Yeah.
Most people, when they think of affordability, they're thinking about really essential things or things that are like really good markers for life.
Okay.
Would you say that from a housing perspective, things are more affordable now than they were before?
I think so. If you look at like home ownership rates and everything, that seems to be the case. Yeah.
So you think accessibility to actually being able to get a home is more elevated today than it was before?
Compared to like in the past, looking at home ownership rates across society, yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
But home ownership rates just speak to how many people actually own homes. I'm talking about from generation to generation. Boomers might be able to accumulate homes because of the wealth that they've accumulated from like being rent to owners or whatever. But I'm talking about, like, if we were to take boomers when they were in their early to mid 20s, okay, the percentage of them being able to get a home versus folks in this generation, and you compare them, I don't think that would be true. To me, like, you can't just look at the number of home ownership. You'd have to, if we're comparing generations, we'd have to find out at what age were they able to get those homes.
Yeah, that's a super good question. What was the name of that housing? Redfin, I think is the name of the site. Oh yeah, I think that if you look at the home ownership rates and you look at the age at which people were acquiring homes, Gen Z is doing better than millennials, definitely better than Gen Xers. Not quite as good right now as baby boomers, but they're all on track to be roughly even. That's what it looks like when you look at home ownership rates. And then this stratifies by age. Here you go. You can just scroll down and look at this. Yeah. It doesn't feel true, and I agree with that. It doesn't feel it, especially when you see other people complaining. But I think it about tracks. It's about like where it's supposed to be.
Gen Z were able to take advantage of record low mortgage rates in 2021 to buy homes. A slightly better home ownership tradition than their parents.
So millennials are just getting fucked. It's not that like millennials are super getting fucked. The problem is that we came into the market around 2007 when the housing market, everything like collapsing got fucked. So we got a little bit fucked then, which would have been probably around here, I think, when we were 21, 22.
From what I'm reading here, it sounds like during the pandemic, there's some Gen Zers who capitalized during that small period when mortgage rates were super low, and anybody who missed that boat essentially is fucked.
Kind of, yeah. But I mean, like, that's how things go. They like things like ebb and flow. Like there are going to be times when interest rates are low and a lot of people can afford houses. There are going to be times right now when we're trying to slow down the economy. So right now interest rates are high. So if you're buying a house right now, it kind of sucks. But in the future, interest rates are going to come down. They're going to be affordable again. Like that's just like the ebb and flow of the interest rate cycle, right?
Right. I'd be curious to see, based off of the people being able to gain home ownerships, the ones who I'd want to be able to compare like their ability to actually be able to pay it off, the percentage of people defaulting on these things, and just to see if that affordability thing is there. Because my worry is that seeing this during the 2020-21 period, that there's just like panic buy because they see the mortgage rates really low and they say this is an opportunity. But I'm curious if they can actually sustain this stuff. Do you have any numbers in regards to like default rates and the amount of people who can't keep up with this stuff in terms of paying off their mortgages?
I don't think our default
rate. Chatting with my lady.
Because to me, home ownership doesn't just speak to being able to get a mortgage and then having that. It's like, are you sustainably in a position where you can keep that home and be able to afford it for long periods of time? In fact, a lot of people who did take low mortgage rates or low interest rates on mortgages during the pandemic are fucked now because they took variable rates. And right after the pandemic, everything spiked. So a lot of them
people would take a variable rate loan. Oh my god.
I can't speak on Canadian loaners.
That sounds fucking horrible, dude.
Loans. believe in the United States, a lot of that variable rate shit doesn't really exist anymore. I think a lot of that got axed after 2000 or 2008. It looks like right
Yes.
now, like delinquencies and everything.
I have
and,
never sold a variable rate loan.
Quarterly civilian unemployment.
Thank God.
All loans, mortgage
What a fucking
I think they're
tragedy that would be.
Maybe the lowest they ever have been. I think they're doing really well right now, or at least since 1979. Delinquency rates have been very, very low right now.
Okay, you guys don't have variables. Right?
We might have them, but I think
Let's
it's
go get this
considered that's more
2K.
like exotic. Whereas before they kind of like pushed it on people to sell shitty loans.
You know what? I'll do a proper deep dive in this because I'm actually curious. See,
This is like one of the like
pink.
huge questions that economists have been like searching for over the past like year, is trying to figure out like where the economic sentiment or bad sentiment is coming from, because it is really, really, really hard to find in like any actual data, and it's hard to tell people just
here in Canada. Here in Canada, it's super common. That like the amount of people took because like there was this lower percentage, and I guess people decided to gamble on it. They should have went for fixed, and a lot of people are getting shafted now because their mortgage payments have like almost doubled.
In Canada, that they still sell like variable rate mortgages a lot.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of people right after them rates doubled. Like they obviously they panicked because they finally own a home, but right afterwards it just doubled on them, and now they're having to default. They have no idea how they're going to pay. So the housing market just like completely destroyed their wealth. Okay,
I just wanted to join real quick to say, Abba.
I didn't know it had to be same server. I thought I did it with a couple of people.
The market is substantially different.
Yeah,
because I've had the same conversation you had with a bunch of your friends or whatever, with a bunch of my friends, and that's I basically said the things Destiny said, and I was not correct. The Canadian housing market is fucked. Anyway, so yeah.
Gotcha. All right, well listen, I'm gonna do a long read up on all this, and then we'll have a second discussion on this. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. All right, I'll talk about you this week.
I hope he does it.
Yeah, be careful. Variable rates are actually better for controlling inflation for central banks. That wouldn't surprise me, but there would still need to be like a bracket. I just don't trust. I don't trust consumers with anything because they're fucking retarded. To be fair.
True.
Variable rates. To have a variable payment on the largest.
Being a salesperson, saying how easy it is to convince somebody to do something that's not in their interest is fucking.
Your monthly paycheck.
It's so
right?
easy.
Or I guess if you're.
People are dumb as fuck.
It's not supposed to be. I don't know.
Being a Tauran sucks, dude. You're too big. Oh. See? That's what I mean.
Variable rates on commercial loans are one of the things fucking the industry right now.
I've done this one way too many
Isn't it
times.
supposed to be like 1/3? I don't know. When people say affordable housing, they have a pretty low number. It might be 20 to 30% or something. How much of monthly paycheck should you spend on housing? From my perspective as a Zoomer, it seems like getting a house will be impossible in the future, but maybe I'm dead wrong. You're dead wrong. You'll be fine. Oh, 30% of your gross income. The average cost of housing for boomers was 20 to 30% of their monthly income, with renting as an alternative that would lower their housing cost to 15 to 80% in most markets. This is just what I remember looking at. And I could be totally wrong, because now I'm just going off of what I remember. I feel like people talk all the time incredulously. People will say something like, renting today is crazy because renting it will be the same or sometimes even more than just having a mortgage because landlords are trying to scam you and blah, 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 blah. I feel like that was always the case. I think that's why I bought my first house when I was 19, because I was working at the casino. Me and Rachel were working at the casino. We both were making decent money. And when we bought that house, one of the reasons why we bought it is because, well, why the fuck would I rent this place for $1,100 a month when I get to pay like $1,000 a month for my mortgage? Why the fuck would I do this? I feel like it was always the case that sometimes rent was about equal or maybe even a little bit more than what a mortgage would look like if you could get a low interest rate on a house.
They're trying to convince me
But
to drive
because,
places.
and I didn't know this until after buying the house, that's because when you buy a house, there's a whole bunch of other bullshit ass costs that end up rolling around that fuck you in the ass. Yeah. My mortgage was $1,000 a month, replacing the oh god, anything that starts with the word foundation is just jump off a bridge, like sump pumps and cracks, and stupid shit down there. Anything having to do with your roof, anything having to do with your air conditioner and heating system. What were your other big fuck you in the ass? If you've got to do big yard stuff like removing trees, if that shit comes up, these were like the big homeowner expenses that I realized afterwards. I was like, fuck. Did you have to pay MIP on your first mortgage? Yes, because I believe my first mortgage was an FHA loan because we didn't have money for a down payment. And I think FHA lets you put like 0 to 3% down, but then you have to pay MIP. I think was something mortgage insurance payment, but it was just for FHA loans, which was different than an ordinary insurance payment, or different than an ordinary. Yeah, I think everything I'm quoting is like what I remember. This is like 20 years ago, literally, or 15 years ago, literally. That's a long time ago. So.
That's fucking annoying. Alright, let's go.
You actually extrapolate the Zoomers are on track just from
He wrote
looking at
so
the ownership rates, which are a result of the
Look at
period
him
low
go.
interest rates, which have now spiked. Are we predicting the future? I just don't see anything that like puts Gen Z like behind right now. Seems like everything is probably okay. But also, I understand why. Oh yeah, PMI, something mortgage insurance, but PMI is different than the FHA mortgage insurance. I don't remember what it's called. Someone in chat typed it earlier. I think it was different. PMI was different, or is PMI the thing you paid on the FHA loan? You pay something different on normal conventional mortgages. I don't remember. PMI mortgage. Because he wants it to be like that. He has no clue about data science. Just as a heads up. Oh, and I've been doing this. I've been banning subs in YouTube as well. Even if you're members, I will ban you. If you just type some shit like, oh, he's out of touch, blah, blah, blah. Put some data in the chat. If I'm wrong, link something. You screeching that I'm out of touch because I don't happen to agree with the 15 other lazy fuck friends that you have whose mom and dad put them through fucking college and who are crying now because mom and dad are kicking them off the fucking family cell phone plan about how hard life is. I'm sorry that I'm not like jiving with your loser fuck friends. But if you have some data or something actually to type in chat to like change my opinion, I'll change my opinion. I'm not like super dug in on any of this stuff. Maybe life does suck for Gen Z. Pretty sure if you go back like 3 years on my stream, I was like screeching and blaming boomers for everything, saying boomers had like the best lives and they fucked the economy over for us and blah blah blah. I used to say the same shit all the time. But then eventually I got shown up numbers and I'm like, oh fuck, maybe that's not true actually. Maybe I am actually full of shit and I was just an angry fuck millennial who felt mad because it feels like life is harder when you're young sometimes. And in some ways it is. But yeah, listen, if there's data or something you show me I'm wrong, just like link me shit. Can't link it in here, you can link it in Kick Chat.
Listen,
Look
I'm
at
only
the
a little
income
younger
to
than
home
him,
price
but I think
ratio.
I disagree with this.
Income to home price
Not like
ratio.
vehemently or anything, but it feels wrong. I'd have to think about it.
Home price to median household income ratio, United States. So what is the current
Because I think
financial
there's an
burden
argument that doesn't necessarily require data.
to own a house and how that compares to the past? Gen Z might be on track, but they might have a higher financial burden to own that house. What is the current financial burden to own a house and how it compares to the past? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know how much it matters. Is there other things you look at? I don't know. Okay, this goes back to. Holy shit! This is the smallest fucking letter I've ever seen in my life. Okay, 1947. So this is median household income ratio to. To home price. So as houses get more expensive and median household income stays the same or doesn't increase as quickly, then the median household price will rise. Oh, I guess it's pretty high right now, but if it's a vibe session, why do you want to find data? You'll never find it. You need to look into psychology more, not data on home stuff. Well, because you're not looking for, because the argument against the vibe session is that it's not a vibe session. There's actually like real pain and fucked up shit that's destroying like, shit or whatever. But then that should be findable somewhere. You should be able to see that, right? Not sure how income is calculated here, but employee compensation has changed a fair bit between generations. Maybe. Main difference between PMI and MIP is that PMI applies to conventional loans, while MIP applies to FHA loans. That might be true, yeah. You also aren't accounting for the difference in loan terms. Haven't loans gotten longer, 20 to 30 year mortgages too? Maybe. I don't know when 30-year mortgages became common in 20 years. I don't know when that changed, but Have home prices gone up and down throughout all of history? Maybe, probably. I'm not sure, actually. I don't know.
Okay, I'm probably gonna have to
now
go
is
and,
bad, very bad. It will take time to soften. It's gonna.
I'm gonna have to go take people to like 7-Eleven and get drinks and stuff.
Well, yeah.
As an older Zoomer, I'd have to agree with him. I do think there's growing wealth disparity between the haves and have-nots, but other than that, I'm in the same shoes as millennials were at my age.
Bro, I feel like people were saying like
yeah, I'm in like a bad.
Today. Oh yeah,
okay.
7% is the average.
I'm in like a personally, I'm in like a pretty bad spot financially, and it's not great. And I kind of like uniquely get to hold boomers accountable because I was like uniquely fucked over by boomers. I was a salesperson, and yeah, it wasn't great. Anyway, there's like a big thing there of like basically indoctrinating youth into, or like young dudes basically into like a sales culture, much like what you see like the Wolf of Wall Street and things like that. You have like little URA meetings and whatnot. And it's very much always like a always be selling kind of culture, and then they want to like pull a fast one on you at the end and get you to do like a notably difficult and even somewhat dangerous job, which was like in my case the finance office, where anybody can like bring forth a complaint or whatever about their contract, and like instantly I'm just getting investigated by the state. There's nothing I can do about it. They're gonna go through all my deals. So especially in some place like Colorado, which is where I was selling cars at. Yeah, that place was fucking nuts. But anyway, they get you hooked onto, they like offer you like a position in these like extremely difficult high risk jobs, and then they like offer you like the most abysmal fucking pay in the world. I was literally making them fucking $2,800 a rack on each deal, bro, deal per deal, and I was getting paid with commission, by the way, like maxing out like $3,500, $4,000 a month. I literally made that in like a deal and a half. I was so fucking mad. And I worked for them for a month in that position before I even knew what my pay plan was, because I was like, I kind of got like nepotismed in by a previous manager. But anyway, it was a whole shebang, but it wasn't real nepotism. It was weird. It was very weird. Anyway, it can't be nepotism. He's not related to me. It was just like I was good at my job and he remembered me and he gave me a call. So it wasn't really nepotism. I was just kind of an outside force that this dude remembered and brought along. Anyway, back to whatever he was talking about.
As baby boomers get older and retire, you would expect to see their household income fall because they're hitting retirement and they're only getting Social Security and pensions, but their home prices would continue to rise. So I'm curious at the end here, is this increase right now, is this a function of home prices rising dramatically, or is it a function of home prices rising and then median household income falling as people enter retirement and are no longer taking paychecks from their jobs, but their houses are continuing to appreciate in value? I'm curious. Because like, for instance, when I see the home prices rise here, why don't I see on the other end, why aren't like foreclosures or defaults increasing? Because it didn't seem like they were. Defaults and foreclosures are at almost historic lows. They're very, very low right now. Or why are
you're
people
100%
buying houses, right? Sometimes a lot of the data that we have in the U.S. right now is kind of like hidden as an age distribution problem as well. Maybe the housing market will sort itself out a little bit after all the boomers die. Maybe, I'm not sure, but I don't know.
You made this mess, my prophet. Now go clean it up. As you will it, it will be so. Only I have foreseen that Foljamba.
Look at the housing affordability index on Fred. Housing affordability index, Fred.
Ah, yes. They have proven themselves useful.
How far does this go? Max. 10 year? This is only available for... Did they just start this like last year? It's not rocket science, Destiny, you idiot. For 30 years, wages equal to the same. Price everything goes up, do the math. I don't think wages have remained the same for 30 years. I don't think that's true. My suspicion is that the loudest people who are complaining about their life on social media are also the people who buy the most of housing compared to other Gen Zers of similar income, which I think would be classified around low middle class. Maybe? I don't know. Yeah,
Okay, my mic was being weird for a second. What the fuck was that? Needs a Little Body, the name of this quest. It's a shout out to Road to El Dorado. Where the Jaguar guy is like, missing something. And the guy's like, what? And he's like, needs a little body. And then he pushes the fucking dude into the mix. Which is actually really cute because that's what you do.
I'm a major streamer as well, probably with more money and clout to debate. He has 63 followers on Twitter.
King shit, dude.
I mean, I wouldn't mind debating a random guy, but the fact that he lied about having a following makes me think he's just a troll.
I think he's just a troll. Don't worry about it. Ain't nothing. Just wait till he finds out I'm freebooting his fucking stream right now.
What do you think is a fair standard of living for the average person who works full-time from when they graduate high school to retirement? I don't know. That's, one question is, like, how much should a person be able to afford if they only work a minimum wage job full-time their whole life? Should they be able to afford, like, a decent life, or just the bare minimum and scrape by, or should that not be possible? I don't know, like, the moral or correct, or, like, even the economically best answer for that. I'm not actually sure. My gut tells me that, like, we probably don't want people to feel like they can settle into minimum wage jobs their entire life. That's probably not good. But then I also wonder, like, is it
why,
okay
dude?
if
Let
somebody's
people
willing to work 40
be
hours a week and
unambitious.
minimum wage job their whole life, but they can't even afford to live on
It's
their
not
own,
like
maybe? I'm not sure.
Okay,
I don't know
no, this
the
is
answer
the most
to
brain dead take. It's not like these people who work minimum wage jobs are just gonna work minimum wage jobs. Like, that's not all they do. They do that for what, 8 hours, even on a full-time job? What are they doing the other 16 hours of the fucking day? They're doing hobbies, passion projects. They're spending time with family. Even if that's the case, they're not doing those exact same. I don't know. This feels not completely thought out on his end.
Titanic. I don't know if you're a Gen Zer, but that was true of millennials as well. I could be wrong. I wish I could get into the brains or the schools of Zoomers so that I can seduce 14-year-olds. And also, because I'm really curious if I hear people say that in Gen Z, like, oh, they pushed us towards college. They pushed us towards college. I feel like the push to college was harder for millennials. I really feel like it was. When you were a millennial, like, you had to go to college. The idea of stopping at high school, you might as well kill yourself. It's like the dumbest and worst thing.
Fucking true. I remember that.
I feel like for Gen Z, but it might be because I'm in Red Pill space more, where they talk more about, like, trade schools and go to community college first and blah, blah, blah. For millennials, oh, I was a millennial. That was in college. As an older person, I saw a lot of it really start to. Oh, yeah. Yeah, millennials were hardcore push to college. It was insane. But it might be the same for Zoomers. I don't know.
Pets.
Maybe Red Pill is just pushing trade schools as a response to that, which suck, by the way. Don't let people bait you into the trade discourse. Okay.
I'm gonna move this back. You probably won't be able to hear me as well, but that's okay. You can see Nala better. She's the real star.
My brother had friends that were so anxious about getting into certain colleges. Some of them thought about killing themselves if they didn't get in. Jesus. How come the Red Pill doesn't push out, like, joining the military? Because Red Pill people are also populist and they don't believe in institution or structure. So they probably think if you join the military, you're part of, like, the fucking Zionists for Israel Defense Force or some shit.
True. Sucks this cat's gonna have to move in a hot second.
I'm doing a poll in chat. Wait, what?
Alright, whatever. Let's just jump down. Worst case scenario, we die, right?
Never mind.
Oh my god, dude.
Never mind. Hold on. My goodness. Wow,
Actually
I can
insane.
As a Gen X
Those
person, I
hitting with the
definitely didn't get
pro
by with minimum
strat.
wage. A lot of boomers push that narrative, though, that it was easy to have a house and all that on entry-level jobs. Yeah, as much as people, like, used to shit on millennials, and as much as people are shitting on Gen Z now, I feel like people really hated Gen X.
True.
Gen X were like the lazy, degenerate fucks that gave us like fucking like MTV and like dirty cartoons and The Simpsons. I feel like Gen X was like super, but I feel like that's just like the pattern of the. That's just like always like the pattern of the world, right?
No, don't do this whole 80-year thing, dude. Strongly disagree with them on hating on trades. Yes, it can be hard, dirty work. No, I agree with him on hating on trades. I think that trades are important, and I
think military is base as fuck.
Okay.
You're not like you're like not really sure what to do in life or whatever.
I'm gonna trigger somebody.
Military is awesome because you
my one viewer.
You get
I'm so
fucking
sorry.
school. You get
No,
job
I think,
experience. You
I
get
think
structure.
trades
You
break
get
your
paid,
fucking
and sometimes
body,
you have to pay
and
where
I think
you
they
live,
glorify
and
and
you get deployed
underpay it.
somewhere.
And I think that
and
trades
you get
have
to
a
apply
purpose,
your fucking
and we should
education to whatever
replace them
your
immediately
Army
with robots.
FOS is or whatever your job in the Air
And those
Force.
people should get early retirements.
I feel like military is a good option if you're like super.
We respect our
flexible
tradesmen.
too, yeah.
Yes, I don't think their jobs should be done by human beings. I think we have the technology. And if we don't, we have the money to get that fucking technology. I know we do. We got Elon Musk robots fucking folding shirts in Tesla factory right now. Alright?
Check Sam
You
Cedars
telling me that,
interview with
motherfucker?
Neil Krauss on neoliberal
I forgot
academia
to,
and Zoomers, where they claim schools shouldn't be treated like
I forgot to
businesses,
boomkin.
and schools shouldn't be expected to.
I am
create
not
jobs
a druid.
and
This is my
I'm
first
good
time
on
ever playing
any
a druid
far-left
in like
person's view on education
since
or
I've been
labor
playing
issues.
since
Elias
Burning Crusade.
Speech.
I have never played a druid for real.
7 years ago.
All right, y'all, show some love. Coming up next, we got Malia.
Dear Mr. President, Mr. Dad, Mr. Whatever it is, it's me, your little girl. Can I go outside and play? Or are you worried about the papers and what they might say? You see, I never asked for this. I never wanted this. If I had my pick, I'd be a normal kid. I know you have a whole...
Thank you, bro. Alright, I gotta run to, I gotta run. I'll be back.
Vision or not.
Do you have any thoughts on Biden admin's housing policy proposals in his second term, like unloading a barrage of Hellfire missiles on the suburbs? As long as they're single-family ones, yes, based. College or vocational university, which is better? I just feel like you should do community college. Knock out gen eds. Nobody gives a fuck if you took biology 101 at fucking Harvard or music history or art fucking whatever. Yeah, knock your gen eds out and then do like a state school. Unless you really get scholarships or something to go to a better school. Yeah. The fact that people will get like over 50, 60, $100,000 in debt for like a standard 4-year degree is wild to me. Search Melee Speech WEF on YouTube. Oh, WF, so I know it's going to be some autistic shit that we're... One day ago. This? Wait, hold on. No shot. That ratio between house price and median household income is comparing an average to a median? No, there's no way that it was doing that. I can't believe that. Wait, why would you do that? There must be a reason why. Because that would obviously be fucking retarded. There must be a reason why. Or something I'm missing or not understanding. New rape meta just dropped.
Is above on one of the counts that she's...
What? Oh.
Is above on one of the counts that she's alleging, I guess.
Huh, damn.
Oh, stop. We're not. Stop. We don't do this. As an older Gen Z, I was more told that if I go to college, it should be for a degree that could make you money, and then get a second degree or minor other stuff. I think a lot of people just go to college without thinking about these things. Maybe. Wait, was this about? I'm just trying to bring up Kelly shit. I don't
Is above on one of the counts that
Or is this
she's
something
alleging,
different?
I guess.
Huh, damn. As much as I would like the money back for all my medical shit, I would not put myself through this.
Okay, never mind. I think this is well, but if they talked about it on stream.
Anything with the courts is intensely stressful, and I'm gonna make a hot take. Going through a court case is more stressful than being raped. Don't do it if you can avoid it. Jesus. Anyway, continue.
Wait, just real quick, Kendrick Llama. I can't see this because of this stupid fucking YouTube chat. My bad, it allows people over 18 to sue for.
So I feel like the people that are saying based get it and understand how stressful the court case is, and the people that are saying, "What are you saying, Kelly?" do not get it. The emotional turmoil that goes along with dealing with if you're doing for criminal case, especially dealing with the police, the rigmarole that is, then having to have every tiny detail of what happened drug up constantly for years. By the way, like court cases take like 2 years on average in the UK to go to court, right? And then if you lose, imagine how fucking soul destroying that is. Like I would just kill yourself. Hell fucking no. You can like get therapy and you can see a psychiatrist to deal with like the private issues you have with being raped. But once you go to court, it's just the whole world giving their 2 cents on something. It fucking sucks. And if you haven't either been through a court case or had a close family member go through a court case, like a close family member of mine, shot and killed someone like forcefully entering the home. So because that's the UK, I had to go to court. It was 2 years for them to just say, yeah, you're innocent. Right? So it's very stressful.
I understand it's stressful. I feel like it is, and we should. I realize it's a terrible thing to put on people, but I think you should be as encouraging as possible to people who were sexually assaulted or raped to go to try to prosecute criminally, because I think it's important to get people's like names on the.
I'm not discouraging from it. I'm not discouraging from it, but unless you've got like a rape kit or you have some circumstantial evidence is really strong, it's she versus him. It almost never even goes to court. Like 99% of it's because it's just word versus word. It's a really harsh thing to put yourself through unless you've got like some strong evidence. And most people just don't have strong evidence. There's someone in your chat that says I had a friend report and went all the way to court with like 4 other victims, and he just had to get some like rehab type shit. Yeah. Also, like the sentences for rape and stuff can be really weak, even if like they're
really
charged, and it's pathetic.
Unfortunately,
Like just for the people
it's
that put
incredibly
themselves
fucking
through.
important to get that person's name on the record, because the next time he goes to court for that, he's gonna get fucked. Which is what we need to have happen.
You have to be like a sociopathic level of rapist for that really to be a concern, right? And those are quite rare. Like people that are going out there and just like serial raping.
They're not that rare.
No, that's like they're about as rare as serial killers. Do you think all
Guys, 43
murderers
likes in
are
the stream with 200 viewers? Are you fucking kidding me? Like the fucking stream.
Okay, hold on. Let me grab Red Bull. We're gonna talk about this take, okay? Jesus, 1 sec.
Just a reminder, guys, if you want to watch more content from me and Kelly Jean, it's youtube.com/@JSTLKlive. Oh, whoops. This fucking audio coming through. And kick.com/JSTLK. You can subscribe on YouTube, follow on Kick. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Don't forget to like the stream. If you're watching on YouTube, like the stream. It helps the streamer out. Thank you.
Sure, what's up?
So, I need to make a couple of extra purchases of just like small things like power cords, stuff like that.
Okay.
Power bars. Probably what makes the most sense is if I buy it in person here, so I can just get everything set up. I'm a little bit worried about Amazon delivering fast enough.
Okay.
But it needs to be your LLC that buys it, so that our LLC can buy it back.
Yeah, I got it. Hold on. Wait, 1 sec. What did Jessica come on and say?
Send me your code.
For what? Oh, we don't have them in America.
What are pins?
I don't think so, no. But like, oh, okay. Listen, I fucked with you guys. Kelly's 100% right. I don't know why you would disagree with her there. That's like one of the most obvious takes in the world. If you think rape sucks and if you think rape is bad, then the court case is almost by definition going to be worse, because then it's just going to be reliving that over and over and over and over and over again, and now having to fight it and choose it or defend it in court and everything. Obviously, yeah, she didn't even give a bad take. You guys are just primed to hate Kelly, which is fine. We can hate Kelly, but that doesn't mean you should just like think every single thing she says is wrong. So don't report rape? No, you should report it. Just know that that's a really difficult process to go through.
JSTLK, if you guys don't know, he's just obsessed with other dudes' dicks and where it is that they're putting them. He is, like, always dick watching other dudes and trying to figure out where their dicks have been.
Wait, hold on, fuck. I'm trying to think if I should ban for this. So do you think women shouldn't go to court? Okay, a court case about your rape, sure, but wasn't she just saying court in general? Do you really think that's what she's saying? Do you think Kelly's saying going to court for a parking ticket is worse than getting raped? Or do you think that she was saying going to court for your rape is probably worse than the rape itself? It sounded like that to me. She literally said that. That was literally her point? No, it sounds like her point literally was going to court for your rape is
above on one of the counts that she's alleging, I guess.
Oh, damn. As much as I would like the money back for all my medical shit, I would not put myself through this. Anything with the courts is intensely stressful, and I'm going to make a hot take. Going through a court case is more stressful than being raped. Don't do it if you can avoid it. Jesus. Anyway, continue.
Wait, just real quick, Kendrick Llama. No, I can't see this because of this stupid fucking YouTube chat. My bad, it allows people over 18 to sue for.
So I feel like the people that are saying based get it and understand how stressful the court case is, and the people that are saying, what are you saying, Kelly, do not get it. The emotional turmoil that goes along with dealing with well, if you're doing for a criminal case, especially dealing with the police, the rigmarole that is, then having to have every tiny detail of what happened drug up constantly for years, by the way. Like court cases take like 2 years.
You guys are doing the thing. Oh my god, you guys are doing the thing. Oh my god, everybody does the thing. Everybody does the thing, and you guys are doing the thing. I don't know how to help you overcome the thing. I don't know how to overcome the thing. Destiny, she says a court case. Yes, those were the words that she said. But I'm pretty sure that, like, in general, what she's talking about.
Average in the UK to go to court, right? Well, that is. Then having to have every tiny detail of what happened drug up constantly for years, by the way. Like court cases take like 2 years on average in the UK to go to court, right? And then if you lose, imagine how fucking soul destroying that is. Like, I would just kill yourself. Hell, fuck.
Why would it be soul destroying to lose any random court case? She's obviously talking about going to court for something as stressful as a rape is probably worse than the rape itself. Now, I don't know if she would actually stand by that. She might be hyperbolizing a bit, but it's not even really that much of hyperbole if it is. It's pretty obvious what's being talked about here. Just because she said, like, a court case, a court case. That's obviously not what she doesn't just mean any random fucking court case. Keep listening. She gives a specific example.
Like 2 years on average in the UK to go to court, right? And then if you lose, imagine how fucking soul destroying that is. Like, I would just kill yourself. Hell fucking no. You can like get therapy and you can see a psychiatrist to deal with like the private issues you have with being raped. But once you go to court, it's just the whole world giving their 2 cents on something. It fucking sucks. And if you haven't either been through a court case or had a close family member go through a court case, like a close family member of mine shot and killed someone like forcibly entering their home. So because that's the UK, I had to go to court. It was 2 years for them to just say, yeah, you're innocent. Right? So it's very stressful.
I understand it's stressful.
She literally just reaffirmed that if you go to court for rape, et cetera, it's horrible. And then she's giving a personal example. Well, I had a family member that went to court, and that took 2 years. She's just reinforcing the idea that it's a long and arduous process, but she's not saying that going to court for anything is worse than getting raped. But it's not rape? Yeah, because she probably didn't have a personal example of somebody who got raped going to court. She said any court case at the start of the clip. I don't care if she said the word any court case or a court case. It is painfully obvious what she's actually talking about.
I feel like it is, and we should. I realize this is a terrible thing to put on people, but I think you should be as encouraging as possible to people who were sexually assaulted or raped to go to try to prosecute criminally, because I think it's important to get people's like names on the.
I'm not discouraging from it. I'm not discouraging from it, but unless you've got like a rape kit or you have some circumstantial evidence is really strong, it's as she versus him, it almost never even goes to court. Like 99% of like this, it's because it's just word versus word. It's a really harsh thing to put yourself through unless you've got like some strong evidence.
It's just like so painfully obvious what's being talked about here. You think that, so just to be clear, for the people on the opposite of this, you think that what Kelly was saying, intended to say, was applying, that going through any court case is worse than getting raped. That's what you're going with in your head.
Is about one of the counts that she's alleging, I guess.
Oh, damn. As much as I would like the money back for all my medical shit, I would not put myself through this. Anything with the courts is intensely stressful, and I'm gonna make a hot take. Going through a court case is more stressful than being raped. Don't do it if you can avoid it. Jesus. Anyway, continue.
Wait, just real quick, Kendrick Llama. I can't see this because of stupid fucking YouTube chat. My bad, it allows people over 18 to sue for a
So I feel like the people that are saying based get it and understand how stressful a court case is, and the people that are saying, what are you saying, Kelly, do not get it. The emotional turmoil that goes along with dealing with well, if you're doing for criminal case, especially dealing with the police, the rigmarole that is, then having to have every tiny detail of what happened drug up constantly for years, by the way. Like court cases take like 2 years on average in the UK to go to court, right? And then if you lose, imagine how fucking soul destroying that is. Like I would just kill yourself. Hell fucking no. You can like get therapy and you can see a psychiatrist to deal with like the private issues you have with being raped. But once you
all of this is about rape.
Go to court, it's just the whole world giving their 2 cents on something.
On
It
your
fucking
rape.
Sucks. And if you haven't either been through a court case or had a close family member go through a court case, like a close family member of mine.
And now she was a person. Well, here's a close family member. They went through a court or whatever, and it was like all this fucking bullshit. But it wasn't a rape case, but it was still like all this bullshit just for the general arduousness of going through a court case.
Shot and killed someone like forcibly entering the home. So because it's the UK, I had to go to court. It was 2 years for them to just say, yeah, you're innocent. Right? So it's very stressful.
I understand it's stressful. I feel like it is, and we should. I realize this is a terrible thing to put on people, but I think you should be as encouraging as possible to people who were sexually assaulted or raped to go to try to prosecute criminally, because I think it's important to get people's like names on the.
I'm not discouraging from it. I'm not discouraging from it, but unless you've got like a rape kit or you have some circumstantial evidence is really strong, it's as she versus him, it almost never even goes to court. Like 99% of it's because it's just word versus word. It's a really harsh thing to put yourself through unless you've got like some strong evidence.
No, that's a knuckle dragger point, but you're going to say you can quantify the stress of both and say going to court to prosecute your rapist is obviously worse than the actual rape, really? Depending on, maybe. But that's not even like the important thing to stress over. The idea that the interpretation is she's saying that literally going to court for anything at all is worse than getting raped is such a retarded point. Do I really want to go? She's discouraging women from from taking their rapist to court and instead just working on it and through therapy because going to court is painful. Isn't it bad to discourage women from actually holding their No, okay. Oh my god. I don't want to do the rape discourse, okay? We've raped enough, okay, on the stream. Okay. There's just 2 things going on that you need to be aware of, okay? One is if you can hold a rapist accountable, you should always try and hold a rapist accountable, okay? That's always a good thing. It's always a good thing to hold a rapist accountable if you can do that, number 1, okay? But number 2, okay, going to court for rape is really, 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 really fucking hard. And a lot of people just discount that process, okay? Oh, you got raped? Just take him to court. Lol. First of all, you don't get to take him to court. Technically, that doesn't even fucking mean anything. You don't get to choose to take somebody to court for a criminal matter. You have to go to a police station. You have to do a rape kit. You need to give their story. They need to decide if they even have enough evidence to bring charges. If they bring charges, well, now every single thing about your rape, and by the way, all your worst fears about the rape are now going to be proven 100% in a court of law that is stacked against you, okay? Maybe it was your fault that you got fucking raped. Maybe that you actually did consent and you didn't realize it. Maybe, because guess what? When you go into that criminal courtroom, they're not going to prove whether or not you had consensual sex or whether or not you were raped. What they're going to try to prove is if there is beyond a reasonable doubt evidence that this man can be convicted of the crime of rape. So you need to accept that it might be the fact that you got raped, but every single person on that jury is going to disagree with you. But like, you know, you live with it, right? Now, again, I'm not saying that you shouldn't hold rapists accountable. I think you should. I think a lot of them aren't, and it's really tragic, and I think people should talk about this stuff more. But I'm just saying that, like, to be like, oh, well, like, going to court for rape, that's like, blah, blah, blah. That could be, like, whole process can extend so much further out. It can arguably be more traumatic depending on what's involved than even the event itself. That's what I'm saying, okay? Jesus. At Destiny, I can't think of anything grosser than someone who has already been raped and knows who did it and won't even try. They are allowing him to blank someone else and have them deal with the same shit. Sure, maybe, but then the question is, like, is it that person's responsibility to, like, do they need... never mind, I can't do this. Never mind, I don't want to get, I don't want to get triggered. listen, you're right. Kelly's wrong and based. And Kelly was telling people, I just listened to Kelly for 3 minutes talk about how nobody should report rapes ever. That's what I heard Kelly say. Anybody else? Eyes in chat. Destiny, what's your take? Would you say it should be done to hold them accountable, or would you generally advise against it? I think that if you do get raped, important things to do would be to get a rape kit immediately, to get some sort of like evidence of you like talking to people about it immediately, where you're telling the same story. Go to a police station as soon as possible. Like these are probably the important steps to do. Don't wait, because if you wait, you're fucked. Like conflicting statements to friends and shit, don't do that, or tweet out shit or whatever. You could get fucked. Like yeah. What's the point of getting evidence? What do you mean? So you...
Oh, wait. Let's go grab this one.
The Gretchen Whitmer research is still happening? You know what? We're good.
That means maybe.
Yes, it's hard. I would never say that it's not hard, but to say or frame that it's objectively worse is kind of a dogshit statement. That could be your opinion, but to say this is an open forum is dumb, and I can say you're dumb for that take. The problem with, I don't want to do it. I don't want to get into it. I just don't want to do it. If somebody beats the shit out of you, okay, recounting or talking about that experience, or going to court over that experience, is kind of whatever, because it's like, you don't really have doubts about what happened, and nobody's really making you doubt what happened, okay? Somebody beat the shit out of you. It's not good. It's never good. Nobody's going to claim it's good. Did you want that person to beat the shit out of you? Did they actually beat the shit out of you, or were you guys, like, mutually play fight? Like, no, it's just like a thing, right? One of the things that makes rape so annoying and traumatic and horrible to deal with is not only the event itself, but it's also everyone around you response to the event and the way that their responses make you feel. Depending on the rape or depending on the thing, and there are a lot of variables at play here, okay, where sometimes it's going to be true, sometimes it's not. Sometimes the people's responses around you and the way that everybody else treats you sometimes can amplify the rape and make it a billion times fucking worse. In that, like, if you've got a person who is raped and, you know, the first response of friends and family is, holy shit, this is horrible, like, what can we do to help? We're going to go to the police station, blah, 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 blah. Like, that's one thing. But firstly, if you get raped, in most situations, especially because most rapes aren't like dark alley fucking rapes. Most rapes are like date rape things or pressure from friends or shit like that, right? If you get raped in this way, you're already a little bit mind fucked, okay? Because you're not 100% sure. Sometimes, most of the time maybe, it's very rare that you're probably 100% sure that, okay, I was raped, I didn't do anything wrong, that guy was 100% morally in the wrong. Fuck this is bullshit, right? You already have some doubts because of the way that sex works, because of maybe what the other guy said, because of maybe the situation you were beforehand, and then you start talking to friends and family, like, well, okay, did he actually rape you, blah, 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 well, I'm actually friends with this guy, blah, blah, blah. Like, dragging all of that shit up in friend groups and family groups is already shitty. Now dragging all of it up for months or years in a court case, where now you've got like literally fucking professional rape debaters, right? The defense is going to be arguing against your case. That's just a lot. That's a lot of shit. And if the rape was bad, you better believe that the perceived apologia that follows has the potential to be even worse. At the very least, like, you can process and get through and everything with the rape, but now that it's going to be drug up over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and people are going to guess it, you make you second guess it, because they should be. The defense's goal is to prevent a good defense. So, like, the defense's goal is literally to re-trigger and traumatize the fuck out of you as hard as possible to try to make you think that you didn't actually get raped. It's a lot. That's all I'll say. If you disagree, that's fine. Who cares? Fuck it. Your debate with Ben Shapiro should be out on Monday. It's looking great. Thanks, Lex Friedman.
JCLK, if you guys don't know, he's just obsessed with other dudes' dicks and where it is that they're putting them. He is, like, always dick watching other dudes and trying to figure out where their dicks have been and where they're going to go. It's like a thing for him. JCLK.
What the fuck? Is Gisticle like that? I don't know. As far as I know, he's a newcomer. Only got like 3,000 subscribers. The only thing he brings to the table is after stream drama,
Invest in an
I
expensive
guess.
cologne, a nice shoe, and a nice watch. Don't wear shirts with graphics on them. Get pants that fit well and shirts that fit well at the chest and shoulders but loose in the tummy. A lot of male shirts are designed this way, namely True Classic and cheap. Oh, this is the one where you ask a person, what should I do to appeal to X group? And then they just tell you what they like. Is that what we're doing now? There's probably like general forms of good advice in here. Smelling good is important, okay? Shower, use shampoo, make sure you smell good. That's important. Cologne, I don't think this matters that much. Don't wear shirts with graphics. I mean, that's going to depend on like where you're going and who you're going out with. If you're going with like a scene girl to like fucking Applebee's, I don't think you should show up in a full fucking swag, you know, dress shirts and a tie out. Heal your relationship with your mother. Okay. Watch YouTube videos on charisma. The single least attractive trait a man can have is taking life or himself too seriously and being sensitive.
Is it? That doesn't seem right.
I don't understand. Neither of these things are true. I don't understand. I don't even know what's being said here. Be ballsy and say ballsy things. Make ballsy jokes. Don't be afraid to slightly scare the woman you're talking to. Women like being slightly scared by aggressive courting strategy and strong personality. This is just not true.
Yeah.
Make money and have a life plan to make more. This is good. Treat women like equals. In fact, if you really want to get laid, treat her like you can't believe she's talking to you. Women are egoic creatures, and they find this very charming. A lot of seduction is treating the person you're seducing like you can't help it. This is definitely not true.
Yeah, this tweet is kind of dumb.
A lot of my followers here are men now and very online men. I thought it should do all favors. Sex advice matters. A substantial amount of sex, if you're a man, is making sure you're not crushing her. The amount of times I've been having sex with a man and he's bearing his full weight on my body is insane. Make sure she can breathe. It's not very sexy for having a George Floyd moment and ruin the immersion.
I'm gonna George Floyd my hoe.
Convincing yourself with sex and you're ruining it. This can be kind of true. Just it depends on positions and what's going on, and maybe I wouldn't say this is a substantial amount of sex though. This also, like, I would say this is 50-50. I also think this really depends on the girl. Sometimes when I finish, I'll like get up on my arms because I feel bad because I'm like I don't want to be like crushing you. But I think I stopped doing that because it was so often that after I finished, the girl would say like where are you going? Like, no, lay on me. I like being like smothered or crushed. Like that feels good. But if you weigh like 250 pounds, 300 pounds as a guy, then maybe that's different. I don't know. It probably depends. I don't know. This is really generalized. I would ask the person.
Got his ass.
Do not thrust in and out, and do not thrust fast. You want your hips to do a slow roll, not an in and out rabbit hump. Every woman has different speeds she likes, but the aristocratic women will enjoy a slow pounding roll. Full length of you, slowly but forcefully. Think of another one bites the dust, and it's every second beat. Okay. Again, fuck.
Incel ass tweet. Fucking true. You don't want to deal with this, dude.
General piece of advice I would give is
walk
that
away.
most
do I want to go for that chest?
I have, and most complaints that other women have are usually that people are too gentle with them. I don't think I've ever had a woman tell me, can you slow down, or can you just like be more? I think it is almost always like, I just need you to fuck the shit out of me.
Yes.
But maybe it's like maybe we're selecting for different groups of people, possibly. I'm not sure. Yeah, I communicate a lot too because I'm curious. Like when it comes to fingering, for instance, like I'll do like different things. I'm like, oh, does this feel better? Blah 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 blah. All the random fucking A spot, G spot, curl, blah blah blah. And at the end of the day, what almost every girl I've talked to, what ends up feeling the best, at least when they're going to finish, what usually ends up feeling the best is like it's straight fingers. No curling, no G-spot, none of that. It's as straight as possible. It's like as hard and fast as you fucking can. I would say 95% of women, at least when you're on like the home stretch, that's what they're looking for. They don't care about like the fucking like the dig up and the pressure here and the do all that. Like there are other things you can do like as part of like foreplay or like building there. When you're like on the home stretch, it's just like go as fucking hard as fast as you can. That's but I don't know. But maybe that's again. Maybe that's like a selection. Maybe it's like different types of people like different.
Because I'm trying to pirate a game for her. You can't buy it anymore, so.
Oh, fair.
For the love of God, talk. Women are creatures who seek validation. You have no idea how far a "you're beautiful" or "you're so tight" or "fuck" goes. And if she's happy, you're happy. Also, why are guys so scared to moan? I've never ever met.
You know what to look for?
Who says they wish in front of me? Let's try.
Just
This
use
is true.
First link will be a virus always.
Make sure you don't smell like shit. If you need to take a trip to the bathroom, smell your drunk in your armpits, do it. Be courteous and not nasty. I can't even guess how many times I've taken a sink pussy bath. Don't ask me why I smell like your bathroom hand soap. This is gonna come down to personal preference. Almost as long as you are like, fuck. I'm gonna give a very general piece of advice, and it might not apply to everybody. In my experience, as long as you are generally bathed, you're probably fine. I think that especially when you're like horny or people are having sex, like people that have like a natural body smell, especially women, a lot is like they really, really, really enjoy that. I think a woman, if she likes you, at least, that if you have like whatever your kind of like natural smell is, but you've like showered like earlier in the day or something, I think that's usually preferred to you smell like Axe. Also, maybe this is just me. I don't think that pussies smell bad. Even if like if you shower in the morning, you go to hook up at night, I think it's fine unless you've literally been doing some like blue collar labor crazy shit. I would prefer that over like going to eat somebody out and it smells like hand soap. I don't think that soapy pussies smell good. I don't want to say that's weird because it comes off as judgy, but I think that like sex and sexual activity have like an ordinary like amount of kind of like scents and sounds and everything that are associated with them. The idea that you have to like soap fucking everything up right before having sex, for me personally, I don't enjoy that. Most of the women I've been with don't seem to enjoy that either, but I don't know. You don't need to have sex for longer than 9 minutes. Your friends are lying to you. They do not have sex for longer than this. The average is under 7 minutes. You're fine. This is almost certainly true. You showered in the morning, but you took a shit during the day. Should you shower again before sex? If you don't have a bidet, yes.
Damn.
She doesn't want to orgasm every time. If she doesn't ask you to help her, don't try. Wait for a direction to tell you what to do. It's embarrassing if people to click poorly, and it's a man's job to not be embarrassing. Okay, kind of true. I don't believe this, though. I think this is the largest trope that women try to pass off on society. I will never believe them, even if every single woman told me. You know how I said you should always be able to like have your mind changed by evidence or whatever to prove that you're not too dug into a position? My mind cannot be changed by evidence on this, and it will never be changed.
Leroy and like two randos.
I do not believe when women say like, "Oh, I don't always like to orgasm. It's whatever." I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think that's a cope because they either don't get off easily or they might. The only hold on. I'll say one exception might be if she's on her period and she doesn't want you to fuck around because she feels weird about it, whatever. Or if she's on SSRIs. Then I'll believe it because sometimes it literally might take like an hour plus for her to orgasm. Otherwise, like, I don't know. I've been with girls that will say shit like that initially, like, oh yeah, I don't care about orgasming, but then when they find out you can actually get them off, they're like, oh yeah, like actually I do want to orgasm every single time. This is actually really fun.
Yep.
Usually it's because they've been with guys that can't get them off or that aren't patient enough to get them off or they don't know how to get off because they're masturbation virgins, okay?
True.
Drink water. If she can smell your pungent cum, she's liable to send you a lawsuit. I think that cum and all that, I think it's just biology. I don't know. I mean, water currently helps a little bit. Okay, we're done with this. Okay.
Struggling with this one, boys. Where the fuck is the? Oh, there it is. Kind of want to do Legion content. Actually, it's been a while.
Why am I? Is this like anything important, or is it just gonna be some dumb conspiracy bullshit?
Good afternoon.
Does the pineapple trick work? I am a big believer, and there is one thing and one thing only that can like change the flavor of like how you taste, and that's just how much water you drink. I don't think diet. I don't think being vegan.
Abandoning all of these.
People like
we
people
need to do
try
other
to
things.
moralize like the flavor of your fucking genitals, where it's like if you saved 5 children in your life, your cum will taste so good. People be like, if you go to the gym and exercise, it makes your cum taste good. Why the fuck? How does that even make fucking sense? If you're
this
vegan,
is the weirdest
your cum
topic.
tastes way better. Red meat is carcinogenic and it makes your cum taste horrible. Why? When I eat steak, does like the first of all, steak tastes delicious. So is like the bad tasting parts of the steak like flowing to my balls? Like
yes.
I don't agree. I think all of that is fucking bullshit. My only evidence for that is I've met girls like at different stages in life who went from being like vegan. I don't want to say people. It was weird. But like I knew a girl who was like a normal human being. Then she became a vegan for a while. Then she stopped being a vegan. Then she became a smoker. And she gained like 50 pounds. Through all 3 stages of that, she tasted the exact same every single time. And every other girl I've known, I've met some vegans with really strong taste, and I've met a lot of vegans that don't taste like anything. I've met some ordinary people. Like I think it all varies. The idea that like people like the more moral their lifestyle is, unironically, I think people say this, the more moral your lifestyle is, like the better all of your fucking cums taste. Like, as long as you go to the gym and work out and you avoid red meat, and you do all these good things, like, I think it's bullshit.
I think people are just having more fun fucking if they're healthy. And they probably just relate those two things.
It's for me a great honor to welcome.
Destiny's going to have his world destroyed.
Cum specifically?
Wait, what's the?
Yeah, I don't know, but
world
I get
destroyed with
complaints. All I do is drink Dr Pepper, so fuck water.
What was he even referring to?
And I eat like shit, so. But it's fine. Ain't nobody giving me head anyway.
Drink water?
I don't know if I would change my diet for some consistent, fantastic sloppy. I might. They have to be pretty fantastic. I really like Dr Pepper for like no good reason either. I think it's just capitalist addictions to consume my brown juice. Oh my god, that was painful. I'm sorry, I should have taken travel from sooner. Nala's back. She wants attention.
Also to bring China back to the rule of law. So we have a very extraordinary person.
Oh, it's like the crazy guy you guys all obsess over. Do I
today, and of course we are all eager to listen to you. And again, a very cordial welcome to the World Economic Forum.
Hold on. Both pineapple and reed have been proven to change the taste of
what
cum.
are we doing?
Proven and Angutane. Link the studies, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Today I'm here to tell you that the Western world is in danger. And it is endangered because those who are supposed to have to defend
I want to get the
West
Legion
are co-opted by a vision of the world that inexorably leads to socialism and thereby to poverty. Unfortunately, in recent decades, motivated by some well-meaning individuals
Good or bad time to invest in housing if you can buy it in cash.
willing to help others, and others motivated by the wish to belong to a privileged caste, the main leaders of the Western world have abandoned the model of freedom for different versions of what we call collectivism. We're here to tell you that collectivist experiments are never the solution to the problems that afflict the citizens of the world. Rather, they are the root cause. Do believe me, no one better placed than us, Argentines, to testify to these 2 points. When we adopted the model of freedom back in 1860, in 35 years we became a leading world power. And when we embraced collectivism over the course of the last 100 years, we saw how our citizens started to become systematically impoverished, and we dropped to spot number 140 globally. But before having the discussion, it would first be important for us to take a look at the data that demonstrate why free enterprise capitalism is not just the only possible system to end world poverty, but also that it's the only morally desirable system to achieve this. If we look at the history of economic progress, we can see how between the year 0 and the year 1800 approximately, world per capita GDP practically remained constant throughout the whole reference period. If you look at the graph of the evolution of economic growth throughout the history of humanity, you would see a hockey stick graph, an exponential function that remained constant for 90% of the time and which was exponentially triggered starting in the 19th century. The only exception to this history of stagnation was in the late 15th century with the discovery of the American continent. But for this exception, throughout the whole period between the year 0 and the year 1800, global per capita GDP stagnated. Now, it's not just that capitalism brought about an explosion in wealth from the moment it was adopted as an economic system, but also if you look at the data, what you will see is that growth continues to accelerate throughout the whole period. And throughout the whole period between the year 0 and the year 1800, the per capita GDP growth rate remained stable at around 0.02% annually, so almost no growth. Starting in the 19th century, with the Industrial Revolution, the compound annual growth
it didn't have the fucking thing here, did it?
And at that rate, in order to double
Legion
per
doesn't
capita
have
GDP, you would
like
need
a
some
quest
107
layout
years. Now, if you
system.
look at the period between the year 1900 and the year 1950,
Let's look at the
growth
quest
rate
thing and see if we can
accelerated
figure out the best. Oh,
1.66% a year,
Stormcrow.
so you no longer need 107 years to double per capita GDP, but 66. And if you take the period between 1950 and the year 2000, you will see that the growth rate was 2.1%. Again, the CAGR, which would mean that in only 33 years we could double the world's per capita GDP. This trend, far from stopping, remains well alive today. If we take the period between the year 2000 and 2023, the growth rate again accelerated to 3% a year, which means that we could double world per capita GDP in just 23 years. That said, when you look at per capita GDP since the year 1800 and until today, what you will see is that after the Industrial Revolution, global per capita GDP multiplied by over 15 times, which meant a boom in growth that lifted 90% of the global population out of poverty. We should remember that by the year 1800, about 95% of the world's population lived in extreme poverty, and that figure dropped to 5% by the year 2020, prior to the pandemic. The conclusion is obvious. Far from being the cause of our problems, free trade capitalism as an economic system is the only instrument we have to end hunger, poverty, and extreme poverty across our planet. The empirical evidence is unquestionable. Therefore, since there is no doubt that free enterprise capitalism is superior in productive terms, the left-wing doxa has attacked capitalism, alleging matters of morality.
We're going
saying,
the right way.
The detractors claim that it's unjust. They say that capitalism is evil because it's individualistic, and that collectivism is good.
Okay, listen. I don't know anything about this guy, other than he's weird. Defends capitalism. That's cool. Oh.
His brain was melting. It was too much real politics for him. Couldn't handle it. Backed out.
I'm curious. Glenn Greenwald on the Trump indictment. RFK. Oh, 7 months ago. Bro, who linked this?
My mom bought this mascara.
Curious if you put Trump on the couch, how he wound up in this situation. Like, for somebody who has talked so frequently about the deep state coming after him, like this is basically his number one argument.
You're right, they are longer.
Ryan Grimm.
Because you were judged by who your enemies are. Like, look at who my enemies are. They want to destroy me. Therefore, I must be doing something right. What about that did not get internalized for him? Because if you believe that they're coming to get you, just give the boxes back. Like that's the part that has me head scratching about like the way that this unfolded. How do you think about why Trump? Because for Hillary Clinton, I think Hillary Clinton knew she was not going to be put in prison, so you can explain why she would be shady about and be willing to lie.
You're debating Glenn, right? I hope it's
confirmed
confirmed today.
They don't like that she's using this server, but she's pretty confident that they're not actually going to put her in prison. And that confidence was borne out by Comey's decision not to prosecute her. Trump though shouldn't have that same confidence. Like they really are coming after him. So it almost feels like for the kind of movement that he's leading, why wasn't he more careful? It's a good question.
I emailed my divorce lawyer back. It's like, hey, thanks very much for everything. Hopefully, I never have to contact you again for anything in the future. And then she emails me back. She's like, you're welcome. Believe it or not, I have repeat customers. Sometimes they even marry and divorce the same person. Wishing you all the best.
And I think the best analogy, and I know this seems odd because it's impossible to extract all this from his ideological baggage, is what happened in Brazil with Lula da Silva, where I obviously played a big role in those events, so I have pretty up-close insight. Lula never believed that he would be in prison because he was a two-term president, beloved on the international stage, he left office with an 86% approval rating. And at exactly this point, the analogous point in the election cycle for Brazil, 1 year before the 2018 presidential election, 2017, when he was leading all polls, they came and they charged him with multiple
switch legs. She might leave during that.
11 years in prison. And when that happened, he began to view all of the people responsible for that with such disdain that he no longer recognized their legitimacy.
Can you stop flicking your tail? You're fucking up my headphone wire.
And they just removed him from Congress on some concocted corruption ground, and now they're looking to do the same with the judge who presided over the case, who's now a senator. So this vengeance factor.
I feel like if I were to go and research the story he's talking about, I feel like everything he said was probably just completely not true.
You spend time in jail is very high. This is, you're talking about establishment that twice impeached Donald Trump, that has now indicted him twice, that makes no secret about their desire to put him into prison. And so yes, you can on the one hand say, well, he should therefore be even more careful and not hand them weapons to use against him. On the other hand, I think when you feel genuinely persecuted by unjust authority, which is definitely how he and a lot of his supporters feel, and I think with good reason. Remember, Chuck Schumer warned him this would happen. If you challenge the CIA, they have 6 different ways to get back at you, and that's what has been happening throughout his presidency with Russiagate and now these impeachments and now these indictments. I think there's this kind of sense that I'm just not going to play ball with these people. I'm not going to recognize the legitimacy of their demands for these documents back because they're out to get me no matter what I do, and war is the only way to go about this.
It's important to take Chuck Schumer both literally and seriously.
Yes. Yeah. It was the most amazing moment of candor I've ever seen from a top-level Washington official. Yeah, so pivoting to your interview with RFK Jr. recently, actually, we'll just play this clip. To set it up, you asked him basically, why is it that you're skeptical about funding for the war in Ukraine because of the needs of people here at home, but not the same for Israel? Let's roll that clip here. Why are we in the United States transferring billions of dollars of aid each year to a country, Israel, whose citizens in a lot of ways enjoy better standards of living than a lot of the ways American citizens live? What is your argument for why we should send so much money to Israel but not to Ukraine?
Well, I mean, historically, that argument has been that Israel is the model democracy in the Middle East. It's the only democracy in the Middle East. And as a democracy, it's a model for peacekeeping. There's never been a time in history when a democracy has gone to war with another democracy. So I think our policy in the United States should be to support the growth of democracies around the world.
But that was the argument for going into invading Iraq. We're going to spread democracy in the Middle East. That's the argument for supporting the Ukrainians, which is the Ukrainians are a democracy and Russia is not a democracy.
and Glenn, I agree with you, and I think I just think there's a difference between.
He shouldn't have let that argument. We went in to support Iraq. What was that? I'm sorry. Was that what the Iraq War was? Us going in to support Iraq against who? When? I'm sorry. Did I miss what that whole war was about? Because I thought we went to war to defeat Iraq, to depose the leader, not support them.
What we did in Iraq, which is imposing a U.S. system, which I don't think was really democracy at the point of a gun, and going in a preemptive war, which we've never done in our history, on a pretext in which we lied to the American public about weapons of mass destruction, and our policy of assisting an existing democracy in the Mideast that has had a long relationship with our country and a long and supportive relationship with our country. But I think you raised some important points. I think it probably at this point in history, Israel is much better able to take care of itself than it was in the past, and we need to look at all those things.
That was a long clip, but I wanted to play all the way to the end of it because it's a remarkable moment in an interview where you kind of see him think through the position, and by the end of it, he's like, actually, you know what, Glenn? Maybe Israel is ready to stand up on its own 2 feet, and we should reduce the amount of spending we're there, which is an incredible turnaround from just days earlier where he had denounced his friend Roger Waters over Israel-related tweets, concerts, etc. Were you surprised?
I think he means to liberate the Iraqi people. No, what he means is you have to tie every single foreign policy thing we do to Iraq and Afghanistan because Americans have foreign policy trauma relating to it. So everything looks like Iraq and Afghanistan. Everything.
Hey, at the kind of arc of his answer there? Yes and no. I mean, this is what I took away from the interview. Obviously, a lot of people were angry about his extreme pro-Israel narrative, which is way beyond what even Democratic members of Congress will say they're much better at pretending to care about Palestinians than he bothered to do. And other people were angry about his views on China, essentially saying we're doing to China exactly what we're doing to Russia, namely, baselessly and stupidly provoking them with encirclement physically around their country. But although, I didn't like his answers on Israel up until that point, what I find so fascinating about him, Ryan, is that if you look at his life, you can't find a more charmed life to be an establishment figure. He had 2 uncles who were senators in the Democratic Party, or rather his father and an uncle were senators. His other uncle was the president. He comes from this beloved...
He's so gross the way that he does this. Like, what is Glenn's background? I don't know why he is so hyper fixated on like, oh, obviously,
Like the Dominican
like
police
just attack his position.
think
Why
he
would you
thinks
even
so.
like you've got a 30-minute interview here? Why would you even waste time going in on his background like this? It's
True.
fucking RFK. It's not a hard person's positions to attack.
to be an establishment figure. He had 2 uncles who were senators in the Democratic Party, or rather his father and an uncle were senators. His other uncle was the president. He comes from this beloved Democratic Party dynasty. He's married to a very popular actress in Hollywood. He's wealthy. He's well-known. He's famous. And what has clearly happened, he was a long time an establishment Democrat. He supported and endorsed Hillary Clinton over Barack Obama. That's how much of a ingrained in the establishment he was in 2008. And we've all had those moments where we kind of become radicalized and we realize an issue that we know a lot about, that the establishment is lying to us, and we start thinking, wow, they're lying to us about this. Maybe I've been propagandized and deceived in other areas as well. He had the same answer on Russiagate. I had previously said he was a supporter of Russiagate. His campaign contacted me and said they didn't think that was fair. But he said, no, you're right. I was a supporter of Russiagate because I got duped by the propaganda. And once I started hearing people in the context of COVID tell me, oh, vaccine skepticism means you're a Kremlin agent, I started realizing, wait a minute, how is this actually being used? And then the more I looked into it, then I read the Durham report, I saw that I had been deceived. And a lot of that comes from COVID radicalism. And I think that has made him somebody, even at the age of 68, who is now starting to really question a lot of things he's long been conditioned to believe and is very willing to be open-minded and hear arguments against even his most core convictions in a way that I find very rare. First of all, I've never seen that in an interview before, but also very encouraging. If more than any particular policy view, I think that character trait of being intellectually humble, of realizing some of your views may be grounded in unthought through propaganda is an incredibly valuable one to have in a major presidential candidate.
Yeah, not to mention a willingness to sort of work through them actually on air, not behind closed doors in the proverbial smoke-filled back room. I think that's like a huge distinction as well. Do you get the sense, I remember when Justice Democrats tried to cobble together that Ukraine letter and ended up retracting it, what was it, like 6 months ago at this point? Do you get the sense, Glenn, that this switch, that Ukraine perhaps is a window into an awakening for other Democrats? Because it seems to me like the Democratic establishment's clinging to their narrative on Ukraine, similar to their clinging to their narrative on Israel, but for people outside the Democratic establishment, they see that doubling down, and they wonder why they would be doubling down. So do you get the sense that he might be representative of other Democratic voters?
I think so. I think the interesting thing, of course, we've had politicians before. This isn't the first time I say I was wrong. But usually it's because they're forced to. Like Hillary Clinton running for president in 2008 was required to say, I got the Iraq War wrong and apologize, so it was on Kerry, because the voters demanded that. What RFK Jr. is doing is something that is likely to expel him from his political and social circle, saying, I got Russiagate wrong by being too...
I find it honestly surprising how you and Glenn Greenwald can have so much friction given how similar you are. Man, I don't know why you listen to me or what you're getting from me if you think I'm anywhere near similar to this guy. That's like saying like Chopin's
got, like, a
music
little
is kind of
perch
like
in the room.
it sounds very similar to Evanescence
But
because
she's
they
got to like
both have
jump up,
pianos
and I
in them.
constantly
Like that's
put
what
shit
that comment
everywhere
sounded like to me.
and
RFK
block that
Jr.'s doing
pathway.
is something that is likely to expel him from his
So I
political
can
and
move
social
shit
circle, saying, I got
sometimes.
Russiagate wrong by being too global about it. And I don't believe the war in Ukraine is a just war that we ought to be pursuing and involving the United States in. And I think when someone makes those kinds of admissions against their own interest, that's when you can believe more in the authenticity of those convictions. So the question of how much space is there in the Democratic Party to start opposing Biden's bellicose rhetoric about Ukraine and fighting the Russians until the end after a year and a half now of all this fighting and killing with no end in sight, I think it's a very interesting one. The problem, of course, was that no Democrat, not AOC, not Ilhan Omar, not Cory Bush, none of them voted no on that original bill. They all lined up unanimously and said, yes, we support the Biden war policy in Ukraine, and that eliminated the space for, liberal pundits, even left-wing pundits, to kind of start arguing against the war, because no one in the Democratic Party was doing that. If RFK Jr. can create space and have debates and be seen and be heard, as I think he will be, and start articulating his case, I do think there's some latent, kind of hesitation or resistance, if you will, to this back.
Chopin? 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 I don't remember now. Now I feel like I'm gaslighting myself. Chopin.
Chopin. Now you might think Chopin is a French composer, isn't he? Not quite. His father.
Nobody cares. And I wanted to start with Chopin above all.
Chopin. Oh, it's not even. I didn't even the accent range. Well, they had the accent in a different spot.
People said, well, Chopin, who knows Chopin? And you want to call it Monsieur Chopin.
Chopin, St. John Paul II.
Why is Trump giving us?
Poland is a land.
We're now involved in yet another war, an endless war with no end in sight that is increasingly dangerous.
And I think the rhetoric and the argument around the spending money over there while not spending it here is really powerful and resonates in a kind of common sense way. But what I actually...
It's not common sense, though. That's not how our budget works at all. What do you mean? How is that a common sense thing? Pretty sure a lot of the aid has even been on separate bills. Like,
thought about it is that it will eventually force the government to make the real case, for why it's spending that money overseas. Because this is not charity. We're not shelling money out to Israel. We're not spending money in Ukraine or other
Republican
around the world because of our benevolence. Because we just have generous feelings towards the rest of the world.
Republican
The empire
federal
has very
financial
specific
theory is
advantages, to the homeland.
brain dead.
And so it's not as if when you spend money in Ukraine, you don't have money.
It feels
to
like
the United States can borrow it well. The United States has the Federal Reserve.
it feels like they
70-80%
have like a.
we allegedly send to Ukraine
It
never
feels
leaves
like they
Northern
know
Virginia
what the
or
good
Northern
plan is,
anyway. And so
and then they just have
we
like the
see
evilest
the
dudes they can
government
find in a
no,
room
don't worry,
come
it's
up with
not
like the
we're not
worst
supporting
way
it
to
because we
twist
love
it,
only democracy and
so
only
it'll only like a
self-control.
handful of
And they have
people.
elections. Why would we even went to war to make Iraq a democracy?
I don't know, or maybe they just like they have all the interns get together, craft like the most amazing economic plan, and then they just have like the dudes in the top room like twist it just a little bit to fuck it all up.
Are we calling Lebanon a functioning democracy, a functioning country right now? Okay.
We're very functional. But that's not why we're supporting Israel. We're supporting Israel because we want a beachhead in the Middle East for our geopolitics.
Yeah, dude, how can you say that a government like the United States that is the biggest sponsor of the Saudi despots and of Egyptian authoritarians and countries all over the world actually cares about spreading democracy? The thing that really interests me, Ryan, is there's space obviously in the Republican Party for opposing the war in
I
Ukraine.
think Iraq is actually doing pretty decent. Are they not? I haven't heard any horrible news about them recently, but
Doing that, for example, but a lot of people dismiss that and say, well, conservatives don't want to fight Russia because the real goal is to fight China. What RFK said was he sees China and Russia in exactly the same way. We have 800 foreign bases all around the world, while China has one. We're encircling them in Guam, in Australia, in Japan, in South Korea, with nuclear-tipped missiles aimed at Chinese cities and nuclear-capable B-52s buzzing over their head. Biden was the first president to say,
someone said it's been completely infiltrated by Iran. Oh, okay, maybe not.
a little bit of war with China over Taiwan. And his argument is the people who are paying for this neoconservative, warmongering mentality, not just in Russia, but also in China and in general, are the American people who are suffering at home because all their money is going, as you say, to lobbyists in Northern Virginia and Maryland, or to, the coffers of Vladimir Zelensky and Israeli military agencies.
That's not how taxes or any of our stuff works at all. But okay.
The arms dealers to prepare for war with China, and it doesn't benefit anybody, and the people who pay the most are the American people. I think that is a very powerful argument to make consistently.
Yeah, that's right, because if you have to make the argument that the empire actually is beneficial to the United States, then the question is, well, who's it helping here in the United States? Because the regular person American, I'm not seeing it. Now, if you look at the kind of median income and the housing values in Northern Virginia, then things are going quite well. But if you're looking at the rest of the country, then not so much.
Yeah, the confluence of Ukraine and China is really interesting because that's the test, right? There are really good reasons, I think, to be wary of where a relationship with China could go in a million different directions. But the capture of the conservative movement by the defense industry is really going to be put to a test. It's one thing to oppose Ukraine; it's another to see where that policy evolves in China.
And last question from me.
Who is it? Hold on, I got a dumb email from a fucking Israeli dipshit. Far left one. In a hypothetical one-state solution, we'd still be the majority. As of 2023, the world's core Jewish population, thus identifying as Jews above all else, was estimated at 15.7 million. Israel hosts the largest core Jewish population in the world with 7.2 million, followed by the United States with 6.3 million. Israel is the largest Jewish population in the world, is the only country where Jews are the majority. Israel's population, blah, blah, blah. Math, Jews in Israel, 7.1 million.
Ugh,
Arabs,
yucky.
who we assume are totally anti-Israeli, anti-Jew, are 2 million. The Gaza population is 2.3 million. The West Bank area is 2.5 million. And over 600,000 settlers. Math means that the total amount of Arabs in Israel plus Gaza plus the West Bank is 7.1 million. And the total amount of Israeli Jews in Israel plus the settlers is 7.7 million. Thanks, Morty. Who is this guy? His name is Morton Goldstein? And you don't know anything about anything at all about Israel-Palestine? The crazy thing is that he took this much time to type up this much shit, and he knows about like the Gaza Strip, and he knows about the West Bank, and he knows about a one-state solution, and he knows about the settlers, and he did all of this math to try to prove something wrong. But the whole area of contention behind the one-state solution thing has to do with right of return. The whole issue is the 6 million theoretical Palestinian refugees that people are worried about right now. Oh, wait, that's a troll made-up fake Jew name. Oh, probably. Oh, because it's also a proton mail. Oh, it's just a guy that hates Jews or Israel and is copy-pasting some retarded shit. Never mind. Fuck me. I shouldn't even bother reading it. You're right.
The Democratic Party, it is interesting to think about where this is going. My sense on Ukraine is that they just seem to be hoping that this just goes away. That maybe this is the spring offensive is the end, and then there's some type of kind of no, there won't be a negotiated peace where they sign paperwork, but it just the war basically peters out, and the lines get frozen where they are, and then they don't have to take a stand on this question anymore. But then you have the question of China, like you said, like how bellicose and confrontational are they going to be? But there doesn't seem to be energy for kind of an anti-war movement within the Democratic Party. Where do you see it going?
Yeah, the big question is why not, right? I mean, why are neocons from the Bush and Cheney era almost entirely now embedded within the Democratic Party? They're not just anti-Trump, they're anti-Republican Party and pro-Democratic Party. They perceive, I think correctly, the Democratic Party is the better vehicle for the fulfillment of their foreign policy agenda, which is always about increasing and seeking out confrontation and war. And the question is, why is there no space in mainstream liberal left discourse to raise these issues? There's a lot of energy that goes into the trans debate and the culture war, but almost none. There's no one almost ever who talks about foreign policy and war in the U.S. security state any longer. These issues. There's a lot of energy saying and seeking out confrontation and war. And the question is, why is there no space in mainstream liberal left discourse to raise these issues? There's a lot of energy that goes into the trans debate and the culture war, but almost
what I feel like all of that energy that goes into those debates is a response to conservatives arguing about it.
True.
Like if conservatives want to argue foreign policy, we can, but they don't. They just are like all isolationists now. They have like nothing to say.
none. There's no one almost ever who talks about foreign policy and war in the U.S. security state any longer. And this is what excites me the most about RFK Jr.'s candidacy, is that I think he will be kind of a thorn in the side, like a reminder that these values are values that people who identify as American liberals are supposed to embrace. And the question becomes, why is it that, nobody seems to mind within the Democratic Party that Biden is...
Also, apparently Greenwald, apparently I misunderstood the comment earlier made by Ryan Grimm. When he brought up Lebanon and Iraq, he was meaning those were not functioning democracies, I think. Somebody on YouTube just said it, so maybe I misunderstood that.
Not just devoted to endless war with Russia over Ukraine, after President Obama repeatedly said Ukraine is not a vital interest of the United States, we should not risk confrontation with Russia over who governs eastern Ukraine or Crimea. That was Obama's emphatically stated view. And also, why is Biden so willing, seemingly, to thwart the possibility of war with China, which would be, ensure the immediate extinction of the human race? And I think the problem has been the left flank of the Democratic Party, like AOC and the Squad and Bernie, have been very focused on the culture war. Bernie kind of always still focused on some of the economic policies on which he typically focuses, but that has left a huge hole for people, leaders in the Democratic Party, including on the left wing, to talk about these issues. And I do, to Emily's question, think that RFK Jr. has a very significant space to kind of drive through there and become the person who reawakens a lot of those arguments.
Weed coughs.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think Bernie, the Squad, broadly the Democratic left, have just wanted to put their heads down and focus on domestic stuff. Some of it culture stuff, some of it class stuff. But and maybe it has something to do with Russia and the way that Russiagate unfolded makes them even less interested in getting entangled in that, because there's no advantage in the Democratic primary. But maybe RFK Jr. shows that there is a situation.
But quickly on that, one of the best MLK speeches ever was when he delivered in Riverside Church in Harlem exactly a year the day before he was murdered. And his argument was he apologized for not focusing enough on the Vietnam War until later than others did, because he realized there's no way to extricate American empire and militarism and imperialism from the domestic agenda. They go hand in hand. You cannot win one without winning the other. And this attempt by these kind of new Democrats to say, well, we can just let the CIA and the FBI go. We don't really think they're enemies. Wars, as long as we're not sending American troops or something Americans will tolerate, it's not going to work, because it shapes the priority and character of the U.S. government in fundamental ways that means that the U.S. government will be geared toward these kind of corporatist and imperialist policies. There's no way to separate those.
That's a real culture war.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You're trying to be a progressive party within the empire. It has so many contradictions embedded in it, and MLK was pulling those apart in that speech. And if you don't, you just become part of the machine.
Yeah, and I was worried about this, but the time the establishment really turning against Martin Luther King was when he began becoming an outspoken opponent to the Vietnam War. They were okay, not all of them obviously, but like kind of the liberal establishment in the New York Times and the like were okay with the racial justice agenda and the Civil Rights Act and the like that was what Lyndon Johnson ended up doing. It became the Democratic Party hub. But when he started saying we have to stop the war in Vietnam, the U.S. is the greatest purveyor of violence on the planet, the New York Times, the Washington Post, liberal opinion makers really went after him, because that's what becomes uniquely threatening.
That's a good piece on that, Paiza.
Didn't he? I thought he lost support even in the black community for that as well. Am I wrong? When he started to do like the Vietnam War, the anti-Vietnam stuff. I need to come back.
This one is for. They did not change his run speed.
Great piece on that. We'll come up. Glenn, last question. What do you think of the new set?
Let me check that out. First of all, you already lied. You told me that the last question was the last question, so I've already learned. Let me see. I've only seen myself. I haven't seen the set.
Oh, you can't see the set.
Aesthetic critique.
I'll
I'll on Twitter.
I'll send you a pic.
Actually, I think it's very looking good. I like the color scheme. I like how gigantic I am. So yeah, I'm nothing but positive feedback so far.
You're like an Easter Island head.
I hover above you guys. It's very positive.
Well, we couldn't think of a better guest for our first day on the new set than Glenn Greenwald. Go watch System Update over on Rumble. It's fantastic. Subscribe on Locals. Glenn, thank you so much for joining.
Great to be with you guys. Thanks for having me. Have a good day.
And that'll do it for the first episode of Counterpoints over here.
Was tried under. He intended to go on the stand and argue the majority of his peers.
Wait, did I miss the?
False.
I thought you linked me this because you said he talked about the Trump documents. Was it earlier in the timestamp?
Curious if you put Trump on the couch, how he wound up in this situation. Like, for somebody who.
And now here we are, finally a person with power, seemingly being prosecuted. But for me, the problem becomes it's still selective. It's selective in a different way.
I'm doing druid things.
I mean, anything that undoes the Espionage Act to me would be a huge gift to the United States. The idea that this law is oppressive on the books, one of the most unconstitutional, flagrantly oppressive laws, is something that has been possible in left-wing politics for decades. It goes back to 1917 when Wilson enacted it with the explicit purpose of criminalizing people who dissented from his desire to involve the U.S. in the European War and World War I. And many socialists like Eugene Debs and others were prosecuted on the grounds that essentially opposing the U.S. war policy meant they were aiding and abetting other countries and acting as agents of those countries. And then that was the law that was unearthed during the Obama years to start attacking whistleblowers at a record pace. And the reason is because it's a law that basically ensures the government can win. That was the law that Danny Ellsberg was tried under. He intended to go on the stand and argue with the majority of his peers that yes, he leaked the Pentagon Papers, but it was justified for him to do so because the government had no right to conceal it in the first place. And the judge immediately shut it down and said under the Espionage Act, it doesn't matter what your motive is, it's a strict liability statute. And that's what makes it such a horrifically powerful weapon in the hands of the government. And there is an irony. The Trump administration prosecuted Julian Assange under this and others. Trump cheered Snowden's prosecution under it, and now Trump himself faces prosecution under this law. But a principal civil libertarian, somebody who has worked, for example, at the ACLU, would have no choice but to say, in all instances where this law is applied, it's an unjust outcome.
Yeah, I think that's very well said. One of Trump's attorneys previewed, I think, a pretty potent line of argumentation they're going to be making in defense of this indictment, or in defense against this indictment, yesterday outside the courthouse. House, she said basically, this is starting to make the U.S. look like Cuba and Venezuela, and this is our transformation towards a banana republic. As you point out, Glenn, this is a 1917 era law that was sort of immediately used to prosecute people on political grounds after being enacted. How do you think that argument is going to work for the Trump team? Do you see it where you have Joe Biden actually prosecuting the frontrunner in the Republican nomination, not necessarily like a Eugene Debs figure, but like the Republican frontrunner here? Do you see that along the lines of the argument the defense attorney is making there? How do you think this goes for them?
Well, there's a huge irony here in terms of my own trajectory and my own career and belief system, which is I watched President Obama immunize the entire CIA and all Bush officials for any prosecution for war on terror crimes, including torture. And there was a consensus in the Washington media and political class when he did that he did the right thing, just like Nixon did the right thing, when Ford did the right thing when pardoning Nixon, on the grounds that, only banana republics prosecute former presidents by subsequent administrations. And my argument at the time was, no, actually, what happens in the banana republic is there's a two-tiered system of justice, one for elites and one for everybody else, and not prosecuting war on terror criminals is what would make us this kind of banana republic. And now here we are, finally a person with power, seemingly being prosecuted. But for me, the problem becomes it's still selective. It's selective in a different way. Clearly, Trump is an enemy of the political establishment. The way to say others who did similar or worse things, like David Petraeus and Leon Panetta, and arguably Hillary Clinton, was not. And
We looked up these things, and that's just not true.
they did not spend a single second in jail. They weren't charged with Espionage Act violations. And so I do think there's a highly political element to it. Just imagine if we watched what's happening in the United States, happening in one of the designated bad countries, where a current president imprisons, or his administration is trying to imprison, his leading opponent heading into an election where all polls show that opponent is leading.
What is an Espionage Act violation? What does he mean when he says that? Are there like titled codes or something that? Okay, 18 USC. Is where Jack Smith's indictment has 4 charges. The Mar-a-Lago one. Did the Mar-a-Lago obstruction and all that shit include? The documents case is an Espionage Act violation. Okay, so Trump indictments. Mar-a-Lago. Is it this? Is 18 USC, is everything under Title 18 espionage? Or, let's see, hold on. It's 18 USC 790 through 799. Oh, okay, so this first charge is Espionage Act.
Excellent work.
793E.
Creep of the nightmare has begun to recede. The way is clear. Come, let us continue to our destination.
Gathering, transmitting, or losing defense information. And then E. Okay, I remember this. Gotcha. All right. And these were authorized under the Espionage Act. Okay.
We made it.
But immediately sins, or his administration is trying to imprison, his leading opponent heading into an election where all polls show that opponent is leading. We would immediately say that's proof of despotism, like when Vladimir Putin presided over Navalny's corruption charges. That was what was said. It's hard to distinguish, I think, what's going on here.
I think that's especially.
Was he going to say why he disagrees with the charge? Of course not.
True, in light of the fact that Clinton actually could have also had the obstruction charges, not just the Espionage Act violations, but potentially obstruction charges too.
For what?
She lied to the government. She said there was no classified information having ever gone over her server. She repeated that multiple times to investigators, and it turned out to be false.
Did Hillary say there is no classified information to investigators, or did she say that she didn't know if there was classified information? What statement? Which statements is he? Let's look at him. Hillary Clinton said no classified information on her servers.
I've heard the land cry out.
She said they were marked classified.
The Legion threatens us all.
Then we must act swiftly.
16 fact checks in the email issue, frequently awarding Pinocchios to Clinton for legalistic parsing. But in the light of the Trump investigation, Clinton is trying to draw a distinction between Trump's current travails and the probe that targeted her. It's worth reviewing what we know about the emails Clinton received on a private email server after FBI Director James B. Comey in 2016 announced to be no criminal charges against Clinton. New details that, to some extent, mitigates what Comey said at the time. As shown in an FBI photo, some of the documents from Trump, many have clear markings indicating they contain highly sensitive classified information. Clinton in her tweet suggests none of her emails were marked classified. That's technically correct. Whether those emails contain classified information was a major focus of the investigation, but a review of the recent investigations, including new information and the fact check, shows Clinton has good reason for making a distinction with Trump. What Comey said at a July 5th, 2016 news conference, Comey said from the group of 30,000 emails returned to the State Department, 110 emails and 52 email chains had been determined by the owning agency to contain classified information at the time they were sent or received. He added that out of the thousands of emails we found that were not among those produced to states, agencies have concluded that 3 of those were classified at the time they were sent or received, 1 at the secret level and 2 at the confidential level. Separately, he said 2,000 additional emails were up-classified, so redactions could be made to make them suitable for public disclosure. The statement has generally been translated in news reports as the FBI determined that 113 emails contained classified information. Referring to 7 email chains that concerned issues classified at the top-secret SAP level, Comey said there is evidence to support a conclusion that any reasonable person in Secretary Clinton's position or in the position of these government employees with whom she was corresponding about these matters should have known that an unclassified system was no place for that conversation. The classification dispute. Note that Comey said this assessment was determined by the owning agency. That means an intelligence agency, such as the CIA, had decided information in the email was classified, even if the email itself had not been marked classified. As the fact-checker disclosed in 2016, intelligence officials believed there were serious shortcomings in how the State Department handled sensitive communications. The State Department has both classified and unclassified systems, known informally as the high side and the low side. The classified system has tight controls, often housed in what is known as a sensitive compartment information facility. It is not possible to cut and paste from the classified system into the unclassified system. Clinton's private email system was designed to deal with the unclassified communication similar to the unclassified state.gov email accounts, but sometimes classified information seeped into mail exchanges. In one instance, a State Department official forwarded a newspaper article. Then in subsequent exchanges, aides revealed sensitive details of a secret program as they discussed the shortcomings of that public report. Ultimately, that email chain ended up in Clinton's inbox. The senders used unclassified emails because of operational tempo, that is, the need to get information quickly to senior State Department officials at times when the recipients lacked access to classified systems. Said a nearly 600-page Justice Department Inspector General report released in June of 2018 that critically examined Comey's decision to announce the results of the Clinton probe himself. To accomplish this, senders often refrain from using specific classified facts or terms in emails and worded emails carefully in an attempt to avoid transmitting classified information. Many of the emails in questions were sent late at night or on weekends, the report said. One prosecutor who worked in the case told the IG, the problem was the State Department was so screwed up in the way they treated classified information that if you wanted to prosecute Hillary Clinton, you'd have to prosecute 150 State Department people. There was no evidence that the senders or former Secretary Clinton believed or were aware at the time that the emails contained classified information, the Justice IG report said. The emails in question were sent to other government officials in furtherance of the sender's official duties. There was no evidence that the sender or former Secretary Clinton intended that classified information to be sent to unauthorized recipients, or that they intentionally sought to store or store classified information on unauthorized systems. Remember, the intention part.
Holy fuck, I forgot I was muted.
David Kendall, an attorney for Clinton, told the fact checker the State Department personnel
so
who originated
cringe.
emails did not think their content merited classification. Not a single one of the over 30,000 emails bore classification markings. The emails had classified markings. In his news conference, Comey said 3 of those were classified at the time they were sent or received. At the time, he said 1 was marked secret and 2 confidential, but at a congressional hearing 2 days later, he said all were marked confidential, the lowest form of classification. Moreover, he acknowledged that markings a C were contained in the body of the text, and contrary to standard practice, there was no header at the top alerting someone that this was classified material. He told lawmakers that without a header, it was a reasonable inference that this material was not classified. The emails concerned proposed talking points for Clinton when she called foreign leader. The State Department later said
Do
that
you
C
look like a
markings should have
desperate
been
housewife?
removed as a matter of course once Clinton decided to place the call, but through human error, they had not been
Not
deleted.
the outfit.
In her
but
FBI interview, Clinton said she
No.
did not know what C meant and speculated it was a reference
Oh.
to paragraphs or ranked in
You
alphabetical
mean like
order.
the
IG
TV
report said
show?
the FBI missing the C
Yeah, you look a
markings.
little cunty.
Oh, the IG report said the FBI missed the C markings until late in the investigation.
I know what you need. I'm
In her
sorry,
Twitter
I didn't
thread,
understand the
Clinton said
question.
Comey
That's
admitted he was wrong
on me.
after he claimed by classified emails, a reference to his remarks at the congressional hearing. When he testified before the House Oversight Committee, he was forced to concede the markings he pointed to
Why
were
is it so
ambiguous, did not
vastly
comply with federal
different?
classification guidelines, and did not contain proper classification markings, Kendall said. We did not respond to a request for comment.
Oh man, I really gotta go do Castle Nathria, but that's fucking Shadowlands content. You can't do that yet. Soon. War Within will drop. We'll be able to do Shadowlands content. One day, surely.
At the end of the process,
Oh, we
on
were
June
looking for
29,
Class Hall
2017,
stuff.
The Tillerson State Department agreed that there was no classified material in the 40 emails cited, but found that her use of a personal email server itself was a security violation without respect to
This
any
is a super mid outfit. This is what my
They're not
class hall
publicized
gives
at
me?
the time. These findings are
Okay.
not surprising, since both the Secretary and her State Department colleagues based their emails on the work the department was doing. It did not believe any of the emails contained classified information. Second investigation started in 2019. Kendall said he was informed states suspected Clinton was responsible for 12 classified spillages based on emails that had not been among the earlier incidents that were investigated. Perhaps it's a coincidence, but the total number of security incidents investigated by state 52 matches the 52 email chains mentioned by Comey. The unclassified version of the diplomatic security investigation that was publicly released notes that a typical security violation involves pre-marked classified information discovered contemporaneously with the incident. None of the emails at issue in the review were marked as classified. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Did I close that Glenn video? So Glenn was, I don't remember what Glenn's initial statement was. Oh, he implied that Hillary was lying. But I was trying to think Glenn will try to ad hom you, and then I don't know. It doesn't matter. One-on-one, I don't think he can ad hom you. It's going to look bad if he tries it. He can do it if he wants. Okay, we're doing Whitmer now, okay? After this video.
Our champion arrived. We have been sent by Duran, bearing away.
Why do you suppose I just gooned in your cave?
You must take up the side.
I don't know. Sure you did.
Blech.
Yeah. Were you edging or were you gooning?
Both.
I don't know. Start mogging.
Like baby Gronk, damn it. Look at me.
Mog.
Damn, get fucked, dude.
Now, was I edging or was I gooning? I don't know.
Sorry, I can't res him. I tried.
What is mog?
Edging or gooning? Edging.
So you do edge in Ohio. If you deliberately end your mutant streak, I will riz you like Libby Dunn. Now, are you an edger? Or are you a gooner? Or are you gonna phantom tax skibbity toilet?
Oh, phantom tax skibbity toilet. What does that say? CG5 only in Ohio? Sing me some CG5.
Oh my freaking yacht! I didn't know they allowed Duke Dennis into Ohio. Am I to understand that you do not watch Kai Cenat? Can you even riz up baby Gronk? What is that?
Skibbity?
Yes, what is that?
Patrick Bateman? Tell me about your motion.
What are you, a skibbity toilet? Sing it correctly! Now answer my question. Were you edging or were you gooning? Answer!
Gooning? Ryan Gosling signals? Do I look like OG Fortnite to you?
I don't understand like 80% of this meme.
I understand 90% of this meme. The other 10% is I haven't seen this movie. I've just seen clips. America.
Nuh-uh. I'm the Rizzler. Nuh-uh. I'm the Rizzler. You are a duelist, Rizzless little piece of gat whose mommy left daddy when she figured out he didn't play OG Fortnite, who is now mewing and looks maxing all over my grimace shake like a freaking skibbity toilet. So for the final amazing time, I'm the Rizzler.
That's amazing.
Start edging longer.
I'm gonna send this to Tom, and he's gonna think I'm so cool.
He's just been watching, so I've been monitoring YouTube.
Yeah. As you do.
I
As
have
we
been
should.
this whole time,
Yeah.
yes. And
Hey.
look over, every time he's been watching something about math or animals like fish.
Dude,
he really
yeah.
likes aquarium. Like, we need to take him to the
He's a big
aquarium.
fish kid. He's a big.
Yes, he loves fish. He loves seahorses. He loves stingrays. Every time a seahorse came on, he was like, "Mom, Mom, come look." I was telling him how to pronounce seahorse, what they do, right?
You see Jesse's
He
post
thinks they're the coolest.
They are. They're fucking rad.
Pretty rad.
You have a mod named Apologize Me Out.
You kidding?
Can you unmod him?
Let me switch my target mid-cast. That's gay.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
If you don't do it, then you can stay here. I'm actually being honest. Really? Yeah. I'll leave you here. I'll give you money to get
Funkin'
home.
is forever.
I'll give you money to get home.
No,
I think they're a gay minor.
Yeah, can you
But I have no idea. I'm trying to piece together from context. No, I don't think they're minor. I lied. Older Zoomer. So he's probably, yeah, like 2099, somewhere around there.
I don't.
So not a minor. My bad. My bad. It was an incel ass tweet. It was like a random tweet about like how to rizz up women, and it was just like super wrong. Like all of it, basically.
Big ol'
It's actually really impressive how much they fucked it up.
I think men should just look at what animals do.
I think men should stop trying so fucking hard to be
If
shit
I get
they're not.
940 plus,
Yes, I think
then
it's weird to be
everything I
like
research will
when
be
they're concerned about gold diggers, but there is no gold in the room of us.
Yes.
If I get
You
920
don't have the
or
money
lower,
gold diggers see.
then
So you're not gonna
all the
attract
intelligence
a gold
agencies are
digger.
corrupt,
And even
and they
then,
probably rigged it against Trump.
a lot of rich
From
men don't
921
seem
to
to care if their
949.
girlfriend is a gold digger.
Good luck.
True.
Because they're looking for someone confident, and basically it's just a narcissist looking for a narcissist.
coughing will never end. Ha, 2000. Fucking called it. Oh my gosh. I wish I could figure out how to use my keybinds in the way that they're meant to be used. But I keep fucking fat fingering this shit. I am transitioning to using modifier keys. So I'm trying to like hold down a button. So I have like my 1 through 6 is what I use. And then and F1 through F6. And then now I have thrown in control, holding down control 1 through 6. And control F1 through F6, and I've never played like this. I've always played with like my full, like all of my rows, and I'll just have 4 bars down here, and it's F1, the 1 row, the QWERTY row, and the ASDIFG row.
I think the claims that the conservatives make are
basically
and
I'll just like dance around on my keyboard. But I'm trying really, I'm trying not to do that.
It was a big plot where there were a lot of actual FBI people involved. And because of that, none of it should count, and the poor guys were entrapped. And also, every plot is done by the FBI, basically. From Wikipedia, free encyclopedia. On October 8th, 2020, the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigations announced the arrests... Wait, what the... Do I care what mewing is? I don't know.
Do I care what mewing is?
Announced the arrest of 13 men suspected of orchestrating a domestic terror plot to kidnap American politician Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, and otherwise using violence to overthrow the state government. Some have labeled the attempt as an example of stochastic terrorism, where violent rhetoric by prominent figures inspired the plot. Half the suspects were tied to a paramilitary militia group that called themselves the Wolverine Watchmen. Oh boy, anytime your group is using cringe titles for themselves, be careful. You're probably going to be involved in some cringe shit.
True. If your little group has a nifty name.
Mewing is a thing to sculpt a Giga Chad jaw. Gotcha. Six of the suspects were charged in federal court, while the other 7 were charged with state crimes. A week later, a 14th suspect was arrested and charged in state court. 2 men pleaded guilty and offered to testify on behalf of the prosecution as part of a favorable plea deal, while 5 men were acquitted at trial. 2 other men were later found guilty of kidnapping conspiracy and conspiracy to possess weapons of mass destruction. One of those men was also convicted of another explosives charge.
Oh my god, how?
3 other men were later convicted of felony counts of gang membership, providing material support to terrorism, and illegal weapons
possession. Down in the water. What am I thinking? What was I thinking?
From the case. So it seems like the
Worgen led you here as well. This must be where the site is kept.
I'm curious, 5 men who were acquitted. I wonder if these were federal trials or state trials. I'm sure it'll come up. I've heard of the Liberty City 7. Oh.
Bro, those motherfuckers are gonna bomb a bridge in my village to try and kill Gretchen. Jesus Christ, dude.
It makes more sense to read the whole thing and then go back and take notes. What do you think is like the best note taking? I should buy a book on taking notes.
Would probably be less mad at me if I actually like take Moonkin form. It's so triggered. I actually don't know anything about Gretchen Whitmer. Or Whitmer, sorry. What was this one for? What's the Gretchen Whitmer thing?
Preceding the 2020 United States elections, law enforcement officials, members of Congress. I'm going to try reading all this, and then we'll see if we take notes afterwards, I guess. Let's try this.
I guess we're going to find out.
Prior concerns about militia and far-right groups. Preceding the 2020 United States elections, law enforcement officials, members of Congress, and groups tracking extremism in the country warned about the increasing threat potential from militia and far-right groups. The Anti-Defamation League identified Michigan as a state where the modern militia movement found its roots and where a number of militia groups remain active. However, John Lewis, a research fellow at the program on extremism at George Washington University, said the Wolverine Watchman group, which the suspects were members of, flew under the radar, adding, "This is simply not a big group that we've ever heard of." The Wolverine Watchman group was reportedly an offshoot of the Michigan militia. Wolverine Watchman, Michigan militia, cute. The day after the suspects were arrested, the Michigan militia issued a statement disavowing the group. Other Michigan-based militia groups also distanced themselves from the plotters' actions and intentions. The Michigan Home Guard, a militia that one of the suspects had once been a member of before being kicked out in 2020, released a statement condemning the Wolverine Watchman's actions. The plot to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer developed from June through September. Within the week preceding the Wolverine Watchman arrests, there were at least 3 other state and federal arrest operations
it's supposed
linked
to bring it
the
down to
Boogaloo
like
movement,
one
to
health.
which the Wolverine Watchman group's ideology adhered. The Boogaloo movement, whose adherents are often referred to as Boogaloo Boys or Boogaloo Boys, is a loosely organized far-right anti-government extremist movement in the United States. It has also been described as a militia.
Dude, the Boogs
Adherents
are
say they're preparing
fucking
for
insane.
incite a second American Civil War or second American Revolution, which they call the Boogaloo or the Boog.
It's Boogaloo.
The movement consists of pro-gun, anti-government groups. The specific ideology of each group varies
One of my
in views on
uncles,
topics
or my
such as
aunt's
race differ widely. Some
second
are white
husband
supremacists or neo-Nazi.
is a former
groups,
IDF guy who moved to the States, and he was big into the the Boogaloo
Wait, is
thing.
my YouTube stream dying? Oh, sorry. Weird. I don't know if I just lagged or not. I gotta wait a second.
Shut up, give me it.
Boogaloo emerged on 4chan and subsequently spread other
Boogaloo.
platforms, although usage of the term dates back to 2012. The movement didn't gain mainstream
Boogaloo.
attention until late
Fucking
2019.
wild.
Adherents use Boogaloo, including variants, so as to avoid social media crackdowns, revert a violent uprising against the federal government, often anticipated to follow government confiscation of firearms. What would you call the, does anybody know, like, are they called the 3 percenters? 3 percenters or a militia name. You only need 3% of the people to start an armed revolution or whatever. COVID-19 pandemic and mitigation measures in Michigan. Whitmer, the main target of the plot, had seen her political profile
Probably should've
elevated over
bark
the
skin.
preceding months due to her early response to the outbreak of COVID-19 in Michigan, in which she enacted
the
strict
Boogaloo
mitigation
Boys,
measures,
bro.
such as a lockdown of the state. She became a target of criticism from far-right groups, and her measures triggered protests in April and May.
Their whole thing is
President
like,
Donald Trump offered his support for the protests, derisively
Hawaiian
calling Whitmer
shirts
that woman from
and
Michigan.
shorts.
Tweeting on April 17th, "Liberate
stuff.
Michigan." 2 weeks later, on April 30th, armed protesters entered the Michigan state capitol. I don't remember this event at all. Or maybe I would if I read about it. Ultimately, on October 2nd, 2020, the Michigan Supreme Court made
Alright,
2
alright,
rulings in
you
response to the
can
measures.
dip.
The 4-3 ruling that declared a 1945 law allowing Whitmer to enact the measures was unconstitutional, and a unanimous ruling that declared a 1976 act did not give Whitmer the power to enact the measures without legislative approval. This put uncertainty over enforcement of the measures and forced the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and later the Michigan Occupational Safety and Health
Get fucked.
Administration, aka MOSHA, to circumvent it by ordering similar measures even after the plot was made public. Participants in the plot. The suspected participants were tied to a paramilitary militia group that called themselves the Wolverine Watchmen. The group was co-founded by Pete Musico and Joseph Morrison. The latter is considered the group's commander. An NBC News investigation into the suspect's social media profiles found links between their ideologies and those of the broader Boogaloo movement. The Wolverine Watchman group
Boogaloo,
recruited
oh
members
my
on
God.
Facebook from November
Boogaloo.
2019 until June 2020 when Facebook purged all Boogaloo-related material.
Boogaloo.
The suspects
This
named in the
motherfucker.
federal
I swear to
indictment
God.
charged with conspiracy
I'm gonna
to
stop
commit
watching.
kidnapping were Adam Fox,
We'll have to do some
Ty
original
Garvin,
content
Barry
instead.
Croft, Caleb Franks, Daniel Harris, and Brandon Caserta. It's Boogaloo, not Boogaloo. Boogaloo boys, Boogaloo boys.
Boogaloo, yes.
5 of the men were Michigan residents, while the 6th, Croft, was from Delaware.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who's fucking bugged by that.
Accused of being the ringleaders of the plot. The suspects charged with state crimes, including providing material support for terrorist acts, firearm crimes, and gang membership, were Wolverine Watchmen founders Musico, or Musico? I don't know what the fuck this guy's name. We're working along with Sean Fix, Eric Lawlett, don't care. Or maybe I should. Eric Molitor, Michael Knoll, William Knoll, and Paul Beller. Paul Beller. Imagine your last name is Knoll.
Where's the
Yikes.
portal?
At least 4 of the 13 suspects had attended prior rallies at the Michigan State Capitol. On October 15th, the 14th suspect, Brian Higgins, of Wisconsin, was charged at the state level with material support of an act of terrorism. Garvin pleaded guilty on January 27th, 2021, and agreed to testify against his 5 alleged co-conspirators.
Annoying.
Charges.
Can't use that here either. Interesting. Alright, I gotta go pee real quick.
Okay, kidnapping, conspiracy, and conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction. 16 years. ADX warrants. Material aiding a terrorist and membership in a gang. Guilty. Kidnapping, conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction. Possessing an unregistered destructive device. Guilty. Material aiding a terrorist and membership in a gang. Materially aiding a terrorist and gang membership. What the fuck is there between membership in a gang and gang membership? Conspiracy to commit kidnapping, not guilty, not guilty. Providing material support for terrorist acts, a gun crime, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. And then these 4 pled guilty. Conspiracy to commit kidnapping, providing material support for terrorist acts, a gun crime, material support of an act of terrorism. Why doesn't it say here which one were like, I guess I don't care. Like state crimes versus federal crimes. If you're like at ADX or any of these things, Federal Bureau of Prisons. So, actually, if you get convicted of a state crime, do you always go to state prison, or can you get convicted of a state crime and then sent to like federal prison? If you're convicted, state felony, can you go to federal prison? Alright, nothing. Okay, cool. So like FCI sounds like Federal Corrections. Male inmates. So they all look like these are federal charges, I guess, and not the state crime ones, I guess? I don't know. Alright, hopefully it will go as we go. Adam Fox was considered the mastermind of the plot. He was born Adam Dean Wagoner. Imagine changing your name to Fox. God, I love Metal Gear Solid. We changed his last name. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I should have given it. To his mother's maiden name in 2014. He probably still did it because he thought it was cool. Fuck him. He was living in the basement of his former employer, a vacuum repair shop in Grand Rapids. Fox received permission for that living arrangement from the shop's owner, who felt empathy towards Fox, as Fox was homeless and had pet dogs. The basement was used to hold multiple meetings discussing the plot. Fox posted a YouTube video in June. Imagine how sad. You're like some like shop owner, you gotta do the work, so he's like homeless, he's a little dumb, he's got some dogs, like bro, have some, like, you can live in the basement. And he like brings his friends over and they have like meetings, and he's like, what are you guys talking about today? We're gonna get the governor. And they're just like, have fun, man, good luck. Oh no. According to his employer, Fox espoused, Fox posted a YouTube video in June mentioning Whitmer's handling the pandemic as one of his motives for the plot.
I need to get up, stretch my
According
legs.
to his employer, Fox espoused anti-police and anti-government
Basically
rules
anything
along with
Boogaloo
support for the
Boys.
Boogaloo movement and had recently become
I'm
worried
like
about the
clocked
US
out.
becoming a communist
Those
country
motherfuckers
and
are stupid
democratic
as shit.
politicians taking away his guns. Fox had previously been a member of another militia group called the Michigan Home Guard, but he was kicked out due to rage issues and threatening other members on social media. While under surveillance, Fox was recorded by the FBI as saying, "Snatch and grab, man. Grab the fucking governor. Just grab the bitch. Because at this point, we do that, it's over. And I want to have the governor hogtied, laid out on a table, while we all pose around like we just made the world's biggest goddamn drug bust, bro." Thank you, Cagwatch. Fox was convicted in federal court for kidnapping, conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction. He faced a maximum sentence of life in prison. On December 27th, 2022, he was sentenced to 16 years. Is this January 6th still? No, this is another group of wacky, freedom-loving conservatives.
True.
Joseph M. Morrison is considered the leader of the Wolverine Watchmen. His home in Munich, which he shared with Musico, I don't know how to write Musico, was used as a training site. Photographs of the home showed a Confederate battle flag and a variation of the U.S. flag with alternating vertical red and white stripes and a circle of stars surrounded the words liberty or death. Morrison's neighbors told the Daily Beast that the home's residents were disrespectful and said large groups regularly gathered here on weekends, whereupon gunfire would be heard. His online alias was Boogaloo Bunyan. Morrison had served in the U.S. Marine Corps since 2015, most recently with the 4th Marine Logistics Group in Battle Creek, Michigan, with the rank of Lance Corporal. He was just discharged from the Marine Corps Reserves on October 8th, the same day as his arrest, for reasons unrelated to criminal charges. Morrison
Their plot was to bomb the major bridge in my village to trap Gretch, but they failed to consider that we have a second bridge, and it wouldn't have worked anyway. Fucking true. Yeah, no, they're not.
On December 15th, 2022,
I think their like big thing is just to incite violence. I think that what they because like every time I've engaged with anybody who's a Boogaloo Boy, like all they do is like grandstand about how macho they are. It's really fucking stupid.
Title 18 of the United States, sections blah 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 blah.
They just want to fight.
Primarily to
That's
groups
fine. Like they can
designated
go
as
fight,
terrorist
but
by the State
like go fight somebody who wants to
Four
fight you.
types
I
of
don't want to
support
fucking
described
fight you.
training,
Go away.
expert advice or assistance, service and personnel.
You're not serious.
In
You're
June of 2010,
you're just
the
being
United States
dumb.
Supreme Court upheld the law in an as-applied challenge. In the
You've
case of
taken like a
Forward
shitty
Humanitarian Law
position
Project, but also left
just
open
to
door for
like
other as-applied challenges.
just to
Defendants in
encourage
the case
fights.
had sought to help the Kurdistan
Just to
Workers'
be
Party
the
of
antagonist.
Turkey
I don't. It
and the
just feels
Liberation
crazy to me.
Tigers of Tamil Elam learn means of peacefully
Because the
resolving
people who are like
conflicts.
genuinely stand for the things that the Proud Boys say they stand for don't fucking join the Proud Boys. They join other orgs. If they actually care about getting that shit done, they join places like they're not joining the fucking Proud Boys.
Mill is another.
Oh, sorry, the Boogaloo Boys.
Camel Tigers, that's Sri Lanka Civil War meme.
They're joining groups like the Proud Boys, though.
You know, they probably just named their group after the Michigan State mascot. I don't care.
And you're gonna be like super libertarian. They're very libertarian in that.
In
that whole thing.
Fuck you, losers. Okay, you suck. You'll never be Alabama. Okay, fuck Michigan. Fuck them.
In fact, I think it's like a less like a Trumper right-wing thing. There's a lot of overlap, but I think like the main sticker, if you were to classify it, they would be like a libertarian group.
Do I care about any of this? Oh, there it is. Oh, University of Michigan is the Wolverines. Michigan State. Okay, fuck you. I don't know. Okay. Ty Garbin. Ty Garbin was raised in Wyandotte, but was living in a manufactured home park in eastern Livingston County at the time of his arrest. His father is an Army veteran. Garbin was a licensed aircraft mechanic and had previously worked for SkyWest Airlines. He met Fox at a Second Amendment rally in Lansing. Garbin cased the governor's vacation home at night, texted about blowing up a bridge to slow down police.
Damn.
Or to slow police down, offered to paint his boat for night fishing as part of the kidnapping mission on the lake, and had the ability to manufacture guns. His lawyer mentioned he had no criminal record.
Hell yeah.
After pleading guilty, Garbin was sentenced in August of 2021 to 75 months in prison. Due to his cooperation with investigators and the subsequent convictions of Fox and Croft, a judge reduced his sentence to 30 months in September of 2022. Did Michigan win this year? I don't know. I don't follow college football anymore. No one cares. Okay.
True.
Play
Nobody
the
gives a
NFL.
fuck.
Play real football. Third tower.
Where's this
evidence
fucking?
theory.
Where is Archdruid Greathoof?
Barry Croft Jr.
Where is this
Barry Croft
motherfucker?
Jr. regularly posted violent messages on his social media accounts. These accounts depicted him wearing a tricorn. What the fuck is this? And a sweatshirt with an insignia associated with the 3 Percenters militia group. Gee, what was he? A Brit Bonger wannabe?
Oh hell yeah.
Almost fell over. Best thing you've ever sent me. Oh, Tom liked my meme. See?
Ooh. No longer available. That's kind of gay. What?
He was later
Is it
identified as
honor
the
bound?
second in
That's
command
kinda
of its
dumb.
Wisconsin branch. The FBI identified him as a national leader of the organization in January 2021. He expressed support for the Russia investigation origins counter-narrative in opposition to the country's current immigration policy, and he believed the investigations into
What
President
a
Trump
super mid
constituted
set
an
of transmog
uprising.
of
However, he also included Trump's name in a grievance-filled
You know what I'm trying to
hit
say.
list of politicians that he
Jesus.
wanted to hang, which he posted on Facebook in late June. He was living in Bear, Delaware at the time of his arrest. Croft was arrested multiple times from 94 to 96 for assault and burglary. He was convicted in 97 for possessing a gun and the commission of a felony and spent 3 years
These
in prison. April of 2019, Croft was pardoned for the conviction, as well as the prior
I
assault
fucking
and
hate these
burglary
people.
charges by Delaware Governor John Carney. According to recordings of the plotters, Croft claimed he was granted permission from God to commit murder. Behaste! Croft was convicted
Where
in
the
federal court
fuck
for
is the
kidnapping
Archdruid?
conspiracy. Conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction and possessing an unregistered destructive device. In 2022, December, he was sentenced to 19 years and 7 months in federal prison. What is this weapon of mass destruction? I can't wait to get to this part of the plot. Oh boy. Caleb Franks had spent $4,000 on the equipment during the planning, including a helmet and night vision goggles. He also brought a rifle with a suppressor
What the fuck?
to one of the training. If you buy a thing in the it's like part of a conspiracy to commit a crime, do you at least get to keep your shit? Like, let's say that I buy night vision goggles because I want to go kidnap somebody. Let's say I'm convicted. Fine, I'm guilty. But like, do I get to keep my night vision goggles, or are they like taken from me? Because it's not like it's illegal to have them, right? Do USA Geography? It's been a month. You know what? After we finish our first read through of this, we will. We'll do the 50 states, okay? It's evidence, dumbass.
Pussy.
SWAT is so getting that shit. Fuck, that would suck. Imagine if they jack your shit, dude.
I think I could do this.
He also brought a rifle with a suppressor. It's one of the
I should
training
probably try that.
exercises. According to his LinkedIn profile, he studied clinical psychology at Washtenaw Community College and was employed as a peer recovery coach at an addiction treatment
Okay,
center.
I have
in
no
Oregon.
idea where this fucking
He previously
Archdruid
battled an addiction to heroin, but has been sober since 2013.
I think we just reload, right?
He was convicted in 2011
hope
for
it fixes
cocaine
itself.
possession and in 2013 for second-degree home invasion. He served 9 months in jail and 2 years under the jurisdiction of drug courts. He testified that he was motivated by a desire to die because much of his family had
Hell
died and
yeah.
didn't want to live anymore, and he secretly hoped to be killed by a police in a shootout. Well, why did it not happen?
Fucking based.
Franks pleaded guilty to kidnapping conspiracy and was sentenced to 4 years in prison by a federal judge.
Yes, people need more dignity in their lives, so they stop joining insane fucking political
Daniel
cults.
Harris served in the U.S. Marine Corps as a rifleman from 2014 to 2019, most recently at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune in Jacksonville, North Carolina. What does it mean if you're a rifleman? We must have more things in the Army or the Marines for you to do than just walk around with a rifle, right? What do you actually do? That must mean, like, there must be, like, more for this job,
If we had free
right?
health care, nobody would watch us on.
In the Marine Corps, the MOS 0311 is for riflemen. It is the primary infantry MOS.
All
in
of
the
his
Marine Corps,
fan base could go
equivalent to
get
the U.S.
Navy.
Army MOS 11B for infantrymen.
I'm
Training
just
for
kidding.
Marine
He's
Corps
not that bad.
conducted by the
He has been getting really weird on the foreign policy takes,
Sub-Roman
though.
infantry.
Holy shit. He's just like a pretty boy. He
Wait,
talks
why did
about
the Marine
politics.
Corps
He's like
and the
entry
Army
level.
use this
That's
MOS
fine.
thing, but
Like
the
he
Air
does.
Force and other people
He
don't?
does fine. He's got to be down here. This is where it is. Surely. Nope. What the fuck?
Riflemen are the primary scouts, assault troops, and close combat forces available to the Marine Air Ground Task Force. The foundation of the Marine Infantry Organization is such a nucleus of the fire team of the Rifle Squad. Wow. Air Force does, they just have their own acronyms. AFSC. Navy has NEC. Cringe.
I honestly have no idea where I'm supposed to be going. This is really frustrating. Where is Arch Druid Greathoof? I would love to walk with this man. This Tauren, probably. Where the fuck?
The Glentalk get moved to tomorrow? It's supposed to be on Saturday. Wait, what is today? Is today Saturday? Today's Thursday. It's supposed to be Saturday, but I don't have a confirmation yet. We're waiting on him. Distorted gems, exactly as you'd expect. Wait, what?
Oh, gay.
We're ordering a new mouse today, guys. Another one. If you want faces to the names. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's not very good. I put it in my bag. Damn, look at them all.
Destiny, college football is better than the NFL.
Slaps,
The
bro. I want that
unpredictability,
staff.
raw emotional investment of athletes who are often playing not
I need
just
a
for
staff
win,
character.
but for the potential to secure a future. Wow. Thank you for that.
I need to play more Monk. I just need to play more Brewmaster, bro. Brewmaster is so pure. It's such a fun tank spec.
Don't listen to him. College football is cringe and the NFL is cool. Wow.
And I need to learn how to Demon Hunter tank, because apparently that shit is fire. Like
Listen,
half of
we're
all
not gonna get into
tanks
this
are in
because I
Demon
don't
Hunter
really
tanks
care
right
that
now.
much, okay, but I'm gonna be honest. Growing
And
up,
then the other half are
I thought
fucking
college football
paladins.
was one of the best sports in the U.S., better than the NBA, and better than the NFL. Because I think 12 games is based. It makes every game super important and super hype. And I thought it was cool to watch players and teams
Hell yeah,
like
an
grow up with
Archdruid
each
of the
other.
Cenarian
right?
Circle
It's
at
cool
level
to see a
16.
kid, you know, or like a black shirt or red shirt, whatever the fuck.
King.
You know, freshman, sophomore year, like growing into like being really, really good players, and then watching teams work together and like seeing what they could do like next season. Shit. I thought that was cool. I enjoyed that. I thought it was like, you know, I thought that was fun. Yeah. The NFL stuff. I'm gonna be honest. As somebody that came from college football and briefly thought about like NFL shit, the idea of like teams shuffling around like every single whenever, however often they do drafts, or whatever, actually like completely made me not give a fuck about anything related to that. But I also probably never would have gotten into it because fuck sports. Okay.
Oh, hell yeah. I think we go to High Mountain. Let's go meet our Tauren brothers.
That doesn't happen anymore because of transfers and the new NLA deals. You can get into the NCAA. Oh, okay. Maybe. NIL, not NLA. Roll the mouse wheel aggressively against your mouse pad for 1 to 2 minutes and it should be fixed. Wait, what? No shot.
We are nature's guardians. Walk in peace. Go with
It's gonna
Cenarius'
break my shit.
Such a whiner, dude. Never actually played WoW, so I can't comment too much on the gameplay, but I've been impressed with the environment and gear design work. This shit looks great. Right for an old, like, this game came out in 2004. The game is 20 years old. And they're doing a big world refresh, either the next expansion or the expansion after it. So hopefully everything will look even fucking better.
Have all my mouse
And I've got
problems
everything
because of
fucking
this.
cranked, I think. Or I did. I don't know if I have it cranked on retail. No, it's just on 8, but still. I got my view distance cranked.
Wait, holy shit.
It's like my
Wait,
settings
this
are
is my
fine, but
issue the
I'm
entire
running on
time?
like a 50 FPS monitor. So
We'll see if it happens again.
or a 50 hertz monitor. So I have it desynced at 50 frames per second.
Is your mouse
So it
doing
doesn't
that
take a whole lot to
randomly
run it even at 8. The 8
Should
preset.
DeSantis stay in the race no matter what because of the possibility that Trump can't be the nominee? Maybe. That's actually interesting. I wonder if that'll influence the people that are running to never drop because, like, Trump. Harris deployed to Japan, where he reached the rank of corporal. He was awarded the Humanitarian Service Medal, the Marine Corps' Good Conduct Medal, and the Global War on Terrorism Service Medal. He worked as a security guard at 2 different companies after being discharged.
I don't know
June,
if I was
he
actually
attended a
supposed
Black
to
Lives
take
Matter
that.
rally in his hometown.
I'm just
of
tired myself when I clicked
He was
it.
interviewed by a local newspaper where he said
Hell
he was
yeah,
upset
we're
about the killing
good.
of George Floyd and police violence. Wow. 8 of the suspected conspirators
Oh,
met
wait,
at
no.
Harris's home on August 23rd to discuss the plot. While under surveillance, Harris was recorded by the FBI saying, "Have one person go to her house, knock on the door, and when she answers it, just cap her at this point. Fuck it." Damn.
Hell yeah, dude.
Harris is the only defendant to take the stand
Some
in his
real
own defense
men.
in the first federal trial.
Jesus
in April
fuck.
of 2022, he was acquitted of all charges. Damn.
I think they changed like 90% of it not too long
Brandon
ago.
Caserta. Brandon Caserta,
Like 10 years
Kenton
ago? Not 10 years ago, like 7 or 8 years ago.
was shown wearing a
During
Hawaiian-style shirt associated with
Warlords of
Boogaloo
Draenor
movement. In a
expansion. I
TikTok
think they
video, and
changed a
on
bunch of
Facebook, he
graphical
praised Kyle
features.
Rittenhouse,
And I think they added a bunch of shit.
a
And we're
civilian
about to get
shot
another
through
one of
protesters
those
killing
kind of
2.
cycles.
During unrest in Kenosha, Wisconsin in August, Caserta was also a COVID-19 denier and supported the QAnon conspiracy theory. However, in
I
one
went the wrong
video,
way, I guess.
he criticized President Trump and called
Where
him a
do I go?
tyrant. His belief system apparently became more extreme following Whitmer's implementation of the statewide lockdown. His social media activity originally
no
consisted of posts
Oh,
about
let's
comedy
go
shows
say.
and podcasts, motivational quotes, and selfies. But following the lockdown, he began liking posts about conspiracy theories regarding Bill Gates, as well as memes about hog-tying police officers. While under surveillance, Caserta was recorded by the FBI saying, "When the time comes, there will be no need to try and strike fear through presence. The fear will be manifested through bullets. And if this whole thing starts to happen, I'm telling you what, dude, I'm taking out as many of those motherfuckers as I can. Every single one, dude. Every single one."
Yeah, man, this is a boomer
In
game, but
April
what do you play?
2020, or I'm sorry, in April 2022, Caserta was acquitted by a jury of all charges relating to the plot. Pete Musico was active on YouTube, where he posted video blogs against taxes, gun control, and the so-called deep state. A video posted in 2019 entitled "Gretchen Whitmer Interview" depicted him railing against her policies around automobile ownership and promised he would interview Whitmer in person in a later video. Shut up. Samson Breed, you're retarded. College players are only on a team for 3 to 4 years. It's CFB, always getting new players, and makes it hard to follow rosters. NFL has more continuity. That's not what your mom said. When I'm continuing to fuck her every day.
Do I just have to leave now? Fucking Christ, okay.
Why do they always get acquitted? The same thing happened with the people who took over the wildlife refuge in Oregon. I mean, for these guys, let's see. I think for criminal conspiracy, you need to be part of a plan, and then you need to take at least one step towards accomplishing the plan. I mean, as bad as it might sound, a bunch of guys standing around being like, "I want to fucking kill. We should fucking kill the senator. Blah. We should blah blah blah." Is that illegal? I don't think that's illegal.
No.
Probably freedom of speech.
It is.
Almost certainly should be protected speech. If it's just happening between you and friends. Now,
Splatoon
if you
built by the
guys like
70
create a
competitive
coherent
scene and having a
conspiracy
ball
and
with it.
start taking,
I
you
haven't
need
played
to
a single
one
game of
step towards it
Splatoon.
in order to do it. Then
I've owned like
sure,
6
now we've got a
different
crime,
Switches.
or at least
Never
conspiracy
played a
to commit
Splatoon
crime,
game.
which is a
I actually
crime.
feel really bad about it because
but
I assume that Splatoon,
absent
kind
that,
of like
you should be able to
Pikmin,
talk about- say whatever
is
you
like
want
one of their
about
secret ballers. That like you just have to play it to really like it's like I don't know, like it's fun. You just have to play it. It looks fun. You don't really understand what's going on, but like it looks fun. I need to do it. 92,000's RPG guy on the whole though. That's my bread and butter. Fuck yes, dude. I am horrible at them. I never finish them, but I am in love with the aesthetic, and I own a bunch of them on Steam that I just haven't played through. And in fact, I have What do I
Musico was
download
also
right
active on
now?
Gab, where he promoted the
I've
unfounded
got some
claim that
shit
there was an
downloaded
ongoing
right
campaign to kill white
fucking
people in
now.
South Africa. He also followed the account
Legend of
Proud
Heroes,
Boys organizer
Trails
Joe
in the
Biggs,
Sky.
Wars personality Owen
That one
Schroyer.
I need to
On
finish.
Twitter, he
I got
expressed support
probably
for
like
Trump,
halfway
conspiracy
through it,
theories,
and then
Hillary
I
Clinton,
dropped off.
the high presence of mercury in vaccines. Musico's attorney said he was eventually kicked out of the Wolverine Watchmen because he was too soft and would not commit to violence. Musico is the father-in-law of co-defendant Joseph Morrison. On October of 2022, Musico was convicted in Michigan State Court of materially aiding a terrorist being a member of a gang. On December 15, 2022, he was sentenced to 12 to 20 years in prison. Damn. Sean Fix. He hosted the Wolverine Watchmen meetings at his home in Belleville to discuss the plot. The house's yard had Donald Trump presidential campaign signs and a Gadsden flag. Jesus. He was working as a truck driver and had more than a dozen driving infractions from 2007 to 2018. Okay, chill. That's like one ticket a year. Not too bad. Fix was charged with assault and battery and damn, why are they digging up this guy's driving record? Come on.
Fucking get him.
Eric Alert. Listen to the guy you're reading about firsthand in an interview with 400 views.
Yeah, and like I liked it. Like the 30 hours that I played, I think the only problem that I had at all was I think it was like a real life thing. Like I had to move or something. It got uninstalled and I lost the save and I just didn't want to put that many fucking hours into it again. But now it's been like in years. I don't remember the game at all. I just remember feeling fondly about it.
What do we got next?
So I'm excited.
Oh yeah, that's right. You know what? Everybody really liked the last segment, Dum Dum Dana. We got a new segment.
We were reading about Sean Fix. He was charged with, let's get through Eric Muller before you listen to it. Fix was charged with assault and battery and aggravated assault in 2012. The victim dropped the charges in 2013. Fix was one of 5 suspects turned over for trial on December 7th.
I also have like a couple of Tales of games. I think I have
as well as a gun crime.
Zestiria and
It's on Cope Session about the Houthi. Eric
what's the other one? The big one, the one that everybody knows. Zestiria is the one I have definitely spent more time playing though.
And on his Facebook profile, he also spoke positively about Rittenhouse and the St. Louis gun-toting controversy.
And then that one got kind of super repetitive.
Along with an anti-government sentiment,
Zestiria was.
he had worked
I
for
did
a
not
company
have
that provides
Zestiria.
respiratory and ballistic protection to military and first responders. In January 2020, he gave the Wexford County Commission a proposal to make it a Second Amendment sanctuary county.
Why do I keep doing
which
that?
Passed unanimously the next month. Molitor was one of 5 suspects turned over for trial on December 7, 2022. They were
Maybe I should
accused of
just
providing
untrack it
materials for
instead.
terrorist acts as well as a gun crime. How did this actually end? God, this was so fucking cringe. Everything about it was cringe.
Yeah, I opened it the other day. Got through
Protesters
probably like
were
the first
also
30 minutes, and then I don't know. It's different now. I have
These
kids.
people were
I have
especially
a kid,
cringe. Did
so
anything happen? I thought they got charged.
it could be a little bit of a pain in the butt.
Filed charges against the McCloskey couple on July 20th. This injured national attention. They pled guilty to misdemeanor offenses. Mark for 4th-degree assault, Patricia for harassment. Mark was required to pay a $750 fine, and Patricia $2,000. And their guns used in the incident were required to be surrendered and destroyed. In August 2020, they were both pardoned by Missouri Governor Mike Parson. Suspended the couple's law licenses indefinitely. Stayed the punishment and imposed.
Oh, not that one.
1 year of probation.
This one.
What does it mean if you suspend a law license but stay the punishment? So they like did it but then didn't do it, or?
Tales of Symphonia. That's the one. Tales of Symphonia. Everybody has Tales of Symphonia. I want to play Tales of Arise because I've heard that one is good. Tales of Symphonia I need to finish playing. I played most of Tales of Zestiria. It's still $50 fucking. Holy shit, that game came out like almost a decade ago. Jesus Christ. Berseria I've heard was in the same kind of vein as Zestiria and not very good. And then I think there's some old ones that aren't on Steam that I might emulate one day. Ooh, boyfriend dungeon is half off. It's a story-rich comedy action roguelike dating sim.
I'm so curious what the what were the charges?
$9.99.
Unlawful use of a weapon, a Class E felony, which can carry a sentence of up to 4 years in prison and a fine of $10,000.
I should have never allowed the nudity tag. All it does is show me horny shit now on Steam.
Unlawful use of a weapon. Because of, did they point it at them, or? On July 21st, 2020, Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt
That's what I've heard too about Arise, right?
An amicus brief which argued Missouri statutes specifically authorize Missouri citizens to use firearms to deter assailants, protect themselves, their families, and homes from threatening or violent intruders, and request dismissal of the case of McCloskey's. Schmidt expressed his concern for the chilling effect this case has on people exercising Second Amendment rights. He retired Supreme Court was critical of the intervention, saying Schmidt had no role in the trial court level and might be called on to represent prosecutors. The McCloskeys are convicted and appeal. July 22nd, the anonymous received a list of said the rifle tested both the rifle and the handgun. The rifle fired when tested, but the handgun was not functional and could not be fired.
Where does this take me?
Prosecutor turned out the handgun was stripped and found
Dollar
to be
on.
assembled
Let's go.
incorrectly. Prosecutor then requested it to be reassembled correctly and just fired again. The handgun then fired properly. The prosecutor
Arise.
documents said the handgun was capable of lethal use. What was the actual charge? Like, or why how?
Sorry, I'm a little baked. I
what
might
was
have
the
missed
charge
that.
for?
Or can you edit? What the fuck happened there? I think my brain just missed it. I'm a little baked.
Like, 4th degree assault. Was it just standing on the porch, like, holding the guns, or?
Yeah, Arise. Okay. It also looks fantastic. They put years of work into modernizing their engine for that game. Yes, I believe it. I saw, like, I was looking for a JRPG right around when that one launched. And the only reason I didn't pick it up was because I think it was like a full fat $70 on the Switch. And I was like, it's going to play like shit on here. I don't even want to play it on this. And then I picked up Octopath.
Brandishing? Is brandishing a firearm?
Our freaking kid?
Directly at
Hell
somebody
yeah.
on your
Let's
own
go.
property? Is that illegal?
Hell yeah. You gonna give him one of his cars when he's done?
You butchered that spelling?
Okay.
He's been so good today.
Yeah, he has. He has.
Especially after everything. Usually after telling him no to something like Kinga, it ruins his whole day.
Yeah, he's been good today. I don't mind.
Ugh.
Just don't show. Just wait until he's done. Just wait until he's done. Okay.
But no, he came out. He goes, I'm gonna go poop because I've been telling him.
Did anybody go over this case? Legal is actually like, I find that as I go over the legal videos, and then I also go over other stuff, like reading and doing stuff. I feel like he actually does a really good job of giving both sides of the argument. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, dude, you're gonna set him off. Be careful. My kid likes to shit himself. It's like the most annoying fucking thing on the planet. So we're trying some positive reinforcement, getting him shit when he poops.
The video called "Lawyers Go Insane."
When he poops in a potty by himself unprompted.
Wait, was that about them? This was 1 year ago.
Every lawyer always puts their client's interest first and is
This
always...
just looks like random lawyers being done or whatever.
Not for 70, yeah.
Go to 11:40.
I haven't touched a Dragon Quest game yet. Except for the Dragon Quest Builder game. I played that on, like, the PlayStation Cloud service thing for, like, an hour and a half, and it was fine. I probably would have played more if it wasn't on a cloud service.
Lawyers who spent decades suing everyone for everything. Then they
Good
waved
stuff,
their
though.
guns at BLM protesters.
Fun
became
game,
manga
cute
celebrities,
aesthetic.
and then they sued even more
Not a little demon girl
Now, personal injury attorneys are often referred to as
with questionable dietary habits. Good shit, dude. I liked it. And I love Toriyama, bro.
basically look at them the wrong way and they'll sue you.
King. True.
Or they'll point their guns at your face.
Oh shit.
Now, you've likely seen this viral photo from June 2020 when the
No,
McCloskeys
never
pointed
mind.
firearms at BLM protesters marching past their St. Louis home. But that's not their first public spectacle. Here's how Jeremy Kohler of the St. Louis Dispatch described the couple following a review on the record. Quote, the McCloskeys are always in conflict with others, typically over control of private property, what people can do on that property, and whose job it is to make sure they do it. Now, among their many,
they're
many legal vices, it
dickheads.
includes suing to obtain their home, a castle originally built by Adolphus Bush, co-founder of Anheuser-Busch, suing a man who sold them a Maserati they claimed was supposed to come with a box of hard-to-find parts, and fighting their HOA to acquire 1,100 square feet of a triangle of lawn designated as common area for the neighborhood. Now, one notable McCloskey dispute bordered on cartoon villainy. In 2013, Mark McCloskey allegedly destroyed beehives placed outside his mansion's northern wall by the neighboring Jewish Central Reform congregation, then left a note saying that if the mess wasn't cleaned up quickly, he'd seek a restraining order and attorney's fees. The congregation was planning to harvest the honey and apples on property for the Jewish New Year. According to NYC's home, quote, the children were crying in school. It was part of our curriculum. Now, Mark McCloskey
Oh my god.
was unable to confirm who filled the bees.
Yeah, he's just going over like wacky shit that.
I mean, but still, Jesus fuck.
I'm sorry. How do we get down this? I feel like when I remember everything that happened for this incident, these guys posted big cringe, but I don't feel like they actually did anything wrong or illegal. But I don't know what all their action looked like. Like if
no, they're
I'm trying to think,
fucking
if you're
brandishing
waving around a gun at a crowd of protesters that have like broken into your little gated bullshit. Would that count as assault? Should it count as assault? Probably should. Probably should. It probably should. Unless they're on your property. Probably should. I wonder what video
Need to
footage
kill him?
was-
Oh,
were they-
yeah, I
like,
guess so.
For instance, so if the guys were walking through here, and if one of these two was like pointing weapons at them, get out of here, get away from here, blah blah blah. I could see that, assuming they had no weapons and didn't seem like they were coming onto their private property. I could see that being like, okay, that's assault, or that's at least a misdemeanor. Sure, you fucked up. Sure. But I'm just curious what. Yeah. He literally talks about the RLM shit in the next sentence. He just said to keep watching it. Okay, sure, but I doubt he's. There was like 20 seconds left in that segment. I doubt he's gonna go into it much or at all. Oh wait, shit. Never mind. There's a whole other thing. Wait, maybe he was. My bad.
On property for the Jewish New Year, according to Rabbi Susan Tall, quote, the children were crying in school. It was part of our curriculum. Now, Mark McCloskey denied destroying the hives, and a Snopes investigation was unable to confirm who filled the bees.
No, not the bees! Not the bees!
Now, flash forward to June 2020 when a group of several hundred BLM demonstrators marched on the home of St. Louis Mayor Linda Crewson. Mayor Crewson had triggered fierce backlash when, during a Facebook Live post, she read the full names and addresses of George Floyd protesters who had written letters encouraging her to defund police departments. Critics accused her of doxing critics to open them up to public harassment and retaliation. And on June 28th, protesters marched toward Crewson's home on Portland Place, which is blocked with heavy iron gates and signed marked private property. But one of the houses on Portland Place is a Renaissance-style palazzo owned by, you guessed it, Patricia and Mark McCloskey. When the demonstrators crossed paths with McCloskey, the pair countered the protesters' First Amendment rights
I need to
by
learn
threatening
how
them
to
with
use
their
this shit.
Mr. McCloskey stepped onto a patio holding a rifle and yelled, "Get the hell out of my neighborhood and private property, get out." After McCloskey brandished his rifle, Mrs. McCloskey then came out of the door barefoot, wielding a small silver pistol and aimed it directly at the demonstrators. The entire confrontation lasted about 12 minutes, after which the protesters converged on Mayor Crewson's home for several hours of protest. But the McCloskeys immediately became the couple who launched 1,000 memes and lawsuits because McCloskey sued the photographer who took their viral photograph, the online retailer who used that photo to sell products with their unflattering captions, and while the couple became MAGA celebrities.
Dragon Quest 11. Okay, I will keep it in mind because I really want to play it, especially after they added the hero to Smash Bros.
The McCloskeys pleaded guilty to misdemeanor offenses. Mark for fourth-degree assault with a $750 fine, and Patricia for harassment with a $2,000 fine. The couple was required to surrender their guns for destruction. And Mark McCloskey wasted no time in blaming the person actually responsible for all of this, George Soros. But in August of 2021, Missouri Governor Mike Parson pardoned the McCloskeys, which he had promised to do if they were convicted. The McCloskeys, true to form, then immediately sued the city, the sheriff, and the state, alleging the pardon entitled them to have their guns returned and fines refunded. But in February 2022, the Missouri Supreme Court subjected the McCloskeys' law licenses to a one-year probationary period. After the ruling, Mark McCloskey said that he was disappointed the court disciplined him at all, and announced he was considering asking the U.S. Supreme Court to review the case. Now, if you're a terrible lawyer trying to evade legal scrutiny, or just a normal person trying to boost your privacy, try today's sponsor, NordVPN. Because you know that incognito mode actually isn't incognito, right? Well, with NordVPN's no logs policy, your internet service provider
holding a high-powered rifle and wielding a pistol. In these now viral images, Mark and Patricia
Ooh, hold on. That one looked kind of iffy. Wait.
Holding a high-powered rifle and wielding a pistol.
High-powered rifle? Thank God he wasn't using the low-powered rifle. Jesus.
Fucking true. That would have been a nightmare.
Viral images, Mark and Patricia McCloskey looked ready for a gunfight as a protest moved through their mansion-lined St. Louis neighborhood.
Get the hell out of my neighborhood!
Now
Get the hell out of my
neighborhood are defending their actions.
People wearing body armor. One person pulled out some loaded pistol magazines and clicked them together and said, "You were next. We're threatened with our lives. Threatened with a house party burned down."
The incident unfolded Sunday.
By the way, she got the $2,000 fine. He only got $750. Yeah.
As demonstrators marched to the mayor's nearby house to demand her resignation. This after she gave out names and addresses of demonstrators demanding police reform Friday on a Facebook Live video. The McCloskeys say tensions escalated when they were threatened by a fringe group.
As I said, this is private property. Those words can raise the crowd.
When he picked up the gun, that's whenever things kind of went to another level.
Hey, I'm gonna take that from you! I'm gonna take it from you!
The viral images drawing both outrage and support across the country. The president retweeting a video of the incident. And overnight, the city's first black chief prosecutor announced she is investigating, saying in part,
We must protect the rights to peacefully protest, and any attempts to chill it through intimidation or use of force will not be tolerated.
Patricia McCloskey appears to point a gun at protesters as her husband clutches his rifle. The couple recorded from multiple angles by several witnesses.
She came out of a front door with a pistol, but she actually had her finger on the trigger of the pistol.
I don't know what I'm
like
doing.
visibly nervous.
I can't blame my wife for being terrified and for doing what she could
Okay,
to protect what she thought was her turtle.
I wonder if you.
It's okay. You don't know what I'm doing either, so it all works out.
If I were to walk up to somebody in a bar and I were to pull out a dysfunctional pistol or an unoperable pistol, I know it doesn't work, and then I aim it right at their face, because the other person would interpret it as like a deadly threat. I wonder what my charge would be for that. It would just be some kind of assault. Because like apparently this gun doesn't work, and they tested it, it doesn't work. I mean, weren't they on their property? Well, so I don't think they were on their property. If I could remember. I feel like they had like a house here, and then there was like a little gated community that they had to get in, and I think the protesters broke down this gate to go and walk to the governor's house or whatever to protest, and then their private property was here. But I don't believe that protesters were on their private property. Like I think this is their probably their property. This is the house. And then the protesters broke down the gate here and started marching. So they already broken into somewhere they had no right to be, I guess, but that isn't really relevant at all to this thing. You couldn't like snipe and shoot and kill somebody breaking into your neighbor's house.
The McCloskeys say the crowd broke down this gate to gain access to their community.
To me, it just seemed like someone either left it unlocked or it was already broken. Just people just kind of walked up and opened the door.
Despite the tense, armed encounter, it appears no Missouri laws were broken, and the couple is insisting they do not oppose the Black Lives Matter movement and were simply trying to protect their family. This morning, another community in America on edge and reeling from a close encounter that could have easily escalated.
Miguel, you mentioned it appears no Missouri laws were broken in that incident, but that St. Louis prosecutors are looking into it. Can you explain?
Well, Missouri has some of the loosest gun restrictions in the country. The couple here is claiming self-defense, so we'll see what investigators say about that. In the meantime, Mark McLuce's gun restrictions
incident, but that
close encounter, their family, and the couple is insisting.
Like the lady there.
The tense, armed encounter.
I don't like.
Either left it unlocked or it was already broken. Because people just kind of walked up and opened the door.
I'm pretty sure this was. I'm almost positive this gate was broken into. I'm almost positive that's what this came out of. But
despite the tense,
Destiny, that stands in opposition to your Rittenhouse statement. I'm sorry. What do you think? I just said that stands in opposition to my Rittenhouse statement.
Armed encounter, it appears no Missouri laws were broken, and the couple is insisting they do not oppose the Black Lives Matter movement and were simply trying to protect their family.
Like he's dumb and he doesn't remember
Another
anything.
community in America on edge and reeling from a close encounter that could have easily escalated.
Miguel, you mentioned it appears no Missouri laws were broken in that incident, but that St. Louis prosecutors are looking into it. Can you explain?
Well, the Missouri has some of the loosest gun restrictions in the country. The couple here is claiming self-defense, so we'll see what investigators say about that. In the meantime, Mark McCloskey says he and his family have been threatened with violence. He's boarded up his office as a precaution, but again, his attorney tells us that they do not represent the anti-Black Lives Matter groups. They were simply trying to protect their home.
Weird. Okay. I don't like that there's not easily suspended. Flagging everyone in the crowd is crazy. Yeah, in terms of just like responsible gun usage or whatever, they get like an F minus, right? It was horribly done, of course. Even the guy technically, I think it's still considered flagging even if your finger's off the trigger. If you're just like waving your gun around.
We'll give it,
wild.
pick it off.
But I don't know if that's like if I flag somebody in a range, I don't think it's
He's wearing Mario
really
underwear.
irresponsible. But if I
You
do
got
it
a
in
big
a
poop in
threatening
there,
manner, I'm
huh?
sure that's assault. But if I do
fuck?
it in a threatening manner on my property, I don't think it's assault.
Okay.
But if I do it in a threatening manner while I'm on my property and they're not on my property, I think that's assault. Like if somebody was trying to smash my door down and I lean out of my house with a handgun and I'm like, yo, get the fuck away, I'm gonna kill you. I'm pretty sure I think I'm within my right to do that. But if people are marching down the street protesting and I take out my Mosin and I'm like, you better stay the fuck away from my house while I'm aiming at them, pretty sure that's illegal. Pretty sure. And by pretty sure I mean, it feels like it is probably okay. And I have no legal basis for it. It's just my think is okay.
Makes two.
Are you doing math again? Good job.
You watch it on YouTube, Dad?
Kind of. I'm making a video on YouTube right now. You're in it. They can hear you.
But when people say
Drone tech and YouTube.
How does that make you feel?
Like he's gonna make random incessant
MAGA.
noise now.
They're actually looking at people voting for Trump.
It's
and
okay,
they
I
think
can
you're voting-
mute it.
And they're basically scapegoating them that you are like him.
I want to put your shirt on.
But I don't think they're voting for Trump because of his family values. If you look, just take a step back, be honest. He was kind of right about NATO, kind of right about immigration. He grew the economy quite well. Trade, tax.
Kind of right about
You did
NATO.
good. You want your zebra
Kind
tape?
of right about immigration.
Yeah,
What an empty statement. Like Hitler was kind of right
For
about
the
Germany. He was
initiative.
kind of right about the Jews. Like those are
Do you
two
want Legos or
true
glue?
statements, but like the parts that we're right about and the parts that we're not right about are kind of material to what the fuck we're talking about. Like what a weird statement to make.
Yes.
Reform work. He was right about some of China. I don't like.
Right about what are we talking about? What are we right about? Why not like? Can we be a little bit more precise here?
What he did.
I said China virus.
Yeah, I understand. He made right. And I don't like how he said things in Mexico. I don't like. But he wasn't wrong about some of these critical issues. And
Trump wasn't wrong that we need to do something about immigration and the economy. Wow, how precious.
Wow.
Destiny, drone tech. A mob breaking down a gate to private property isn't threatening.
Daddy also got
Not
this.
threatening you. No. They weren't breaking down the gate to your house.
That's
No.
from Mom and Dad.
that's why they're voting for him. And I think people should be a little more respectful
You
of
wanna
our
sit
fellow
here with Dad
citizens.
now?
And when you guys have people up here, you should always ask the why. Not like it's a binary thing. You're supporting Trump, you're not supporting Trump. Why are you
Hard
supporting
to hate 75 million of your fellow Americans.
I agree. And you know, the Democrats have done a pretty
On
good
the
job
bed.
with the deplorables,
That's
hugging onto their Bibles and their beer and their guns. I mean, really, like, can we just stop that stuff and actually grow up and treat other people with respect and listen to them a little bit? And I do think the economy will affect. I think this negative talk about MAGA is going to hurt Biden's election campaign.
How do you feel about rooftop Koreans relative to this? How much of the difference is based on different groups / causes, and how much is based on training? The rooftop Korean thing, that was a whole other fucking world of insane shit. That was like fucking Insurrection Act tier invoking to stop those. I don't think that was at all comparable to protesters doing that. I don't think it was remotely. Okay, sorry. Is your confidence on Biden winning going up or down? I'm pretty high confident that Biden's going to win. I would say like 60%, 70%. Pretty confident. 70, I'd say 70% plus. I need to still
Pretty
prove my
confident. Hey, skin this bitch. Kick this fish.
A mob that breaks down the gate to a private area has become rioters. They are no longer protesters. Okay, maybe
Yeah,
don't
no.
check. When there
I don't
are
believe me.
rioters, what you do
That's why I
is
grabbed
you
it.
call
Plus
the
it looks
police.
cool.
I think he's just picky.
Vigilantism,
He is
as far as
too.
I'm aware, is still not
But
allowed in
his
the
new
United
favorite
States.
color is blue.
Oh,
I
is
think
it?
You're generally
Yes.
allowed
I'm so
to go
happy
out
for
and
him.
kill
It's
rioters.
not red anymore. It's
Not
blue.
red
You wanna
anymore.
make an
It's
argument
blue
for
again.
self-defense or defense of your property.
Fantastic.
You have to be infringing on your property. I don't think you can shoot
I'm glad he's
rioters
so
across the street,
opinionated.
breaking into your
This
neighbor's
motherfucker got
house. You're generally allowed
opinions.
to do
No,
that.
he took
I'm not
his
aware of
car
any
there.
cases
He's
where
playing
somebody's gotten
while
away with that.
watching his
They were on their
tablet
property. Prove it.
with his
Then
new
link something
car.
showing that. Oh wait,
He's a good kid.
I'm not aware that that's the case. They were on their property.
deserved it.
Then I'd say, oh, might be okay. I'm not aware that they were on their property.
Even if he doesn't. Most of the time he does.
Are they not members of the
Fucking
homeowners
river
association?
casualty?
Does that count? Yeah,
That's
but I don't think they gave them
crazy.
right to defend everything in the HOA, right? What happens if my neighbor gives me permission to watch his house or he's out of town and asks me to watch it? Are you allowed to be hired as security by a neighbor to shoot somebody else? I'm not sure you're allowed to do that. Maybe? I don't know, actually. I actually don't know the legal grounds there.
What's up?
No, I just heard him go, it's my new car.
Wouldn't the road in the HOA be communally owned?
Say,
What,
I'm
you have like, I
pretty
think, what is
sure
that called? Like an
he
easement
mentioned his
agreement,
birthday,
maybe?
but
He's happy with his car. Let him be happy.
The mob wasn't on private property. Did they not break down a gate to gain access? Okay, Drone Tech, I don't know if you're intentionally being bad faith, if you're not understanding what I'm saying. Let me repeat this one more time.
No, John Tech's just
okay?
retarded, bro.
The mob was not on the Mikowskis or whatever the fuck their name is. Wasn't on their property. I didn't say they weren't on any private property. I said that they weren't on their private property. When you self-defense, the self part means your shit. not any private property. Executing or killing somebody or threatening to kill somebody that's breaking into any private property is the job of the police, not of citizens. It's still a threatening mob that just broke in. Okay, and if they go on your property, you have a right to brandish a firearm and start aiming at them. But until they go on your property, you're probably not allowed to do anything. In terms of like aiming guns at them. I mean, the Capitol building is also not private property, but we accept that the Congress people recently feared for their lives. What? Did they not brandish from their property? Fuck. Drone Tech, I hope you don't own any firearms. Holy shit. Okay. I don't know how to put this any more simply, okay? Let's say this is my house, okay? Let's say this is a neighbor's house.
Ooh.
Okay?
Trying to hit the Benjamin.
Let's say that
no reaction. It's fucking hard.
This is the homeowners association's like private gated community we live in. Okay. Let's say that this is my neighbor's property lines, and these are my property lines. Okay. If an angry mob, also these are just my bullshit legal things. I could be wrong. This is just my understanding of it. I don't know the 100%, but my guess is going to be, okay, they were on their property telling a violent mob to stay away from their house. No, Drone Tech, they were not on their property telling a violent mob to stay away from their house. They were on their property pointing firearms at people that weren't on their property.
True.
If somebody breaks into this gated community,
I think I'm going to be in this.
You can certainly call
in
the
this
cops.
level for less than 1 minute.
Somebody breaks into this gated community. Boom. You can definitely call the cops. That's fair. If they start to go over here and break into your neighbor's house, I don't believe you can shoot people breaking into other people's private
Oh no,
property.
things I'm going to be leveling in 29 minutes.
If you want to stand out here and you want to have a gun,
oh,
you're telling
I
me
have
like,
water form
not
now.
fucking come over here. That's probably okay. But if somebody is standing here looking at your house, I don't think that you can stand here and point a gun at them and say, stay back. I don't think you're allowed to do that. But if they come onto your property, then you probably are allowed to do that. That'd be my guess, because now you're defending your property. If you, yeah, I think that's all I got. If my understanding is the protesters were not on their private property, they weren't on their property. That's my understanding. Before these guys started brandishing firearms, meaning pointing a gun in a threatening manner or using a gun in a threatening manner at somebody. They stood on their property with the weapons and they didn't point them at anyone. Shizadar, you're lying, or you didn't watch the video, or you're just wrong. And is it illegal to point? I'm not saying it's illegal to point a gun, but my understanding is that pointing a gun at somebody is considered an aggressive action and you need provocation to do so. So if somebody's on my property and I point a gun at them, it's okay because I can argue self-defense, but I don't believe just pointing a gun at somebody, I'm pretty sure it's assault. I'm pretty sure.
Hell yeah, epic upgrade.
No shot, are you not allowed to do something in your own community? Let's say your neighbor is some old elderly person. You really don't think you can go over and threaten or shoot? I'm sure you could go over there and start an altercation and then end up killing the person in self-defense if you're defending your neighbor, sure. But I don't think you'd be allowed to snipe people from your window that are breaking into a neighbor's house. I don't think you can do that. What if security guards of these gated communities, who I assume would own firearms, can they not draw guns in defense of the greater community? I mean, if there are security guards here and they're licensed to like patrol this area, they can probably fight with people coming in, or yeah, kill them if they come in. Sure. Oh, that's actually true. Oh fuck! I feel like I remember.
Oh my god, I'm dumb as fuck. I should have just looked.
I'm pretty sure if I'm in a state, and I'm oh, do I remember this? I feel like we learned this in my concealed carry class. If I'm in a state and I've got a concealed carry on me and I go up to somebody and I just like raise my shirt and I like show like I got a gun, like, I'm gonna fuck you up, bro, or whatever. I've got like I'm pretty sure that can count as assault. You are focusing too much on the private property aspect. What if the couple was in public and a mob was coming through town? Would they not be right to defend themselves? They were verbalizing, not just shooting. You can't brandish a firearm at somebody. That counts. I'm pretty sure that's. Let's look. Are there actual state crimes for state crime. Brandish firearm. Let's look specifically for Michigan. Okay, we can just tell. The offense of brandishing a firearm in public is a misdemeanor under Michigan law that may result in up to 90 days in jail and fine of up to $100 upon conviction.
Oh, in America? That's fucked up.
Certain job descriptions require that an employee carry a weapon if this person works security or provides security. The offense of brandishing firearm in public is a misdemeanor under Michigan law that may result in up to 90 days in jail and a fine of up to $100 upon conviction. It should be noted that this section does not apply to peace officers performing their official duties or individuals who are lawfully acting in self-defense or defense of another, defense of another under the Self-Defense Act. Michigan brandishing a firearm in public. Attorney can go into further detail about how one of these exceptions might apply in your case. Oh, it was in Missouri, not Michigan. Sorry. These are probably going to be pretty similar in most states, though. Unlawfully carrying or brandishing a firearm in a threatening manner. This is Missouri has some of the loosest gun laws. Yeah, but even for loose gun laws, I'm pretty sure. Wait, what are these stupid fucking? Does nobody know anything about what happened with anything? Destiny, please explain how this is different from Rittenhouse. Is it just that he never pointed the gun at anyone until it was self-defense? Nothing that had to do with Rittenhouse had anything to do with defending any property. Nothing about that case had anything to do with that. All of Rittenhouse's case had to do with self-defense. Full stop, period.
True.
Anybody that says anything different doesn't know any of the details of any of the case, or even any of the news articles of any of the case. Nothing about that case had anything to do with shooting other people or sniping people or it was all self-defense. That's it. What's the difference between brandishing Mrs. McCloskey and carrying Rittenhouse? And which one was Mr. McCloskey doing? Brandishing a firearm, I believe, it's probably defined differently in the state, but I think brandishing a firearm is just like showing it or using a firearm in a threatening manner. To be fair, he was brandishing his AR. Sorry, buddy, there is zero evidence ever that Rittenhouse was brandishing the AR, ever. That has never been proved. And I know that's never been proved because the entire fucking court case hinged on those 9 pixels trying to prove that he brandished his firearm before any threats were made. It was bullshit. It was dumb. But there's no, yeah.
Is that one of my trinkets? What is doing this? Or is this you? If this is you, fucking stop. That's weird.
So the difference is, in fact, that Rittenhouse did not brandish the firearm. He was just holding it? Correct. You used to argue that Rittenhouse had the right to blast people if they had attacked the car place, even if that never happened? No, I don't think so. The argument is that you could effectively do that, but there were steps that you had to take for it to happen, and the steps that you had to take were the exact same ones that I just gave for defending your neighbor. Meaning, if somebody was attacking some piece of property, and somebody Rittenhouse runs over, he's like, you need to stop. And they're like, no, fuck you. And I was like, stop, you really need to stop. And he, like, intervenes in that sense, and then that escalates to a physical altercation. Then Kyle could kill somebody like that. And I think that would be considered a self-defense gun use. Same way here, if your neighbor's house is getting broken into, and you go across the street, and you say, like, hey, stop, I know the guy lives here, blah, 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 and then that escalates to an altercation, you defend yourself, you kill the person, that's probably okay. But sitting in your window and sniping and shooting somebody from across the street who's breaking into your neighbor's home, I don't think that's okay. I don't think you can get away with that. I don't think that's self-defense. Well, it's clearly not self-defense. It's vigilantism. If you intervene, which I think you have a right to do, and then if they become threatening and it escalates to like a self-defense scenario, then I think you do have a right to kill them. Fuck it, I think it's fine, 100%. But sniping somebody from across the street is vigilantism, and we should be opposed to that for a variety of reasons, right? You know, it was the the daughter's boyfriend was trying to sneak in the back, and now you killed him because you didn't know, or some drunk dude showed up and he wasn't aware of what house it was, and he killed, now you killed the guy. Like, yeah. Okay, we got super sidetracked. We're still sidetracked. What's this?
The president actually just got off the phone with me right before the show, and he said he had spoken to you about this deal and that he is against it, and he urged you to be against this deal. President Trump was extremely adamant about that. Your reaction to that, given the fact that, look, he knows how to do this enforcement stuff. You don't need some new bill coming out of the Senate to get the border enforced.
Yeah, President Trump is not wrong. He and I have been talking about this.
Doesn't brandishing mean that someone is holding the weapon in a ready-to-fire manner? No. Brandishing is when you're acting menacingly or threatening with a weapon. Brandishing a weapon does not mean holding it, and it doesn't even necessarily mean aiming it, or it might not even necessarily mean flagging somebody with it. For instance, it's very common for rifles that you would use a sling to carry a rifle. Having a sling with a rifle, and if it points at somebody, hopefully it doesn't because you've got it slung well, I don't think that would count as brandishing. However, it wouldn't surprise me, we need more criminal lawyers here. It wouldn't surprise me if you had a gun in a holster and you walked up to somebody and you're like, "You want to fucking fight?" And you like start to pull your gun out a little bit. You don't even aim it at him, but you pull it out. You're like, "Let's go, dude. I've got red." It wouldn't surprise me if that counts as brandishing a firearm, even though you didn't even draw
That's
your
my
aiming.
silence.
You might get like a brandishing thing there. But brandishing is basically, I think, is using
Makes
the gun
sense.
in a
Okay.
threatening manner. But it doesn't necessarily mean aiming it at somebody. And aiming a gun at somebody, or like having a gun with a sling, is not the same as brandishing a firearm.
Pretty frequently, I talked to him night before last about the same subject. We don't have the text of whatever the Senate has cooked up yet, and so we have to reserve judgment, I think, to see what comes out of it. It doesn't sound.
The president actually just got off the phone with me right before the show, and he said he had spoken to you about this deal and that he is
It's revealing that you concealed holster considered brandishing. Bro, I literally have a concealed carry permit. Post yours in chat, you fucking retard. I didn't say that concealed carry holster is brandishing, you fucking moron. I said that if you walk up to somebody while you're concealed carrying and you show your gun off while you're telling them you're gonna fucking pop a cap in their ass, that could count as brandishing. But, okay. Stop.
Yeah, well, it happened again last week. Dana Nessa suffered another devastating loss. 3 men accused of aiding and abetting in the terrorist plot to kidnap and
Arcane Life Arcane.
put on a boat, take her to Wisconsin, take the Governor Whitmer to Wisconsin, try her in a barn for what were they?
Treason? I don't know.
Treason, yeah. What else? We're gonna find out.
Some
right?
generic, yeah.
Right, convict her and then lock her in a dog cage for 5 years. Either that or put her in a boat and let her drift around Lake Michigan. I'm not sure. We're gonna find out, because with us now is Eric Molitor, one of 3 men last week that was acquitted of all these charges. He's a former Wolverine Watchman terrorist, but he's not.
Co-conspirator.
Co-conspirator. Hello, Eric. Wolverine Watchman. How do you get into the Wolverine Watchman?
Well, I never was.
Okay, so this guy is the Eric. We did read this, didn't we? He worked for company provides respiratory and ballistic protection for military first responders. 20 gave the works for kind of. I don't know why we're doing this.
In the Wolverine Watchman.
What do you mean? Wolverine Watchman? Dana said you were a Wolverine Watchman. The governor called you. No, I'm sorry. The official said you were a Wolverine Watchman. What do you mean you weren't?
I hate to call them a liar. However, they are. It's just a way for them to try to slander me and drag my name through the mud and kind of make me guilty in the eyes of the public before I even had a trial.
So what happened here was, like, a bunch of guys met on Facebook, right? They're bitching about the government. They're bitching about Whitmer and the lockdown. And they hatched this plot. They're going to kidnap her and take her to the barn, right? And so you all started meeting. Is that correct, Eric?
Correct. I was never part of any meetings, know about any plans. I didn't know anything. I didn't know the people. I knew of Adam Fox, the guy who got me a job at security, so I was pretty grateful to him, especially during 2019, 2020, when jobs were really good.
Okay, first of all, we should say this. The whole thing, the captain of this whole thing was a guy named Big Dan,
Oh, this
right?
poor dumb
Do I
right
need to go down? I just need to go down.
Yeah, Dan. He was the confidential human source, the original CHS for the FBI.
Dan Chappell, who sees chatter going on Facebook, he alerts the authorities, he's put in touch with the FBI, they put him on the payroll, and he becomes pretty much the de facto leader of the group, right?
Oh my gosh.
Within 2 weeks, he was second in command. The group actually supposedly wanted him for first in command, but that would have been against his FBI admonishments. So he was told that he could not be first, he could only be second.
So he's the guy putting together training, he's the guy putting together meetings, he's the guy paying for
Oh my
people to
gosh,
get
go
to Ohio
around,
to meet
dude.
at a motel, right? And it's all FBI money.
So altogether, there were 14
Not
different
really.
undercovers and
You're so overpowered.
confidential humans. All of them were game amongst themselves. So Dan was not the only one
Just annoying that
giving the training,
find
giving
my
people
way
rides,
out.
paying for food, paying for lodging. There were multiple.
God, this connection sucks. I think the government's fucking bugging us here. Okay, so 14 people were working for the feds. How many
Sure,
people
dude.
were just mopes like you?
I guess about 14.
So half of this group is actually the feds.
Yes, sir.
And without the feds, would you guys have
Yes, sir.
done the recon, gone up to her house, met?
No
did
way,
training in the
dude.
woods, et
Never
cetera, et
would have
cetera?
done it if the feds
None of
had
this stuff would
it
have happened
made
without the
me.
feds getting involved in making it happen. Dan Apple, I call him the magnet that the government put out to attract everybody else. There are always, I hate saying it, but kind of dangerous elements or people that talk crazy. There's always people that do that. So why would you put somebody out there to draw them all together
I mean,
and then feed them
fucking
planes? Like I
true.
said, they paid for traveling,
It's
lodging, all
fucked
sorts
up.
of interstate. So this is not just within Michigan.
Well, how did you get linked up with it then? If you're not one of them, how do you find yourself in a truck with an FBI informant, right? Looking at the governor's house, taking pictures. We'll get to whether or not that's intent or not. But how do you even get hooked up with them if you're not one of them?
Okay,
That's
so
intent.
this is going to take a little bit, man. It's going to take more than 15 minutes probably. Is that
No,
okay?
no. Give me the 2-minute version. You got it. You know what I hear a lot? China.
Michael and William Knoll, twin brothers, allegedly helped conduct surveillance of Whitmer's vacation home. They were also former members of another militia group called Michigan Liberty Militia. They were photographed at a protest held by Michigan United for Liberty, a right-wing group protesting against Whitmer's COVID-19 lockdown orders at the Michigan State Capitol on April 30th. William also attended another anti-lockdown rally in May, as well as Black Lives Matter rallies in Grand Rapids and Flint, according to Berry County Sheriff Dar Leaf. Though Leaf also said William vented about the movement. William was also photographed at a February 2017 protest against Trump's Executive Order 13769. Does this have to do with bump stocks or some shit? Or was that banned in Congress? I don't remember. Oh, labeled the Muslim travel ban. Was the bump stock ban legislation, or where did this even come from? Ban went into effect on March 26, 2018. Bump stock ban. Regulatory, federal. ATF ruled in 2010. Oh, don't care. DOJ announced a plan to ban bump stocks at the federal level. ATF rule. Last sentence of first paragraph.
I counsel the High Chieftain. May the ancestors.
On February 20th, 2018, President Trump instructed the ATF to issue regulations to trade bumps for machine guns. Okay, gotcha. Okay, all right. Jesus Christ. He and members of the Michigan Liberty Militia were counter-protesting while wearing military fatigues, carrying firearms, and waving a Gadsden flag. Williams also allegedly made threats against the protesters on Facebook. Oh God, this is that cringe flag. A good rule of thumb is if the whole idea plan originates from the police, it's likely entrapment. Otherwise, entrapment is a near impossible defense.
Greetings, champion.
If the whole idea plan, I thought the general guiding thing is probably more complicated in practice. I thought for entrapment, you have to be enticed to do a crime that like you wouldn't do otherwise. Like there has to be some pretty big pressure, no? Like if I walk up to a dude and I'm like, hey, listen, I'm gonna give you this gun if you want to go and like kill the president. If a guy's like, fucking A, dude, and he takes the gun and goes to do it, I don't think that's considered entrapment because he wasn't like super enticed to do the crime, right? Like if law enforcement gives you the opportunity to commit a crime and you jump on it, I don't think that counts as entrapment ever. Like an undercover cop can offer to sell you drugs and you buy it. You can't be like, well, I got entrapped, right? But maybe we'll see.
Speak up. My ears aren't what they used to be. My
Corey shot that. Join the disagreement room real quick, okay, if you want. Jesus. Entrapment entails an action you wouldn't have taken otherwise. No, I do not believe that is the case. I think that's like a super misunderstood thing, that people think that entrapment is just if the police get you to do something you wouldn't have done otherwise, then that's entrapment. I don't think that's the case. I think police have to like induce you to do otherwise. Like if a cop walks up and he's like, "Hey, listen, you know, I got a 14-year-old in my car. You want to go fuck her?" And you're like, yeah, I'm a pedophile, or a pedophile, whatever the fuck it is. I don't think that counts as entrapment. But if a cop walks up to you and he's like, "Hey, I got a 14-year-old car. You want to have sex with her?" And you're like, "I don't know." And the guy's like, "Okay, well, if you don't, I'm gonna kill your family." It's like, fuck. That would count as entrapment because you're inducing the action with like a lot of pressure or whatever. But like, what counts as too much pressure, what doesn't, I think can be up for debate. But like, you can't just cry entrapment because you do something illegal that the cops gave you the opportunity to do. If a cop gives you the opportunity to commit a crime and you do it, I don't think that counts as entrapment. An example of police entrapment would be if a police officer threatened to arrest a suspect unless they agree to sell drugs. For the officer, sure. What? No, can't be true. Go look it up. I don't want to do all this shit here, okay? Go look it up. You're only speaking about the U.S., right? Yeah, you fucking... I don't know what entrapment looks like in other countries or whatever. I'm not arguing about this, okay? I don't care. What if they socially pressure you to do it by encouragement but don't offer threats? I think if there's like a high level of social pressure, you can consider it entrapment. It's I think that like the idea is supposed to be that if you take somebody, if you just give them the opportunity to commit a crime and they jump on it, it's not entrapment. But if you're doing like social pressure, or you're getting somebody like, normally I would never consider this, but like, you know, like if you're like a debate mastermind, you debate lord some dude into going to do things like, okay, fuck, then that would be considered entrapment. But it probably varies from case to case. But the brothers were 2 of the 5 suspects turned over for trial on December 7, 2022. They're accused of providing material support for terrorist acts as well as a gun crime. Paul Beller, who was arrested in Columbia, South Carolina, where he had moved from Milford over the summer after an eviction, was responsible for designing the tactical training exercises used by the Wolverine Watchmen, which included the use of firearms, medical treatment, and other tasks. Beller's former neighbor in Milford said the pandemic caused Beller to lose his job and called him a very angry person, and said he threatened her with a gun after running with her. According to Beller's father, he trained for the U.S. Army at Fort Jackson for a year before being discharged in 2019 with a diagnosis of PTSD. Damn, PTSD from what? He trained for a year. What happened? Okay. Beller was convicted in October of 2022 in Michigan State Court of providing material support for a terrorist act, membership in a gang, and a gun crime. On December 15, 2022, he was sentenced to 7 to 20 years in prison. Brian Higgins was a resident of Wisconsin Dells, Wisconsin, and he was arrested on October 15th. He's alleged to have provided his night vision goggles and dash cam to help conduct surveillance on Whitmer's home. Higgins was one of 5 suspects turned over for trial on December 7, 2022. He's accused of providing material support on March 15th, 2023, pleaded guilty. Providing material support for an act of terrorism and agreed to cooperate with prosecutors against the other 4 defendants at trial set for August 2023. The sentencing date has not yet been set. He faced a maximum of 5 years in prison. Corey is in the disagreement room. Oh, we're really going to do this before I finish this? What do you want?
What's going on?
Hi, how's it going?
What's going on? What's going on?
What's up?
So, there is plenty of evidence. I have a lot of friends that were in Kenosha that night, and there is video. I know I actually just went to one of your Reddit forums, and there was many people talking about the yellow pants guy who never came forward, who identified Kyle Rittenhouse as the person who brandished his weapon to many people that night.
Okay, don't care. Where was he in trial?
Well, I mean, there was a lot of people that didn't go to trial. There was there was a lot of things that were inadmissible too, sort of like the video outside of the CVS or the Walgreens of Kyle Rittenhouse wishing he had his weapon so he could shoot him. That wasn't admissible. I mean, when you have a judge that doesn't allow things to be admissible in court, I mean, you have a stacked trial.
No,
and we all knew.
when you have a judge that doesn't allow certain things to be admissible in court, that's just a judge going over rules of admissibility and what evidence he thinks is relevant or not relevant. And in this particular case, he decided that character evidence wasn't really relevant to prove the crime of whether he had killed the people in Kenosha during the riots as being okay or not. Somebody making a statement months earlier saying like, God, I would kill these people for breaking into this, blah, blah, blah. He decided that character evidence was inadmissible. And I think character evidence like that is usually admissible. I don't think that was anything out of the norm there. I have to go back and check.
But that would prove state of mind, right?
No.
That wouldn't prove state of mind. So, for example, if I was on, if I had a video out right before, let's say 2 weeks before January 6th, and I said, man, I just wish I could go to a right-wing rally and just put some lead in some people. And then let's say 2 weeks later, I go to January 6th, and let's just say I end up doing that very same thing. You telling me that wouldn't be admissible in my trial?
If that's what had happened, maybe it'd be more admissible. If Rittenhouse had shot somebody breaking into a CVS or something, maybe he would have changed his mind.
No, I'm talking about the state of mind. I'm
yeah,
talking
the
about
state
like,
of mind. But the state of mind of whether he'd shoot somebody for breaking into something or not wasn't really relevant to what happened. That wasn't what he was being accused of.
Right. Well, and I'm pretty sure you would probably agree with this. There is a huge double standard when it comes to how leftists are treated. I think I just saw a video. I watched a video not too long ago where you were talking about the Reinhold case, where there is a huge double standard in how leftists, especially armed leftists, who end up, in circumstances where they shoot or they maim a right winger, we don't get the same leniency. We don't get the same benefit of the doubt.
Why do we agree with that? Why would we use Reinhold as an example?
Well, I mean, you could use the Denver.
Well, no. Let's use the one that you just brought up. Why would you use him as an example?
I mean, because you could say that bear mace is a weapon that could be considered a deadly. I mean, they said a skateboard was a deadly weapon if used correctly.
The guy with the skateboard was chasing Rittenhouse down the street, ready to attack him after he fell over. Reinhold crossed the street to shoot and kill the Trump supporter that had the bear mace. I don't know why we're comparing these two cases.
So in that video of Reinhold, who was the person that says we got one over here? Who's saying that?
I don't know, and I don't think it's relevant. Reinhold, he's seen. There's a video. We have video of all of this. Reinhold is walking.
But you remember that day though, right? You remember that day when they were driving around with paintball guns in the back of the trucks, Patriot Prayer, Proud Boys.
Why is that relevant? I don't care. That's nothing to do with him killing.
Because when you get into the street, when you get into street activism, when there are mutual combatants in the street, especially in Seattle and Portland, and even sometimes in our region, like Stone Mountain. You have conflicts where they do spill out from the main source where most of the congregation is, and then you have things that spread out, which is what happened in the case of Michael Reinhold. The simple fact is, no matter if it was self-defense, even if it was proved that, and even if you have definitive proof that Michael Reinhold did use self-defense, that would not have stopped 50 bullets getting put in him the very next couple days.
Because 50 bullets didn't get put in him for randomly doing a self-defense thing. The guy, first of all, he drove and he did a bunch of media interviews. Then he went back to his house, and then there are reports of what happened at the house. Now, unfortunately, we can't know.
You don't want to do it anymore.
At the house, but it's not really comparable to the Rittenhouse thing where you saw Rittenhouse literally walk to the police and talk to them right after the shooting happened.
I can't do it.
Do you know the identity of the person who was following Kyle Rittenhouse around with the camera?
I don't know who. There are a ton of people. What do you mean?
Right. Well, the one that was following him around when he was going around supposedly asking everybody.
Yeah.
Right? And then there was that guy with the yellow pants that said, "Hey, that's the guy right there that was pointing."
What do you mean you don't understand this narrative lesson?
You don't remember that video?
And then we pause and I explain it to him, and then he gets it, and he's like, "Oh."
But you're talking about brandishing and
it's at least he
right
lets you draw the line for him, you know.
One, he relinquished his right to carry guns because he crossed state lines, which a lot of people on our side of the fight, a lot of people get interstate crimes.
Why do you think that you relinquish? Why do you relinquish your right to carry a gun across state lines?
Well, when you, it depends if you're. I mean, a felon can't do that. Can somebody
Was
who's a
Rittenhouse
felon?
a felon?
But that's what I'm saying. You
No,
would-
that's not what you were
would
saying.
lose
You
that
said that
right.
when you cross state lines, you relinquish.
Yeah.
TikTok, fuck that. Sorry, you can.
No, you're good. No, you're fine. Do you want me to?
That was ultimately the determination of the courts.
So he was 17 years old and he could open carry a firearm past curfew.
I think he was 17 years old. The way that the particular law was written around the type of rifle you could have, I think, was ambiguous at best, which is why they ended up throwing.
So he was.
Well,
it depends if you're.
Order now. Ultimately,
open carry a firearm past curfew. So he was 17 years old and
that was ultimately the determination of the courts.
Possess a firearm.
Written around the. I think he was
17 years old and he could open carry a firearm past curfew. Based on his intent,
She had me
was to
fucking
protect
convinced
property
that
wasn't
this
his, which,
woman
I
was
mean,
wearing
okay,
no
and if
bottoms
there
and was
if the
just wearing a
crime was
shirt.
he killed somebody
I should
protecting
have known better.
property, well, then we'd be having this conversation. But that's not what happened, so it's not relevant.
But you also admit, I know you admitted in the video also that you don't really know what led up to him getting chased either, correct?
What do you mean? What led up to him getting chased? Or what are you asking me?
Well, I mean, because he was with his militia buddies, and one of the guys that even turned on him saying that Kyle Rittenhouse was kind of acting erratic and not within the organized structure of the militia that was there. There was a few boogaloo, there was a few other just rogue
Don't know if
militiamen.
that's true or not. Don't remember any of that in court.
Okay, well, I mean, the guy testified in court.
The
but
guy testified in court that Kyle Rittenhouse was acting erratically on that night prior to the discharge of the firearm. That he
Well,
what?
he said he was not acting within the structure of the organized. Like, that's why when Kyle Rittenhouse was chased, where was his militia buddies at?
Sure,
That
that's a
tells
separate.
me-
Yeah, you just made a separate statement. Now, if you're saying he wasn't acting and he wasn't along with the other militia people, I think I remember that testimony that he was like working on his own. He was doing his own stuff or whatever. But
Right.
sure, but that's a fundamentally separate claim. Nothing there is wrong or bad.
No, but that's what I'm saying. What happened in that time frame from when he broke away from his militia buddies that was together, when he broke away from them, and in that time frame there is a huge gap between what happened between that time and when he got chased.
Okay.
It could be argued, and no, there is no definitive proof that he did something that would cause someone to chase him, but logical reasoning would lead you to believe that people aren't just randomly chasing a guy with a gun for no fucking reason.
Wait, why not? The first guy that
Because-
chased him, didn't we literally have video footage of him randomly screaming like the N-word and saying shit like literally that same night? We wouldn't believe that guy
Yeah.
would also be like violent or would start chasing down another dude that he sees carrying a rifle?
But I mean, why? So Kyle Rittenhouse was just the lucky guy that 'cause there was a bunch of guys you could have chased with rifles, and you telling me that Kyle Rittenhouse was just the lucky one? I mean,
Wait, hold on, wait, hold on. I didn't understand how ridiculous what you just said was, okay? If there are 15 people with rifles and somebody goes to chase one of the guys, are you going to say, well, is he just lucky that John got chased? But if it was David, you'd say, well, is David just lucky that David got chased? Or if it was like, Isaac, is Isaac just like, well, yeah, I guess he just happened to be the guy in front of him. Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? It's not like there's one, guy to chase down every single guy with an assault rifle. Yeah, I mean, what is the argument there?
It's just because it goes along the same lines that he was also the same guy earlier that night who was told by many people, and identified as the guy who brandished weapons at him while they was in their cars.
No, he
which
wasn't.
is and if you would have shown
who testified that in
I
court?
love how
Nobody
fucking
said that in court.
competent.
No, I mean, but there was a lot
No,
of
he
witnesses
wasn't.
that didn't testify in court, because when you get into that realm, like there's a lot of people that don't go to that level.
Oh,
And I'm
well,
sure
that sounds like that's their fault. If they didn't go to court to testify, then it's their fault.
But I mean, then the argument is like, well, there's legal and then there's the moral case. Like, I mean, you have the legal argument, which, I mean, that can be stacked, and we know historically that right wingers have the pretty much, the leniency and the side of the state on their side. Like that's just the way it is. Like
That's why 1,000 people are getting charged or indicted and convicted in this January 6th shit, is because the courts are stacked to favor all of them, or?
Like, okay, all right, if the roles were flipped and let's say Trump had won the election, do you think any of us leftists would have been able to get within 6 blocks of the Capitol? much less get right.
Didn't you guys literally get within the Capitol when Trump was there, when he was president? Wasn't there a whole thing about him running into a bunker because his photo ops were getting fucked up by protests? Didn't this literally actually happen? What you just suggested is an absurd hypothetical as part of like recent U.S. history?
But that was a few hundred people. That wasn't a few thousand.
Okay, so okay, you can change this to be as like pedantically specific as you want, but the hypothesis you just gave, or the example you just gave, literally happened, and yeah, nobody got fucking killed or wiped away.
The government response to right-wing groups and left-wing groups is identical. There's no.
Is it identical? No, but the situations aren't necessarily identical. But I mean, like, I don't know. What do you mean? Like the government literally identified white nationalist groups as having like, or as being some of the largest threats to the United States. So.
But again, that could be stated. But again, you have people within the government who are very sympathetic to that same cause. I mean, so yeah, you have
people in government that are sympathetic to every cause. I mean, what do you mean? What's the?
I doubt there's very, very few government officials or people within government who are sympathetic to socialist or leftist.
Oh, socialist or leftist stuff? Maybe not, sure. But I mean, like, that's like not even many people in America are sympathetic to that. That's a super minority opinion.
But exactly, and which again goes to my argument that when it comes to us, when it came to Charlottesville, when it came to Stone Mountain, when it came to all the Louisville, Kentucky, when it came to a lot of the actions that we took in combating Nazi groups that were organizing us from 2017 up through 2020 and the beginning of 2021, we experienced a lot of things that right-wing groups didn't get to experience. For example, I don't know if you know about the American Renaissance.
Nope, don't know about it, don't care. How does any of this relate to Rittenhouse? What part of it was unfair? What part of this was like a stacked court or trial, or what part of this wasn't right?
Well, I mean, anybody that watched the trial could definitely tell that
I watched the entire trial from start to finish, including parts apparently that you missed about evidentiary stuff, like why that character evidence wasn't submitted, about him making the conversation outside the CBS that you didn't know about. So I've seen every part of this trial. I watched the whole thing. So tell me, what part of this was unfair or stacked? I think you're just unhappy with the outcome because you don't like his political affiliation. The fact that you defend Reinhold, who's a piece of shit, who should have died, well, not by the cops there, but like that guy was an actual subhuman fucking loser. I don't know why you would defend him in relation to Rittenhouse, who got chased around by a screaming sex offender, with another guy behind him who fired the first shot. And you're trying to draw a comparison here between these two people, and then you draw a comparison the police treated them differently. Of course they did. Rittenhouse marched to the police as soon as the things happened, and then he went home. And when the police called him, he literally turned himself in immediately. Reinhold went around doing media interviews to let all of the other socialists like jerk come into their own fucking mouths, and then stood at his house and supposedly did a last stand against the cops. Now I don't know if that's true or that's not true. There's some conflicting testimony. Maybe the cops did kill him at his house. That might be true, and if that's true,
I don't have a strong take on the Rittenhouse thing. I think he was
these guys both treated the situation was
really fucking stupid for bringing a gun, and we should probably do something about bringing firearms to protests. I think maybe we can restrict that a little bit. But I don't know. That could have been an incredibly stupid statement. I haven't thought that 100% through. That one's like a knee jerk.
Watching the judge, what he allowed, what he didn't allow, and what he. I mean, there was a lot of discrepancies in how the judge would allow certain things for the defendant, and then the prosecutors was denied. I mean, there was a lot of different.
Give me a piece of evidence, or give me something that you think was like materially like determinative to the outcome of the case. Like, what's something where you like
this the right
thing
spot?
happened, and like I think that this would have changed the whole court case.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
That one, the one guy that was testifying, who I guess it was argued that he was he was posting pro Rittenhouse things, and so when they was, I guess the prosecutor was I guess testing his credibility. And the judge had to call the jury out of the room because he asked, I guess, if his publication or if his website was right-wing leaning or left-wing leaning, and that wasn't allowed to be shown to the jury. Do you know which part I'm talking about?
I understand which part you're talking about. The reason why the judge closed that part is because the prosecutor had specifically asked him if he was allowed to go down that line of questioning prior to the presentation in front of the jury, and the judge had explicitly told him
we're going
not
for
allowed to do that. He said you're not allowed to do that, and the guy tried it anyway. That's why the judge called the jury out and screamed at the dude and admonished him in court.
Right. No, but why would the judge? I mean, because judge discretion, they can choose what is allowed and what's not allowed.
Yes, but you have to make arguments for why something is allowed or why something isn't allowed.
Okay, well, according to you, why would that line of questioning not be allowed?
Typically, I'm not a criminal lawyer specialist, but typically, character evidence is not admissible in court because we don't want to be in a world where if you said or done like mean or bad things in the past but haven't committed a crime, that can be used to impeach your character, impugn your character in front of a jury. So, for instance, let's say that I go to a protest and I get in a fight with somebody and end up killing them or whatever, and somebody's like, Stephen Bonnell got into a fight and he killed this protester. Well, here's a clip of him on his live stream 2 years ago saying, God, I hate left-wingers. I hate left-wingers so much. I hate socialists. I wish they would all die. I wish they would get deported from this country. You can't bring all these clips back and go, look at how mean look at all this shit he said in the past. Look at that. This guy must have been a fucking murderer, right? That's not fair. I didn't commit any crimes. That was my First Amendment right. Why are you allowed to attack my character like that in front of a jury when you can't have any evidence that I've actually been committing a crime or whatever, right? Like, I think generally that's why character evidence. Now, if there's like direct character evidence, something relating to like the actual victims or the actual like specific act itself, maybe. I think it depends, but yeah.
Okay, you said the specific act itself, so you would say that if somebody, let's say person A, is standing outside of an establishment and they see protesters, rioters, looters, whatever outside, and they video themselves saying, "Man, I wish I had my gun and I could shoot them," and then 2 weeks later that ends up happening. Like that, you telling me that wouldn't draw a state of mind?
If that's what ended up happening, then maybe it would, but that's not what ended up happening. It was a self-defense gun usage. It wasn't killing somebody who was standing outside of a piece of property trying to set it on fire or killing a rioter or looter. It was a self-defense gun use.
Right. Okay, so here's another thing. So the judge said that you couldn't call, like in the trial, you couldn't call the victims, but you could call the others arsonists, looters, and rioters, right?
Because I don't think that was material to the case. Whether they were or weren't arsonists, rioters, or looters, whatever, it wasn't really relevant to what Rittenhouse did. You're still not allowed to kill somebody who's a looter. But the problem is calling somebody a victim implies that you had no right to self-defense. So that was like literally materially what was at stake in the court case. Were these people victims or were these people aggressors?
Might stream more later tonight. So if you haven't already, drop me a follow. And if not, I'll definitely be on tomorrow at some point in the afternoon. So. Anyway, I appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate you hanging out, fucking. And we'll see you there.
But yet,